Hey everyone, welcome to day 2 of ETHWarsaw. Everyone excited to be here? All right, and so how many people made it to the party last night and our brave warriors who were able to wake up this morning? All right, good show of hands here. And who here is hacking on a project or ready to hack on a project? All right, some good amounts here. How many people are from out of Poland, traveled here? Okay, we got a couple of hands up right now. I flew in from New York yesterday, really excited to be here, really excited to be at the first ETHWarsaw event. This is my 5th crypto event of the year, and so far I feel like I've seen the most energy here so far. So really excited to see this kind of the emerging, finally an in-person developer community here. The last project I worked on, probably half the engineering team was Polish, so really cool that there's finally an in-person event here. So without further ado, I will introduce Adam Gongle from ETHZero. Beyond ZK Snark, overview of blockchain privacy and paradigms.
Hi everyone, thanks for warm welcoming. I'm going to speak today about different paradigms in blockchain privacy. So I'm going to start with a quick background. Basically, when people think blockchain privacy, most people think about ZK snarks. It's a famous cryptographic technology. I'm gonna talk about a bit more general group of protocols, which are called non-interactive zero-knowledge proofs. And this horrible abbreviation NIZKP stands for it. And basically, it's a technique that allows a party to prove knowledge of some information without revealing the information itself. So some examples of this non-interactive zero-knowledge proofs are ZK snarks, ZK starks, and bullet proofs. And there is a very small asterisk that, like, strictly formally, ZK snarks and ZK starks are not ZKPs, but no one cares about it, and for all practical reasons, then they can be considered as zero-knowledge proofs. So in scope of the presentation, I'm just gonna say about zero-knowledge proofs, and usually I mean any of this class. Privacy can have few different meanings. So basically, almost any crypto system has some flavor of privacy, meaning it's pseudonymous. Bitcoin was one of the first famous pseudonymous systems. What does it mean? It means that we don't operate with our normal names, but instead we operate with addresses, which are, or at least should be, not easily linked to our normal names. Of course, it has its flaws. Right now, there are multiple tracking systems which are trying to link addresses to each other and then linked groups of addresses to individual names. There are various estimations about how many Bitcoin addresses can actually be linked to identities, but they range from 70 to 90%. So basically, pseudonymity for majority of applications is definitely not enough because it can be broken. And also, it's very hard to create new identity if we use this kind of systems. If we have a tokens on some address, then all the different addresses to which we're going to send tokens will be directly linked to our original one. So even if you would like to create new identity, by sending the tokens to it, it will be linked to our previous one. So pseudonymity is not a very strong flavor of anonymity. And if we see actions on chains, then they usually look as the one on the right side. So there is some weird hash which sends one ether to some other weird address. A bit stronger, or actually much stronger flavor is anonymity. And that's ability of performing public actions without revealing information about identity of the person who is doing it. So when on chain, we just see that someone is sending one ether to someone. And there is no way of telling who is performing the action and who is the recipient of the transfer. So this is actually pretty strong. For hiding identity is definitely enough, although there are some cases where it is not enough. For example, if you know about DeFi, you probably heard about MEV and front running. So if we have a system with just this kind of anonymity, such transaction is, of course, I mean, no one will know who is performing the transaction, but such a transaction still can be front-run. Or in some cases, in case, for example, of very big transactions, it can be reasoned about it who actually could perform this kind of a transaction. If a transaction is doing some very specific thing, then it can reveal the sender by, well, by the sole fact that this thing is very, very uncommon to do. And the third flavor, the strongest one, is privacy, which means ability of performing non-public actions. So in the private system, in the perfectly private system, what we would expect to be seen on chain is just the information that something happens. Like we would expect just some random gibberish data to be sent on chain, which doesn't make any sense for outside observer. So this is our final goal when it comes to privacy systems. And the main premise of this talk is basically that zero-knowledge proofs can give us anonymous DeFi, can give us the strong flavor of anonymity, although they do not give us private DeFi. So to get the full privacy, we actually need stronger cryptography than zero-knowledge proofs, which is what most privacy systems are using right now. Okay, so a bit more into zero-knowledge proofs. I'm gonna try to keep this presentation medium technical, let's say. So zero-knowledge proofs can be very technical if you dive deep enough. So I'm rather gonna be focusing on what they do than how they achieve it. So how they are usually used is that a user has some kind of a private data, some kind of a private database stored locally. So the user can perform some actions on this database, some kind of a state transition. So from the old state of the database, the user arrives to the new state of the database. And the only thing that is actually sent to the blockchain, so the only thing that is actually published, is the proof that whatever user did was correct according to some pre-specified rules. So, so the user is performing state transition. There was some hash of the database before, some hash of the database after the transition, and there is some magical proof which comes from this all amazing ZKP technology. And the only things that the chain is seeing are the hashes of the databases and this magical proof, which doesn't tell anything to the outside observer, besides the fact that everything was okay. So it looks like it could give full privacy, because for the outside observer, there is no way to tell what kind of action was performed. Although there is a small caveat here, which we're going to explore in a moment. But before we do that, how to make private transactions using this kind of technology. Usually, in private systems, private transactions are called shielded transactions. I think this originated from Zcash, where they have been first introduced. But usually this name is used. So for unshielded transaction, when Alice wants to move 1 Ether to Bob, what happens is Alice signs a transaction saying, please send 1 Ether from Alice account to Bob account, signed Alice private key. So blockchain, after seeing such information, knows that, okay, Alice has rights to move these tokens because there is a valid signature, and of course it moves the tokens. What happens in the shielded thing is that Alice instead just sends transaction saying, please update state hash of my database from some old hash to some new hash. And there is no signature here, there is just this proof of correctness. And the databases were so that in the old database, Bob had no tokens, and in the new database, Bob has 1 Ether more. There are some intricacies about how to actually inform Bob about his new tokens, but we're not going to explore that too much. But a rough idea of shielded transaction is like this. So now from transactions, let's go into DeFi. Like the DeFi may mean many different things, but majority of the protocols are following very similar rules, which are like this. So there is some user sending some amount of tokens to a smart contract, which performs some kind of a computation, and in turn returns some other amounts of perhaps different tokens to the user. This example is basic decentralized exchange, which has two pools, pool of Ether and pool of wrapped BTC. So after a user sends Ether to the Ether pool, exchange computes how many wrapped BTC should it give back, and after the computation happens, this is actually a constant function market maker, after the computation happens, user gets wrapped BTC. And this is how many different protocols look. So for example, in lending protocols, it basically is pretty similar because you send some tokens and you get some LP tokens usually. Or in liquid staking, you also get some tokens which says that you are actively staking the tokens. So even in the tokens even in the protocols where you are actively locking the tokens, you almost always get some tokens in return, which basically represents your rights for unlocking the things that you have locked. So we would like to make this thing as private as possible. So in the first step, what we can do is we can shield transactions. So we can connect it with ZKP system. So this way, this transaction of 1 Ether could come from a shielded account, and then 1 wrapped BTC could go into the shielded account. There is a problem though, because this way we're not going to be able to shield internal state of a smart contract. This is a bit tricky, perhaps, and technical fact, but intuitively, when we want to use ZKPs, the whole concept of ZKPs is based on the fact that there is someone who is producing these proofs of correctness. And this cannot be easily decentralized, or actually, there are currently no known ways to decentralize this process. So there needs to be one single party knowing all the inputs for the proof, which means that in this Uniswap-like example, there would need to be a single party knowing the internal state of the Uniswap. So Uniswap would need to have like a human manager, which is, not normally seen in DeFi, and it's not how we would like to create DeFi protocols. We would like it to be fully trustless and decentralized in a way. Having a single manager peeking into transactions is definitely not a way we want to see it. And the other thing is that if we don't conceal the internal state of the contract, even the transfer can be seen. So potentially one could think that we can conceal amounts, so that no one could see how many Ether and how many wrapped BTC are sent. But well, since the pools are public, anyone can track the state of the pools. So, so anyone could see how the state of the pools is changing. So anyone could reconstruct the amounts which are sent. So here, this is anonymous. This is not so bad, but it's definitely not private this way. Everyone can see what's happening, and in particular, front runners can get in front of this transaction and exploit it. So what we want is a stronger shield. We would like to conceal this part, and this part as well. So how to do it? What we would need to do is to allow smart contracts to have private internal states. Smart contracts which are, of course, trustless without a human manager. So how to do it? There are multiple, or actually 2 known cryptographic primitives which could achieve that. One is called TEE, which stands for Trusted Execution Environments, and one is called MPC, which stands for Multi-Party Computation. There are different in almost any aspect imaginable. starting from the fact that TEE is hardware-based and MPC is software-based. So TEE basically is based on the very specific chips which have its own internal state, which is unknown even to the owner of a particular chip. There are several projects experimenting with it: Secret Network, Fala Network, Hyperledger Avalon, and perhaps few more. The security model here is that we need to trust manufacturer, and the main drawback is that we need to trust manufacturer, and that's pretty problematic because right now there is one major manufacturer of such chips, which is Intel, and the whole security and whole privacy of this particular idea depends on the fact that we do trust that there is no backdoor for this particular type of chips. That's one thing. And the other thing is, of course, we need to trust that even without the backdoor, there is no attack on this kind of chips. And previously, there has been some attacks on hardware-based privacy. So if you own a chip, you can actually do multiple crazy things with it, like pointing lasers into it to try to recover the internal data. And there have been successful attacks like that in the history. And the other paradigm, which is also not perfect, is software-based. And the idea here is that all the secrets are shared among the big committee for, like, say, 20 nodes. So there is a committee of decentralized committee of 20 nodes, and to recover a secret, 2/3 or 70% of them would need to collude and exchange their shares of the secret. And there are specific protocols to perform computations on the secrets without revealing the secrets themselves. So projects which are experimenting with it is, of course, us, LF0, with our project Liminal, which is a privacy framework in production, is partition network and HashCloak. And I don't think there are many more, actually. So the security model is that we do need to trust that the committee is not cheating upon us. And the main drawback is, well, one thing that the committee could be cheating upon us. And the other thing is that this computation is pretty slow because for every multiplication of the secrets, there needs to happen some communication between the nodes. So if you would like to compute very heavy things with this primitive, it would take possibly prohibitively long time. Although simple things like, for example, DeFi protocols, where in Uniswap kinds of protocols you basically need just a couple of multiplications, these things can be computed under MPC. So how much could we trust committees? That's a central question for choosing the paradigm that we would like to use. So this is a line between low trust and high trust, and on the different levels of trust, we could count on different use cases to be deployed. So very low trust would be that, like, we trust the secrets will not be immediately available for everyone. This is like a low trust. Perhaps the committee is cheating on us a bit. Perhaps they know the secrets, but at least they don't publish it on time. So this way, we could have kind of like a weak dark pool. So we could trade kind of privately, so that not entire community would immediately know what are we trading. So perhaps we could say trade with a lower effect on the general market. With a bit stronger thing is secrets will not be immediately available to anyone. So perhaps eventually they will leak. Perhaps there will be some kind of a data breach at some point, but the committee will not know the secrets on time. So this way we can counter MEVs. So there will be no one in the world which would be able to front run our transactions. If no one will be able to tell which way are we trading, no one will be able to front run us. Second, price auctions. These are basically probably the most used auctions in the internet right now, used by Allegro and eBay and such, which are very hard to deploy on the blockchain. Next level is secret will not leak without a major financial incentive. So perhaps committee will eventually lie, although only to steal major amounts of funds. So this way, we could have private voting and private DAOs, which doesn't decide on spending funds, which is yet another use case. Next, perhaps we believe privacy so much that we could bet $1 billion that secrets will not leak anytime soon. This way, we could actually automate DeFi actions. We could. This is a very important point. So in this point, in the fourth one, we could have private keys to accounts stored under the MPC. So this MPC committee could basically automate any interchain actions and act on behalf of users for multiple different actions. And well, the pretty futuristic last point is we could bet billions of dollars that data will never leak. So this way we could perhaps store sensitive medical data on the chain and such. Well, this point is pretty, I'd say, futuristic. This one is not. Actually, I could argue that this is point where we already do trust. There are protocols like Wormhole, Multichain, and other, which already do have billions of dollars, depending on the fact that committee doesn't share secrets. These are basically multi-chain bridges, which are based on the committees. And of course, probably many of you know, many of them have been hacked, but I think the vast majority, with a single exception, have been hacked due to different reasons that too small committee sizes. So I think the committee paradigm is okay. What's wrong was rather just the bridge code, which was inherently very complex. So the main takeaways from this talk are that zero-knowledge proofs can give us anonymous DeFi, but they will not give us private DeFi. MPC and TEE can give us more, in particular private DeFi. And projects as Wormhole, Multichain already store billions of dollars on accounts, and which means that basically at least some part of community already do trust MPC model already. Thank you. If there are any questions, I think we have like 3 minutes, so I'll be happy to answer.
All right, so any questions?
There was a slide somewhere in the beginning where Alice sends about the shielded transaction. So the next one, I think. Next one, yeah, this one. So in here on the right side, when you update the state hash from the old to new, is that the state of the whole blockchain, or what state would that be?
No, that's yeah. I said that there are some intricacies here. So this is the state of Alice and state of Bob, which get updated. So Alice can update her own state, and this is the tricky part. Alice needs to update part of the Bob's state. So what actually happens is Alice is creating something like UTXO, which then she gives to Bob. So actually this system works with very, very small states, UTXO like in Bitcoin. So each of the small state things is a single UTXO which can be created or destroyed. So Alice is destroying several UTXO and creating several UTXO, and perhaps creating one for Bob. And then she sends this UTXO to Bob.
Hey, I've got a question. With this full privacy, isn't it going to break composability? Like, is there any solution how to achieve composability with this full privacy, or will it just break DeFi?
Yeah, that's a good question. So actually how we imagine it working is that any other DeFi, even like a non-private DeFi protocol, can send a transaction to the private one, and then like it will not be able to predict what the outcome will be, like at least not fully. So for example, you could chain Uniswap action with a private thing action with yet another non-private action, but the property would be that like you could be able to roughly predict what Uniswap will do. So you will send one ETH to Uniswap and get one wrapped BTC in return. Then this wrapped BTC could go to the private system and then, well, you don't really know what exactly will happen inside. So, so you can chain actions among private and non-private things, but like the caveat is that there will be some more unpredictability than with fully public protocols. In particular, you cannot simulate them locally.
Any other questions? Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, I think that works. So, hi everyone. Maybe we'll skip to the first slide. So, I'm Lucas. This is Michal. We're from Halborn. We are doing cybersecurity, smart contract auditing, but not only. We're doing complex Web3 security there. We mostly focus on Rust, so it was a bit of challenge for us to recall some Solidity knowledge, but we are doing some Solidity projects, and today's workshop, let's say, will be focused on best practices in coding in Solidity. Since we have like half an hour, this won't be a real workshop because we won't be doing any hands-on exercise, but at the end of the presentation, we have a link to a CTF that Michal prepared for you. So whenever you would like to try, you can just follow the link and try to solve the exercises that he prepared. But this will be announced at the end. And let's not waste any more time and start. I'm gonna pass the mic.
Yeah, hey. So basically, the first one we would like to introduce is do not reinvent the wheel, because I have seen multiple times in smart contract that people are reinventing the wheel. For example, this is something to be honest, I did not see this, and probably Solidity is forbidding overflows at this point like this. But sometimes I saw someone is creating like self-mathematical methods that they are adding something, and it looked like this. And also the worst practice that you could make is create your own methods for cryptographic solutions. It's really better to use battle-tested libraries that are, for example, from OpenZeppelin.
Okay, and the second best practice is the risk of front running. Probably most of you know what's front running, and for those who don't know, that's simply a possibility to, let's say, bribe a miner to mine a transaction first. This is a normal feature of a blockchain. And yeah, for example, it can be compared to a classroom when a teacher asks students to answer a question, and someone from the back row just shouts the answer, so he will score the grade and not the asked student. And it works in the same way in the blockchain. For example, if there is something that can be called by anyone, someone can just view the mempool, copy the transaction, and submit a clone of it, but with much more gas, which means that transaction will be mined earlier and someone can take advantage of that. How to prevent that? Since this is a normal feature of a blockchain, it should be solved on an architectural level. That means whenever a solution is designed, not even code, but designed, it should be kept in mind that front running is a real risk, and any code should be designed with that in mind.
Yeah, so another thing we would like to discuss, keep it simple. So if your smart contract is doing only one thing, is doing multiple things, split it so smaller smart contracts. Try to avoid making functions that are doing multiple things and return multiple stuff, for example. It's like, I used to work as a developer, and time that I spent changing names, for example, of variables, methods, I was more spending time on changing the methods and variables name after the code review that the time I used to code. So yeah, keep it simple. If you do multiple things in your smart contract, try to split it to smaller portion, and keep it the same with the functions.
Okay, so number 4 is reentrancy. What is reentrancy? Well, it's a common vulnerability that is often a critical, allowing to drain funds from a contract. The good news is that it is often easily spotted even with automatic tools. Not always, but they are capable of detecting it most times. What is wrong with that code? So whenever you use call in Solidity, the execution flow of the function is in fact transferred somewhere externally. And that means another contract will be executed before the first red line, so the message sender minus amount. So before the balance is decreased, some external action will take place. That external action can be controlled by the attacker. So there's a fallback function. We can put there whatever we can. And what can we put there? For example, call back to the withdraw function. So how this reentrancy works? First, the value is sent, because this is kind of withdraw function. Then the fallback is working, and it is sending back the execution flow to the beginning of the withdraw function, which means that the balance decrease is never reached. And this is a death loop that makes the contract to be drained out of money. So that's how the reentrancy works. Best solution to prevent that kind of bugs can be first on architectural level, following the check effect interaction pattern, which means the balance should be decreased before any actual funds are sent away. Or also you can use reentrancy guard from OpenZeppelin, which is also a good tool to prevent this kind of bugs.
Yeah, use thresholds and limits. Multiple times I have seen that smart contract developers do not put the threshold for some values or limit for some values. It could end up, for example, in locking funds on the smart contract. For example, if we have like vesting contract, where is no set strict rules how, for example, the end time should work or how long the vesting is, it could end up locking the funds for any user. It's simple mistake, but it can protect the owner of the contract to not make mistakes and do not make funds being locked on the contract.
Okay, number 6, business logic. This is a very generic one. In the beginning of this slide, I have to say that business logic errors, or business logic vulnerabilities rather, is something that is often found in the projects, and it is something that automatic tools are not capable of finding, like because there is no tool that understands business logic, and I think that in near future there won't be this kind of tool that is capable for finding such things, simply because tools cannot understand like business logic, because it's something that cannot be easily programmed and checked for some patterns, which is how the automated tools basically works. So what that means, whenever a solution is developed, let's say in form of code, so there is a smart contract that does some action, I don't know, it can be any DeFi, like borrowing, lending, anything. It should be first checked also in own head, like, okay, I have written some piece of code, and then the process should be like, recalled in my own head, like, okay, so how does this work? Like, for example, if I am, like on the example on the presentation, if I am getting some tokens from users and increasing the balance, what kind of tokens are that? Like, for example, what's that vulnerable code that's here? We are depositing some tokens, so our contract is allowing deposits. But we don't check what kind of token is deposited. We just check the amount. This is, of course, a critical. I think that could be easily a critical vulnerability, because someone can just mint an ERC20 and deposit it to DeFi, and, for example, use it further as a collateral or something like that, instead of tokens that normally the user should pay for. So yeah, this is just a small example, because for every case, always the business logic should be first followed. It's also helpful to even write it on paper or a diagram and perform a short threat modeling, which means just to think what could go wrong, who could benefit from attacking that, what bad can go with that. So yeah, that's kind of thought process that also should be present when developing code.
Do your math homework. I have seen also multiple times in smart contract, not only in Rust, not only in Solidity, that developers, I think they are not calculating the equations correctly. For example, one of my favorite tools when I am doing audit of smart contract is Node and Pen, and I am trying to write the equation, add some numbers, and see is 1 equal to 1, for example. And second, remember always, multiply before division. You can see an example. This is an example from JavaScript, but it's also working in different languages.
Number 8, which is the last slide, and then there will be some extension and workshop activity from Michal. But first, yeah, the last one, number 8. What's access control? Basically, we are wanting to prevent unauthorized actors to do stuff that they shouldn't do. So for example, on almost every contract, there are some actions, methods, function, whatever you call it, that, that should be restricted only to some trusted parties, like mint, for example, or transfer to with specifying the person who will give the funds. There are two dilemmas in this pattern, let's say. First is what should be considered a privilege or administrative action, and this is something that should be also thought of when developing a smart contract. For example, mint is obviously this kind of sensitive action that always should be restricted, and it shouldn't be possible. Well, that's quite obvious, yeah, but it shouldn't be possible that everyone shouldn't be able to call that. But sometimes this scenario is more complicated. Sometimes there are some kind of role-based access control systems in the contract. So that's something that should always be taken into consideration, but there is another thing with decentralization. Let's say we have set of privileged action, we have identified what should be restricted, but what if we give control to just one wallet over all those functions? So, for example, there can be an insider job scenario. So, for example, if there is one developer that can control the whole DeFi with some serious funds locked in, okay, there is a risk that, yeah, that there will be so-called rug pull or something like that. Or maybe that one wallet can be compromised. Even if somebody is caring for security, I don't know, he can lose the laptop, he can be victim of phishing, something like that, and then we have a problem. So another thing is that we should also care for decentralization, not only for matter of decentralization itself, like for the buzzword, but for a real impact. That means if there are more people needed to make a decision on the privilege action from the wallet, the safer it is. For example, the governance is the safest one, but of course governance couldn't be implemented for everything because it also requires more effort, more coding and that kind of stuff. So if governance is not an option, then at least a multi-signature wallet should be used for controlling this kind of administrative functionalities.
Okay, so we have some links for you. On the left, this is our tool called Zion. It's like,
Let's say not our, but
yes, this is Halborn tool, not ours, I mean. And this tool is like Kali Linux for smart contract auditing. There's everything you need and almost supported with all chains. There are tools for all chains, I guess, at this moment. And the second link is my GitHub repo. And it could be a good lesson. Don't trust what you can find on GitHub because this is smart contract on MIT license. It's strictly changed by me, but it was already vulnerable. So yeah, if you want to participate in workshop, you can download our Kali Linux, we think called Zion, and you can go to my repo and try to crack it. Yeah, and if you have any questions about, yeah, thanks. And yeah, if you have any questions about Zion and the smart contract that we made to you to audit if you want, of course there will be price, some swag and swag, we'll see. But yes, if you crack it, come to our booth, we can talk about it. And if you want to ask the solution, you can always ask me. Yeah, something else. Do you want to add?
no, don't have anything to add, but if there are any questions, so we're here.
Also, this is not like we have some CTFs to solve if you are interested in joining Hellborn, you can go to official Hellborn GitHub. There are multiple CTFs, like starting from Solidity, Solana, Golang, Cosmos, you name it. And try, do your best. Thanks.
Any questions for our workshop presenters before they leave the stage?
Thanks for the talk, guys. You mentioned that there are some tools that can automatically detect some issues, let's say reentrancy. My question is, do you think it makes sense to incorporate this into the development process, maybe run such tools after every commit, or is that an overkill?
Yeah, I think it's always worth, but you shouldn't think you're secure after running those tools. I mean, it is possible that you can detect serious issues with low effort, because running is a low effort process, but you shouldn't be considered secure just because you run those tools.
Any other questions? All right, well, in that case, big round of applause again for Michał and Lukasz. Oh, sorry.
If you want to see how for example, we can interact with smart contract in Solidity using Brownie, it's not our tool, but we are using it a lot. I can just do quick demo how to deploy, for example, ERC20 contract, if you want. Okay. I will do it anyway.
We have 5 minutes if you want to do a demo now.
So we start with Brownie. Let's see, we have some contracts. Yeah, this is the token. This is just simple ERC20 contract, and the vesting, it's called vesting, but it's just time lock mechanism to release the tokens. You can just compile, and yes, it's compiled. And you can interact like Python console. Yeah, wait a second. So yeah, if you want to deploy, for example, this ERC20 contract, we can make a variable which we will store our contract address. We can use accounts. Brownie is providing some accounts already and funds, and we can use just deploy, and you can see how easy it is in my token. Yeah. So if the project of the CTF is already changed to be working with Brownie, because you need to do some small changes with importing Open Zeppelin stuff, and it will work in Brownie. It's really cool. Try it. Thanks.
Oh, that was a great presentation, great talk. Really concise and clear. I think a lot of valuable lessons there, both for new developers.
1-1. All right.
So this next talk is one that I'm personally very excited about. In my previous life, I've been an integration engineer. I've led developer relations at a wallet, and I'm currently focused on a usability for Web3 project. So please give a big warm welcome, big round of applause for Olaf from MetaMask talking about snaps.
Morning, everyone. How was the party yesterday? I know I did have fun. All right, so I'm Olaf. I'm an engineer at MetaMask. I'm here with my glorious colleague, Francesco. we're gonna be staying here the whole hackathon and helping you with the bounties. And today I'm gonna talk about JavaScript and sandboxing JavaScript using JavaScript itself. So I'm gonna start with a live demo so you can see why we're building those in the first place. Then I'm gonna go over how it works, what are the APIs, how you can secure your own sandboxes. And then I'm gonna abuse JavaScript pretty strongly, and we'll go into the depths of hell and see how it works behind the scenes. Right, so the obvious social proof is I've been working with those companies beforehand, and let's start with the live example. So can I get a hands up who heard of MetaMask Snaps or MetaMask Flask? All right, cool. So MetaMask Flask is a canary release of MetaMask. It's a separate extension intended for developers that we test new features on. So the first feature that we are testing on is the MetaMask Snaps platform. It's a plugin system where you can extend your MetaMask account, your MetaMask extension with multiple things, such as having the ability to add Bitcoin accounts or Starknet accounts, or maybe do a password manager. Creativity is your limit. So let's start with the live demo here. Right, so this snap has been made by Keystone. It's a Bitcoin snap. It's set up in a browser. It asks you to connect to MetaMask. So we're gonna do just that. All right, so the first thing is the MetaMask asks you for permission for the dApp to connect to the snap itself, right? The MetaMask BTC snap. So we're gonna approve that. And behind the scenes, MetaMask now downloads the snap from NPM. We are publicly released. We don't have any kind of marketplace. Reads the permissions that MetaMask, the snap wants to access. So in this case, it wants to display a UI pop-up with a confirmation. It wants to have access to your private keys for Bitcoin, and wants to have access for your private keys for any kind of test networks. We don't actually release the private keys for the root key, so they don't really have access to your Ethereum accounts unless you specifically allow them to do so. So we're gonna approve that. It's gonna install. And now the application is connected to the MetaMask extension inside of a snap. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get a list of public addresses the BTC snap controls. So we're gonna click on get addresses. The app communicates with the snap behind the scenes. It's asking whether we wanna release the public key, extended public key, which allows you to iterate all the public addresses of your Bitcoin. So we're gonna approve that. It's checking the amounts, and as you can see, I've preloaded my account with some test Bitcoins. I'm gonna just send them to myself. Right, I have 2 little Bitcoins. Oh well. But the idea is it's going to upload it to the mempool, it's going to go through the Bitcoins, and it's going to land up in the transactions here. So the dApp itself doesn't have access to the private keys. The snap does, and the snap is inside of a secure environment. So how does such a snap look like? Let's see. All right. This is an example snap. In this case, it's a JavaScript file that exports an object with multiple functions. In this case, it's providing accounts for Bitcoin. So it provides a simple Bitcoin address. But they can be more interesting. So for example, this snap gets notified about new transactions coming in from MetaMask, requested ones, and it checks if the target of the transaction is some kind of a known fisher, and if it is, it's going to cancel the transaction and inform the user that they shouldn't do that because that is a known fisher. So how it works behind the scenes is theoretically pretty simple, right? So we want to download the JavaScript file, we just fetch it, and we want to eval it using JavaScript eval. It's pretty simple, right? Well, MetaMask has access to a lot of secret data that shouldn't be leaked out, such as recovery keys, secret phases, private keys, all that stuff that's being held in memory. And eval is not secure, so such an example snap using such a system would be able to extract your keys. So we need some way to hide it from it. So here comes secure ECMAScript. So we're working with TC39 to implement secure sandboxes in the new version of JavaScript, the new version of ECMAScript. And part of it is building a library that supports the same API as the new version of JavaScript would. So we've been working pretty closely with Agoric for the past few years, building such a thing. It's called SES, Secure ECMAScript Polyfill. And this is how it looks like. So you can see on line 1 that you have to import it. And then on line 5 and 6, you create a compartment, or we call them realms. And inside of those realms, you evaluate the code. As you can see, both the console and both the recovery key are undefined, because each and every realm has its own global scope and can't access anything outside of it. And this has been audited, and nobody has been able to get out yet. Right, so you can also inject stuff from your root realm, the place where you create your compartment. And you can inject, for example, in this case, we're injecting console that you can communicate with the debugger from the A realm. That's the way, for example, we inject the APIs into snaps. We provide a global object with methods and properties and whatnot. We inject it into every snap, and now the snap can use it. As you can see in line 8, it has access to the object called API. Well, but snaps can be tricky. Like, plugins can't be bad actors, and we want to separate them as much as possible, right? So each snap and each plugin shouldn't be able to communicate with any other plugin at all. Each one should be separate, and it should be standalone because they're permissioned. So, for example, in this case, we inject the API object into 2 realms, the realm A in line 6 and realm B in line 7. And in line 9, you can see that we are modifying the properties of an object of the API, because everything in JavaScript is passed by reference. And on line 10, you can see that you can actually access the modified property in the next realm, which should not be possible. So what we did is we provided a function called harden. What harden does is it pretty much receives an object and it makes it immutable. It freezes all the properties, it freezes its prototypes, it freezes its own properties, and it does everything it can to make the object immutable. And so now you can see that after hardening the API object on line 7, now the A realm can't modify it, and the B realm can't read it anymore. It's going to be undefined. Well, that's nice and dandy, but JavaScript has some quirks. So, for example, each intrinsic, such as arrays, such as objects, such as maps, sets, and whatnot, have their own prototype, and they are part of the global scope. So a bad plugin can, for example, modify the prototypes of such an intrinsic. So on line 4, it gets access to the prototype of an array, and it modifies its own properties, which the BRAM can read afterwards. Right? So we also provide a function called lockdown, which gets all the intrinsics and then hardens each and every one. It's a simplified example. It does a lot more behind the scenes. It does a lot of taming, very deep level stuff. But as you can see in line 11 and 12, they can't communicate anymore. Lockdown does quite a bit of different things. So for example, set timeouts could be able to be cleared in the nested realms because it's just numbers that you use. Errors have stack traces which you could read and then get information about the outer errors. Async imports are able to load files from URLs, so you could access external servers. Date now is very precise, so it could be used for password attacks, timing attacks. Math random is not secure, and its state is global for each tab or each page, depending on the browser. So you can predict the next numbers in the random state, so you can create a side channel and communicate using those stuff. There's a lot of different stuff that we have to tame behind the scenes. But all right, so this looks pretty magical. So how do we do that using just JavaScript? How we tame JavaScript? Well, JavaScript has its own quirks, right? So we use this very nifty feature called the with keyword. So with keyword takes an expression, it creates a scope that you write statements in. So the with keyword is such a fun thing that is not actually allowed in the newest JavaScript. So whenever you compile using TypeScript or you use best practices, you're going to use strict pragma, which disallows the with keyword in the first place. It's just going to throw an error and not work. So how this works? Well, for example, we want to calculate an area of a circle and calculate some point of it on its circumference. So we're going to use the with keyword with the math object. So the math object is a global object. It works like a normal object. And you can think of a with keyword such as it is the first place that the code inside the with keyword looks for items or properties. So when the program, the interpreter encounters P, it's going to look first in the math object, see that math does have a P and return it. Then it's going to look at the R, see that the math object doesn't have an R. So it's going to look into the outer scope and see that R has been declared in the outer scope and use that. It's going to work the similar way with cosinus and sinus as well. It's going to take them from the math. We combine that with a nice, well, the next new nifty feature called proxies. So proxies are a thing that takes an object. In our case, on line 1, it's an empty object. And it takes an interface with two functions, the has function and the get function. The has function takes a target, in our case, the instance of the object that the proxy is working on, and the key, which is the string symbol for the property that it wants to access. And it returns whether it should state that the property exists or not. And there is the second function called get, which also gets the instance and also gets the string, and returns some kind of data that you want to modify in any way. So in this example, we create a proxy called the namespace, and whenever you try to access a property on this object, it's going to always return true that it always has this key, this property. So for example, we have namespace.a is going to go check if the target namespace has a key string A, it's going to return true, and then it's going to get it, so it's going to go namespace target namespace, and then key string A, and it's going to return the string A. So what happens if we combine those two features? Well, that's getting fun, because JavaScript now has var words. You can just write non-existing variables, and it's going to turn automatically into strings in line 11. Yeah. So we use that with the injected endowments. So we, for example, create an object with the console and API, and create a proxy around it. And we use the with keyword to create a global namespace. So whenever something happens inside our magic with keyword, so for example, we try to access the date, we always say that we have the key. So the has is always true. And then we try to access that key from our endowments object. If it's not existing, it's just going to return undefined. But if it does exist, it's just returning the original object. So what it does is it creates an encompassing global scope for anything that happens. No, there is no practical way to access variables outside of the with keyword. Well, there are some, because JavaScript has its own quirks. So for example, if you try to access the this keyword, it's by default going to return the global object. So hey, we have a global scope now. This is a problem. But JavaScript has its own quirks. So we can actually wrap it in a function, and then replace the this using the apply function that replaces the this in the function and calls it with our own original namespace proxy. So whenever you try to access this time, it's gonna return our own encompassing namespace proxy. So right, one problem solved. But JavaScript has its own quirks. So for example, if you try to write something to a variable that hasn't been defined, it's just gonna put it in an outer scope, in the global scope, and then it's gonna be there forever. So you can escape the confinement this way and write to stuff you shouldn't be able to. So we're gonna create a function inside of a function. And the use-strict pragma is pretty neat because it allows you to make only specific functions strict. So we have a function that is not strict, that creates the with keyword, and then returns a new function that we call immediately that is strict. And now the function that is strict is not gonna allow most of the weird JavaScript quirks to work out of the box. So now when you try to access the outer scope, I think it's actually gonna throw an error in this case, but we'll see. So let's do it with an actual eval. We're gonna get all those things, and we're gonna create a function save eval that takes 2 arguments. It's gonna take the code, the string with JavaScript code, and endowments, an object that we want to inject into our plugin. So since we're using eval, we need to use it inside of the new namespace, the new realm, inside of the with keyword. So as you can see on line 2, we actually create a new object that has all the endowments, but also it has eval. And then we just return a function with this keyword that returns a function that returns the result of eval. As you can see on line 12, we first replace the this keyword in the first function, which returns a new function, and then we call it immediately with the new code. So JavaScript has its own quirks. So whenever it has variadic parameters for functions, so even if the function doesn't take any parameters, it's going to have a variable called arguments that has all the rest of arguments, in which case there's an array of 1 element, our code, in on line 12. All right, but JavaScript has its own quirks. So if you run eval, inside of an eval, you actually escape the use strict pragma. So since we're now injecting eval inside of the nested realm, you can now write to a variable that hasn't been defined yet, and then it's going to be created in the outer scope in the root realm. So that's a problem. So here's how we're going to solve it. We're going to create a new namespace. We're going to call it eval1. It's lines 5 to 9. We're creating a frozen object, meaning it can't be modified, with one property. On line 6, we create an empty object with one property called eval. And when you try to access this property on line 7, we bind it a single array object with the original eval to the pop function. So when you try to access the eval, it's going to return the original eval, and then it's going to pop it from the array. So when you try to access the evals the second time, it's just going to return undefined. So it's going to say, all right, this property doesn't exist on this object. So as you can see, we've added the eval1s on the line 12, and it's used on line 15, right? So when the program occurs on line 15, it sees that there's an eval. It's going to access the eval1s object. It's going to get the original eval. It's going to pop it from an array. And now, whenever the injected code from arguments will try to access eval, that property will be undefined in eval1s, and it's going to bubble up to the outer with keyword with the namespace. As you can see, we've also changed it a bit in line 11, 12, 19, and 20. So since we have a with keyword inside of a with keyword, we can't really access items in the outer scope. So we wouldn't be able to access the eval1s on line 12, but since JavaScript has its own quirks, we can access this keyword. So we're actually replacing the this keyword in the outer function in line 19 with an object with two items, the namespace, that's our proxy, and the eval_once object that we're gonna use. All right, so now we have to put this safeguard somewhere, so we're gonna put it in the inner function on line 20. So we're replacing the this keyword of the internal function with namespace, and we call the function with var argument the code. And we're gonna remove the curly braces. As you can see, the braces are curly on line 6 when we define the property. And now var object create null in line 6. And we also created a default object on line 1, which is object create null for endowments, because every object you create has its own prototype, and the injected code would be able to access it and then communicate with other realms. So we create an object with no prototype. So whenever the injected code tries to access the prototype of the empty object, it's just gonna be null. And that's the minimal amount of code that you need to wrap a plugin to make it work. These 21 lines have been worked on for around several years. The project has been started in Google, but has been abandoned in, I think, 2018. And it has been taken over by Agoric, especially Chris Kowal has been leading this project. You might know him because he created the Promises API that is used by everyone nowadays. And he's playing with blockchain now, I guess. And he's been working on this project for a year or two, I think even 3. So we use it in multiple places. We use it in Snaps, the new feature, but we also use it to secure our supply logistics. So whenever we, for example, develop a MetaMask extension on our developer computers, we always download Node modules, right? But they also run their own scripts, and then they can modify the global scope, and then they access properties and whatnot. So actually, when we're building and downloading stuff from Node modules, is we run them in the safe eval, in the secure ECMAScript, and then we create a list of the permissions and accesses they have access to. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. This is all I have. I'll be staying here to respond to any questions. I'll be staying here for the whole weekend as well. You can find me on Twitter. This is Retave. Are there any questions right now?
Just for the context, I'm not a JavaScript developer, but have you? It seemed to me that like there was a lot of code that you had to like say all the code basically was to safeguard against like the malicious like code injection, like rewriting the objects, etc. Wouldn't like WASM help with this sandboxed execution where every plugin snap would be executed in its own like sandboxed WASM environment and wouldn't have access to the outer objects?
So we allow WASM in the plugins because a lot of cryptographic libraries use Rust and then compile down to WASM. And WASM is fun because WASM is a sandbox of its own. It can't access anything outside of it. But to communicate with the world in the first place, it has to get access to some kind of external functions. So you still need to have some kind of wrapper between the WASM and the outer world. It's easier for us to just make a JavaScript sandbox, and then we have the snap authors. There are some here on the stage, I believe. Bundle WASM plugins inside their own JavaScript plugins.
What's the API available of the MetaMask in Snaps? Like, for instance, my use case would be like reset accounts for developing purposes. Will it be possible with Snaps?
So right now we're for example, sponsoring this hackathon because we want to get as much feedback as possible, right? So we can update the APIs because it's in the developer preview. What you can do right now is, for example, listen to transactions and return some insights to the user, some information. You can create a pop-up. You can get access to private keys, internet. We want to do stuff like having the ability to inject itself into the MetaMask UI. So, for example, whenever you create an account in MetaMask, right, like so, right, you have a, there we go, create an account. We want to be able to not only allow Ethereum accounts, but also allow Snap accounts. So you would have a drop-down here. You will have one in the next quarter or so with a list of snaps that provide accounts. So it's like create a Bitcoin account using BTC Snap or create a Starknet account using Starknet Snap. And then we also want to have a full ability to create our own custom UIs with inputs and boxes and buttons and images, very similar to how Slack bots can function nowadays. So they specify the UI using JSON, and it's going to be injected into the MetaMask extension itself.
Do you limit the resources available to the plugin in any way? I guess specifically I would ask about, do you limit the time that it's allowed to run for?
So by default, the snaps are response only. So we start the snap, it's gonna set it up, and then it's gonna wait for RPC calls from the dApp. So whenever a dApp calls the snap, it's gonna receive a function call and respond to the function call. And it has, by default, I believe 30 seconds to do that. But we have a specific permission for snaps that allows the snap to do an unlimited amount of calculations as long as the user agrees to that. So, for example, some use cases are deriving zero knowledge proofs. That takes quite a bit of time, around 60 seconds using WASM. And some snaps have been using it, yes.
So I have my own question. Do you, you mentioned auditing the kind of logging, making sure that you're not improperly logging key phrases. So there were some recently high-profile issues with wallets that were logging key phrases. Any recommendations for users to evaluate wallets and for developers to not make that same mistake outside of the sandboxing that you talked about today?
Wow, that's a tricky question. But I'm not part of the security team. I'm part of the Snaps team, so I don't really know have the answers.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, so this seems like a really fun project to work on. I'm wondering, how do you know that this is complete?
As in, it's not escapable?
Yeah.
So there's a huge test suite of ways we've been trying to get access out of it, and this has been growing pretty significantly every month. And since Chris is pretty much understands the internals of JavaScript because he is writing the standard with the promises and sandboxes, so he pretty much understands how the browsers implement it. So from what I understand, Chris says it's secure in terms of technical specification and there's no way to get access out of it. There are some quirks of each and every browser that we have to work with, some bugs, for example, that we work around. But in general, in theoretic case, it should not be possible. In practical case, we also safeguard against it, but we also put the plugins themselves into a separate iframe that communicates with the extension, right? So even if, and that's a big if, Snap can escape the sandbox, it can't access the extension itself because it's an iframe that has only a set amount of method calls that it can do, such as load the snap or kill the snap, and that's it. We also the biggest problem is securing the endowments, right? So for example, there was this question about how long the snaps can run for. And it's 30 seconds, right? But what if a snap fetches some network resource and the timer runs out, so the snap stops working after 30 seconds, but that network resource is going to return a promise that resolves after those 30 seconds. Now you have access to running code inside of Snap again. So we create security around each and every endowment that makes it impossible. It's a lot of time for our own team to do it securely.
Cool. Thanks.
Thank you for the presentation. I wonder, what are some examples of snaps or use case in general that
Might have listened to lately? It's in our repository, it's in the discussions. I think it was called wish list. There we go. So, for example, multi-signature accounts and smart contracts accounts, transaction insights, adding more metadata to the transactions, features, known addresses, such as getting stuff from ETHWarsaw and providing reputation for each address, so scoring those, managing DAOs, for example, as a contract management, messaging, decentralized messaging, such as making the MetaMask extension into a peer-to-peer node, decentralized identity, especially since DID has been put into a standard now, DAO tooling, notifications, proposals, percentages. We did an arbitrage bot that it sat on the MetaMask extension and listened to Uniswap, and whenever there was an opportunity for arbitrage, it did it behind the scenes. So price feeds data, arbitrage, trading, staking, L2T support, such as Optimism, protocols such as Bitcoin, Avalanche, Tezos. Hardware wallet snaps would be fun, and the backups such as having the ability to create threshold accounts, so-called social recovery accounts. So those are some things that are interesting, and I don't think they have been worked on before.
Hi. I have another question to the UI aspect. Is it planned that snaps can add UI aspects to the wallet itself? For example, adding a new resolver to the extension?
Yep. So that's being planned, and we will start working on it as soon as possible. So the idea is the snap can create a JSON file that specifies the UI, right? So it's declarative UI. And then we're going to allow it to display it in the main MetaMask extension, and it's going to be able to be interactive. So for example, a snap can have a drop-down and with options, show some images, show some markdown, and it's going to be clearly identified as a snap UI. It's going to have a different color, and it's going to be identified by the snap name as well. Everywhere it's going to be used. So the user will have very clear indicator that this is not the MetaMask extension. This is something the snap has been provided, and it's the data that is going to be inputted there is going to go straight to the snap, and we don't control it.
All right, we've got time for just one more question.
Snaps is a very powerful tool. Can you, within these Snap confinement containers or sandboxes, can you work with asynchronous events?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so each function the Snap calls is asynchronous. So, for example, when Snap receives a transaction, right? So this actually can return a promise and you can do all the things that are possible in promises. Right? They can return promises, and you can do all the stuff that promises can do. So it's all asynchronous. All right, thank you for the attention, and I'll be starting by the door.
That was a really awesome talk. Thank you very much, Olaf. With all the quirks of JavaScript that we got into, it reminds me that, JavaScript is really the ultimate hackathon project. I think, it got built in initially 6 days or something like that. So, nice, good inspiration that, at this hackathon, maybe we can also build something similarly impactful that powers the entire global web. So next up we have Yorick from Nethermind with a presentation on getting on StarkNet at warp speed. So a big round of applause for Yorick, please.
Cool. Hello, everybody. I'm Yorick from Nethermind, but I'm talking about kind of a Starkware-related project. I know that closer. This is better. Okay, I can hear myself, so this is much better. I know you just had a very technical talk with lots of code, and you can see that they brought another dev on the board because my slide deck is a terminal. So I will go through some code, but most of this is high level. The point of the talk is threefold. The first is to showcase Warp, which is really cool, and explain what it is. The second is to show to project leaders, to people with ideas for what they would like to do on StarkNet, how easy it is to get started through Solidity, and how much of a curve it is for devs to get used to working with Cairo or using Warp and deploying stuff on StarkNet. And the third is for the devs out there so that you can see a little bit of how this whole thing is constructed and just some of the code output and what you'll be dealing with if you're working with the tool. So with all due respect, this is a meme about Cairo. Now, Cairo is an esoteric language which targets a completely different architecture to what you'd be used to. And there are very good reasons for a lot of the choices that are in it, but it is quite difficult to work with now. It is getting exponentially better every day. There are libraries coming out that make it easier for devs to work with, and the future of Cairo is looking really, really bright. But at the moment, it's hell. It's hell. So the point of Warp is that you can get around this hell with some pretty simple steps. Now, I'm going to introduce Cairo because that makes more sense. So Warp just transpiles a Solidity contract to a Cairo contract. If you're a Solidity dev and you understand the semantics of contract-to-contract calling, etc., you squint a bit, Cairo looks very similar. It just has a different syntax and has some different primitives, okay? Why Warp? You can get your projects onto StarkNet in record time. And so this is definitely a good way to go if you've got huge legacy code base or if you just want to use a Solidity project and deploy it on StarkNet tomorrow at the hackathon and not learn any Cairo. So that's the thing. That said, Cairo is fundamentally different, so some of the Solidity code does need to change just a little bit, and I will take you through those steps in this talk. Okay, so what is Cairo? Cairo is a virtual machine which executes code and then produces a trace, and then this trace gets turned into a gigantic polynomial, and then this polynomial is the basis of your Stark or your Snark. And it has some really weird things, like the basic data type is a felt. And this is a large prime. It's approximately 251 bits with a little quasi-bit at the end that you can't fully set, kind of a weird way of thinking about it. And all of the arithmetic in this prime is defined over this field. So addition just wraps like you'd be used to, but division, 7 divided by 2, is some gigantic number, which when you add it to itself, ends up back at 7, right? Because it doesn't do any, it's just integer arithmetic. Cool. It has a write once memory model. So if you have AP, which is some register, and you assign some value, and you assign it again, it explodes. And there's a good reason for this, because the memory model is actually the trace over which they prove that your computation has integrity and cannot be changed, right? This leads very nicely to the proof system that underlies it, but is really awkward for anyone trying to write low-level code because you cannot go back and change like a reference to something. You have to constantly continue building the memory. You can't make a stack machine, for example, because what is pop in a write once memory model? Doesn't make any sense. You can't get rid of bits. You just have to keep writing. And so they have some data types like the default dict, which allow you to have an updatable type, which is a key value pair, but it's got a lot of complexities behind it. Thanks. Built-ins are areas in memory that are separate to the normal memory. They have their own proofs that basically relate the values in memory. So you have like a Pedersen hash built in, which is an area in memory where every 3 cells, the first 2 are the input to the hash, and then the prover just receives the value for what the third cell is, which is the result of your hash, right? And it has a custom circuit proving what the hash is, which is way more efficient than implementing the hash in Cairo and writing a proof for like how hashes work. You can do it instead through like a lower level proof, right? And so they have more of these. They've got range check, which checks that something is within a bounds of 2 to 128 bits, and you've got syscall. And then you have implicits, which are arguments to functions that get passed in implicitly and returned implicitly. You don't even know they're there. So like in this main function, you call implicit, and then the range check pointer gets updated, right? Which is really weird behavior. It's kind of side affecting, but not really. And then you have a memory dict, which is a key value pair, and then this thing, which is the coolest thing in Cairo, in my opinion, well, beyond the entire stack, is you can kind of write your own hints. The idea is that in the proof system, you just prove that you know some value. Like you say, what is the square root of something? I actually just will tell you what the square root is, and I will prove to you that it's the square root. But in Cairo, I don't need to deduce what the square root is, right? I don't need to figure it out for myself. I can let Python figure it out for me really efficiently, just put it in value, and then I show, hey, multiply them together, it equals the thing that you gave me, so this is the square root, right? And so you can do really efficient division and like square roots and like really complicated computations, but in Python, and then just prove that your results are correct. And this is like really, really fast like proving. Now in StarkNet, this is arbitrary Python. You don't want to execute this on your network because it's just like, yeah, sure, give me all the private keys like in the next transaction. So they whitelist all of the like hints that are useful for StarkNet in their standard library. And if you have some ideas about what would be like really cool in a hint, reach out to them. They're very, very open to like collaborating on their standard library and extending it. So for example, like I just recently wrote a muldiv mod rem, which does arbitrary precision multiplication and then does div mod, right? And it uses hints, and it's much faster than the naive approach, which takes 85,000 steps, and this approach takes 500, so, right. And then storage vars, like, think of it as a mapping from user to balance, very similar to your solidity. And then, yeah, so why did I tell you all this? This is a bit of a head wreck, but it's also really, really useful and interesting stuff. But with warp, this all just goes away. So, the installation is simple. It's just an npm package, warp install, and then we do an install because we also depend on some Python packages, so we need to install that on your local machine, make sure everything's correct. And then I'll just show you how it works. Now let's see if I can code with one hand, so bear with me. Cool. Is there a stand? Oh, here. Sorry. Hi, is that working? Cool. All right, so in this repo, this is an example repo. We have some nice examples like ERC20, and this, if you're familiar with the ERC20s, is like a really bad ERC20, okay? It just has what you would expect, some public variables, and then like transfer, mint, and so on. Right, everything that your good, nice ERC20 has, but none of the fluff that makes it actually secure. Ta-da! This is just for an example. You'll notice that most of the things that I'll be doing have like rug pulls in them, so just watch watch out for those. This is going to be like super anticlimactic, right? Because the transpile just works. And then the deployment also just works. So there you go. You just transpiled an ERC20 contract, and it is now deployed, or will be deployed, on StarkNet in about a couple seconds. So this is what we call the contract factory. It's like an instance of the contract that's on the network, and then you instantiate this contract once again in the second transaction. And there you go. You've just deployed Solidity code on StarkNet. Amazing. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, no, this is a big feat. All right. Cool. I will show you a little bit of the output on this. So here you'll notice a bunch of JSONs as a compiled Cairo, and then you'll notice there we go. Right. Here's your Cairo. These are all your imports for like uint and its stuff. I'm not going to get super deep into it. This big prelim here is like a preamble. It's got like methods for transpiling, for copying call data to memory to storage and back, and like transforming different types depending on what the Solidity code did. So this first bit is like a huge mess of stuff that's like quite opaque and will be moved out into separate files in future releases of Warp. But then when you get to the bottom, woo. Okay, this is a little harder than it looks, trying to juggle all these things. So where's the namespace? This is your ERC20 contract, right? And then you can see here, for example, a view of decimals, and it's the same name. And then this, if you're good at hashing in your head, you'll notice is the signature from the Solidity side with all of the types in it. And the reason we do this is because in Cairo, there's no overloading because the function signatures for a Cairo function is based off of the name of the function, not the name and its types, like in Solidity. So we have to specialize each one. Now, calling this by hand is a pain because you don't really know that balance or decimals unless you've written a lot of ERC20s is actually decimals 313CE5. 6.7. So our CLI takes care of this for you. It will look at the ABI from the Solidity contract, it'll look at the ABI from the Cairo contract, it'll patch it all together, it'll translate all your types, and then make sure that everything works out. So you just call it like a Solidity contract, basically, and it all works from end to end. Cool. Now, honestly, I really appreciated the round of applause, but ERC20 is not interesting. What is interesting, big reveal, is Uniswap v3. And it does it. Now, proviso takes a little time, and I cheated. So there are some changes that need to be made to Uniswap v3 pool in order for them to work. And these I will explain as we go through, and then you can think about how you'd have to do it for your own large projects if you're interested in using Warp. Now, the reason there are fundamentally different architectures. I'm going to reiterate, not everything works like easily between the two. For example, we got rid of assembly, which seems like a really radical choice because assembly is used a lot. But the reason we got rid of it is because it is actually in Yule, and Yule has call data semantics, and call data semantics is like how you encode your arguments to functions and how it's like decoded in the return. And basically going through the normal encoding of Solidity and then like encoding it into Cairo and then decoding it on the next function call back into the Cairo Solidity, like then back into the Solidity one, back into the Cairo one, back into the Solidity one, back into the Cairo one. Every time you're making a function call, it just makes it super inefficient. So we decided to go as high up into the stack as possible, and that's why we did transpilation over like emulating the like VM, right? Which we actually did and had terrible performance. And then we did Yule, and it also had terrible performance. And now we're at Solidity, and it has beautiful performance. So we're really happy with this solution. But usually, if it's math, you can just translate it to the Solidity version, and it's still a valid Solidity file, right? So you can get on with that. If it's something more complicated, we have our own assembly. Dun, dun, dun. It's inline Cairo, right? And basically, this gives you access to the entire Cairo environment. Could let you update memory yourself, could let you do all your delegate calls, can do things like fallbacks and so on. And they are quite easy. The way it works is you give a stub, and then you annotate the function with the Cairo that's going to replace the function. And then you can still have your valid solidity in the function stub. So you can still compile this contract, and it'll work perfectly fine. Like, you could have the solidity definition of whatever you want in here. And then we'll replace it with Cairo. And this leaves like other cool things, like if you want really efficient moldiv, like as is used in Uniswap v3, you could just annotate the whole moldiv like library with, use this particular function from Cairo instead, and then you get all the performance benefits of like native Cairo, which is basically what assembly gives you. So this is really cool stuff. In the future, we're going to actually let you do this and like transpile all of the math in the cases that we can get away with. And then you'll also have this, right? We have examples in the repo of like how to do a proxy pattern with this. It gets pretty gnarly, so like please don't do it. But we do have, like it is completely extensible in general and it works for everything. Cool, the other thing is address sizes are different. So on StarkNet, they're 251 bits. There's some discussion if it was 251 or the full felt or whatever, but it's 251, let's just leave it at that. And then in Solidity, it's 160 for packing reasons. So your file compiles normally if you're just using addresses in Solidity, but if you try to cast an address to a uint 160, as Solidity allows you to, it will crap out and say, actually, we use a uint 256 to represent these addresses, okay? So you have to go through your project and just do like a regex replace uint 160 address with uint like 256 address. And this is a reasonable change. There's no other way of like dealing with this. And then we have a list of unsupported features. So Warp is still quite early. It's a second release. But we wanted something that people could use and use like today, and that it was good today. And there were big problems to solve, like how do you do mutable references in an immutable memory like VM? Like that's hard to do. So we solved those problems, and then we left out things like ternary operators, which for a bunch of scoping reasons are complicated and messy, but actually like should be done. So those are on our next list of like priorities to do. So right now you'd need to just like sub out your ternary operator for an if-else statement, or you'd need to like basically avoid using ABI encode and decode. But you definitely have replacements for these, which is like easy to work with, and we've done it for Uniswap, and it didn't take us very long. Like I've been looking through a bunch of other like big projects. Actually, if you are a big project and you're interested in warping your way to StarkNet, reach out to us. We'd love to work with you and see what the pain points are for you and make the whole thing better. Like we're very open to collaboration on this. So finally, there's an option. I'm going to call you over to the audience. I'm going to tell you the roadmap, and then I can either deep dive into some of the output Cairo, and you guys can just have a look at how it's constructed, or I can take some questions. So if, like, I'll ask, do people have questions? 1 second, I'll do the roadmap, and then I'll get your question. Cool, so the future of Warp is bright. The big thing that we're looking at is usability. So we are working on a hard hat integration, and it literally like blats over the ethers object, and then like has its own contract factory, and will automatically transpile whatever Solidity contract you have and deploy it on StarkNet. And then any test that you write will like transform your input and will transform your output, and it just looks exactly like it was. So you don't have to change your tests at all, and you'll know if it's correct on StarkNet. And you'll know that the transformations you've made to the Solidity to like allow for StarkNet execution is also correct. So like that's super handy. We've done it now. Like I'm gonna be honest, like blatting over random bits of hard hat is one of the hackiest ways of going about this. So we're cleaning it up before we release it to everybody, but it is there. I think there is a public repo that you can have a look at. And then all of these like features that we just eliminated from our priorities are now being looked at and being implemented. Like indexed events will be out when StarkNet has indexed events, but in the meantime, they don't, so don't use these. Like ternary expressions are being worked on at the moment, and then the Yule assembly is a longer term thing that we're looking into. And then we're gonna stay in lockstep with Cairo because Cairo is changing very quickly. So we just need to make sure that our output is always the best version that it can be and is at least somewhat readable. So, okay, I'll take some questions, I think, because I don't think there's enough time to go really deep. If you want a deep dive, I am a super nerd, man. Just come talk to me. I will take you through every single step. Like, please, please do. Yes.
If I understand correctly, and I might be completely wrong about it because I have no production experience with ZK Stark, but one thing is deploying contracts, second thing is interacting with it, and that's actually like, to my understanding, client needs to create a proof in order to like send transaction, right?
Okay.
So do you help somehow like to generate this?
I'm gonna stop you there. So there are models like Mina that require you to generate your own proof and then the blockchain verifies it. Starknet doesn't operate like this at all. It has a very different architecture. And what they do is basically they are a rollup that provides computational integrity. And what this means is they are just like a normal blockchain. Like you just call a function, you send an RPC request, and then they execute. But the Starknet like network then runs your transaction and it generates the proof, right? Okay, so they have a massive AWS that is running these things. And their argument is that because you have integrity, you have a lot of the properties of an L1 because you know that no one can fudge with your transactions, like there's no double spending or any of this, right? However, you still have things like censorship, right? Like, I mean, they could decide not to process your transactions, which they won't. They're pretty nice, but you know, that's why they want to decentralize in short order, so that that property is gone. But they can decentralize with like a smaller decentralization coefficient. Does that make sense? Like you only need like a couple honest players to know that you're not being censored. Like you can just spin up your own node and send it off to that one, and it will be included and it will be correct because you have integrity already. So you can work with much smaller networks, and it's cool technology, man. It's actually sick. Yes. Very hyped for Starknet. Yes. Any more questions? No? Did I nerd you all out too much? Cool. Play with Warp. Download it, install it, give it a spin. Tell us about the bugs, because like it has a second release. We've tested it thoroughly, but there's still some edge cases that we're working on. We are very convinced that most of it is correct, and we're getting it audited and stuff. But yeah, please play with it and tell us what you think about it, and tell us about your experiences with it. The repo is there. There are Discord and so on. So if anyone else has a question, I'll take it. Otherwise, let's wrap it there. Is it okay?
All right. No more questions? Big round of applause for Yorick, please.
Thank you.
That was an amazing presentation, and you know, big shout out for making that really engaging and accessible. I think I can speak for myself and say I wish you'd been a guest lecturer in some of my like compiler design or like comparative programming languages classes. I think I would have done a little bit better. But, yeah. So next, been asked to give a little reminder and shout out. Everyone who's participating in the hackathon, please make sure to join the Discord. You can find the link for the Discord on the website and in the ETHWarsaw community chat Telegram. We'll bump that message up again, but that's the place where you can find teammates and find information about the bounties. So everyone who's participating in the hackathon, make sure you join the Discord, participate, look into it, get all the information that you need. Next up, we have a discussion panel for Web3 trends with moderator Brian from Yahoo Finance, Sumit from Consensus, Paulina from Ramp Network, Retro from MakerDAO, and Martine from Redstone. So that'll be get started here in the next couple minutes. Oh, thank you. So we're getting started here shortly again when this is our discussion panel, the final panel before our lunch break. So discussion panel on Web3 trends. And again, our moderator, Brian from Yahoo Finance, Sumit from Consensus, Paulina from Ramp, Retro from MakerDAO, and Marcin from Redstone. So big round of applause, please. There's another one. Feedback? Got it.
Just a second.
Oh, not begin? Oh, okay. Okay, let's begin. So my name's Brian McGleenan, host of the Crypto Mile, which is Yahoo Finance's weekly crypto show. And today, joining us on the panel, we have Sumit Kishore from Consensus, Paulina Yushkov from Ramp Network, and we have Retro from MakerDAO, and we have Marcin Kashmirchak from Redstone. Okay, so today we're going to be talking about Web3 trends. And I think it's safe to say that the majority of the public find Web3 still a very hazy concept. And if we look back last year, Elon Musk tweeted, "Has anyone seen Web3 yet? I can't find it." So first off, we'll ask one of the panel, do you think Web3 is actually an emergent phenomenon or just marketing buzzword? Sumit.
Hello everyone. Thank you for organizing this event at ETHWarsaw. So, well, simple answer is it is definitely the reality. I think two discussions before this one, there was a Meta Snap, and if you look at MetaMask, it's a fully decentralized wallet, and that's a Web3 tool. So you own your own bank. So that's the one example that you can see. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. So does anybody else want to jump in there and just challenge Elon Musk's tweet?
Yeah, I think a lot of what we saw last year about Web2 brands going into Web3 demonstrates that this is not just marketing buzzword. I mean, they're actually going into that, they're manufacturing their products with an NFT version of that. And we're seeing that's not only from retail brands, we're seeing that from investment companies, we're seeing that from big banks. So there's definite interest in that. And when you look at the Web3 ecosystem in itself, that alone holds extreme value right now, even after the bear market and stuff like that.
Okay, so can anyone describe what ways any of the big brands have taken steps into the Web3 world?
I mean, we've been working at Ramp, building that bridge between fiat and crypto. We do help those Web2 brands get their customers into Web3, and we've been working with some of the big names. We've been working with GameStop, which after the fame. The Wall Street bets moved a lot of their product offering into Web3, and right now they're running quite a successful marketplace with all of the big names that they have, all of the household names, and they're running that entirely on blockchain to have an integration with Loopring, with Immutable X, and that's such a Web3 implementation of their brand that it's truly amazing. And it's just one brand. We've had cases of, we have Tiffany building NFTs, we have Frula doing NFTs, we have all those big fashion brands, we have gaming studios. So I think it's safe to say that we have a lot of Web2 companies going into crypto. There's a different discussion if they're doing it right or not.
So a lot of these big brands are making steps into Web3 with NFTs and things like that. But have we seen the retail footfall? Have we seen like retail mass adoption? Sumit, do you want to come in there?
So the answer to your previous and this question is I think on 12th of August, Starbucks announced that next month they're coming up with a reward program. So when you look at the Web3, you need to look at it from two perspectives, like developer's perspective and user's perspective. So from user perspective, one of the trend is a reward program. So not only Starbucks, but there are many other companies coming, but any company that I'm aware of who officially announced this is Starbucks. So they are coming up actually within the next 15 days, something about, and they're going to give it to the user some kind of unique NFTs. So that's the thing which is coming by the brand.
Okay. Okay, so let's actually break it down. So we've looked at like retail and NFTs and things like that, but let's look at Web 2, the legacy era. We're moving into Web 3 world, but one of the most successful applications of Web 2 was really social media, that phenomenon that's changed all our lives. So if we look at that, there are a few Web 3 challengers to Facebook and Twitter and things like that, with their decentralized storage, ownership of data, increased privacy, resistance to deplatforming and censorship. Do you think audiences care about these things? Will we ever see mass adoption from moving over from these Web 2 incumbents to new Web 3 entities? Do you want to come in there, Retro? Thanks.
Yeah, definitely. The transition from Web 2 to Web 3, for me, really encapsulates what you're talking about. It's the importance of, especially at MakerDAO, the censorship-resistant solutions. And we focus heavily in DeFi. So DAI is our main product. To make that fully resilient against censorship, focusing on that issue, it's really a focus of building the infrastructure correctly. And if you look at the news, there's a lot of people attempting this, but very few are doing it right, the perfect way, whether it's hacks or exploits or sketchy tokenomics, to do it correctly and to really build the mass adoption engine behind that is to instill confidence. So for our ecosystem, we see excitement around the opportunity to do it right, but also a lot of challenges. And it's that careful balance where once you find the sweet spot, other projects will start to adopt your methodologies. So speaking to the ethos of doing this open source and making it accessible for everybody is we're trying to bring the entire ecosystem with us. We're excited to work with other projects. And again, I think really when a lot of these dynamic changes settle down and you can find the right way to do something, then we'll start to see a lot more momentum build up behind it.
Does anybody else want to come in? Marcin, do you have anything that you'd like to say just about social media products in a Web3 world?
Yeah, so first, thanks a lot for coming over here. And let me take a step back because we go with really huge confidence into this conversation about what Web3 actually is, right? And there are many standpoints about that. I would like to take the one about decentralization. We over here are all in the Web3 space, but I would say the decentralization is not 0-1 game. It's like there's a spectrum. You can be really decentralized or less decentralized. And I would say MakerDAO is one of the pioneers when it comes to the decentralization, when it comes to decision making and all the processes. Consensus, I would say it's kind of a centralized organization producing really good Web3 tools, which are still sometimes centralized, sometimes decentralized. Ramp is taking the part of the centralized entity that is on-ramping people to the Web3 world, which is essential because that is the first gate for many. And with Redstone, we create an oracle. So we essentially aggregate data from various points, and we create a decentralized infrastructure that gives you reliable and robust data. So here you see various perspectives to the topic. When it comes to the social media and Web 2 transition to Web 3, I would say the storage and ownership is the key part of this whole puzzle. I'm pretty familiar and big fan of Arweave storage network. I know there are a couple of projects that are creating decentralized Twitter, decentralized Facebook, decentralized social media. What they're missing for sure is more people with business capabilities to go into there, because this is a heavy engineering space at the moment. But if you want to give it a look on solutions that are working, you can type right now, the audience, metawave.xyz. It's literally like a Twitter on Arweave, where you can post everything on a decentralized permaweb blockchain on Arweave, and all the tweets are stored over there.
Yeah, so that sort of solves the data ownership. But I've sort of been reading also, say for instance, you've got like nodes that are validating whatever's stored on like the blockchain that stores that data. What if it's all stacked on, say, Amazon's centralized cloud, or it's stacked on a certain, like Microsoft's or a different cloud server? Does that not kind of make the whole decentralized system kind of defunct?
Yeah, so that's a really interesting topic, also related to NFTs. May I ask the audience, who has ever encountered that you clicked a URL that you remembered work, let's say 2 or 3 years ago, and then never worked again? Because either the website wasn't existing anymore, or the media that was stored in a bucket on Amazon Web Services wasn't there anymore supported. So this is a huge issue, right? With a lot of NFTs. And of course the blue chips will be covered. I mean, they will be bulletproof in a way because there is too much to lose. But everything that is not on the very top, it will like feel this problem. And that's, for example, with this storage, what you're saying, Aru is trying to tap into and solve the problem. Because once you put data over there on that layer, an example, it's supposed to be there for entire like time the network is supported, right?
I think it ties very, I agree that this is, we need people who are willing to pay for decentralized storage. They need to be willing to sacrifice time and effort to actually have that decentralized storage, to have that extra security layer. And it ties very well with social media topic because, like, let's not kid ourselves, social media is about advertising. This is what we pay for having the social network. And if we find a group of people big enough to pay, to be willing to pay for decentralized social media, we're going to have a business model. Right now, it's a bit difficult because we don't have a group that is big enough to actually make that work. We have amazing projects building decentralized social media, but the extra costs associated with that are too big to attain a bigger network. So I think we can safely say that once decentralized social media will find its business model, we can see a bigger adoption, especially given the very predatory behavior from the social media giants. I mean, they're taking a lot of our data, they're taking way more than they're sort of giving. I mean, Facebook, for instance, like Facebook has become this graveyard for boomers, so to speak. But once we find a business model for decentralized social media, it's definitely going to take in way more than it does right now. But again, we need to find that business model. Right now, I don't think we're just there yet.
Okay. Sumit, you were going to come in there.
Yeah, so thank you, Paulina. I think I'm going to touch the same social media topic from my perspective. So one of the trends that we see right now is called BaaS, which is like banking as a service in crypto. But one of the things also which is coming with the same term called BaaS is brands as a service. So we do not know, like in the next 6 months or 12 months, which of these developers going to build, what kind of product. So probably the financial people are going to build more banking as a service, and some people are going to build branding as a service. Now let's talk what is branding as a service, because that goes directly to the social media now. So what is Web3 is like, Web1 was you read, Web2 is read and write, and Web3 is you read, you write, and you own it. So you own it in terms of storage, you own it in terms of privacy and the rights, but you own it also in terms of revenue. And you also own it in terms of losses. Like when Luna was crashing, nobody could control it and bail it out. But we bailed out Greece, yeah? I used to work in investment banking, so I know how at least the investment banking world works. So the US government bailed out many companies, resistant, but in a crypto world or in the Web3 world, you do not bail them out. So if it goes up, if it goes down, you just take a complete ownership, and that's a good example, though the Luna is the sad one. So coming back to BaaS, which is like a branding, brand as a service. So in a social media, industry, the influencers could be the brands, who could provide their influencing other people as a service. And this is like a pure business model which will be connected to their individual token, which you can somehow, let's say from Ethereum language, can say soul-bounded token,
It's sort of like BitCloud. I mean, BitCloud did that basically. Like it monetized your Twitter influence, which I think is a great take on that.
Yeah, so I think this BaaS, I think I hope that many more people are going to build something. Probably in the next 2 days, somebody at this hackathon should try BAS. I'm happy to discuss, more into this, but that's one of the good business model that you can use. And if you manage to build that model, then I think it has great monetization possibilities at Metaverse. So it's not like, as he said, it's not the 0-1 answer, but there's a lot of pieces has to come together to build a complete solution. So somebody will build, their BAS model, somebody will build the Metaverse, and then as a combination, we're going to have a proper media channel.
Yeah, just discussing that. Did you want to come in there, Retro, on it?
The one thing that I would throw in, not being heavily on the social media side with MakerDAO, but what you see at our organization is a lot of the tools that we use for coordination are Web 2. So talking about ownership of storage and ownership of the operations, if you will, of the organization, you still have to make some compromises and reach into the tools that do work. But what really comes from that is identifying the need, and then as the solutions are built, building that into the ethos or the ecosystem. If you have the solid foundation of the product, then you can continue to add on, again, this community effort of really fully decentralizing and achieving something greater than you can as a single organization.
Yeah, that's interesting. And Sumit, you were mentioning brands there. Do you think there's any Web3 emergent brands that are just actually going to come and be built from these crypto communities like Bored Ape Yacht Club and things like that? I think that's the future of brands.
I did not notice any other brand yet, or any brand yet, but I would like it to be more like, I think the developers has to come out of developing and talk to a lot more users, because I have a sense, because I build products. So, but I'm building institutional products and different kind of products, so like for regulators, so for the traditional market also. So what I noticed, a lot of crypto tools and products are too crypto focused. So I think they need to a little bit talk to a lot more regular users, and build the software for them. So not only the ape product, because I was showing the ape NFT to my mom and she doesn't get it, simply. So though she gets the Mona Lisa painting, So I think we have to find a little bit of balance here.
I think not every Web3 brand is, as you mentioned, understandable to the average user, to the newbie. And then when you take Web2 brands, it's very difficult for them to make Web3 branding work. It's very difficult for them to make their journey into Web3 understandable to their user base. And we have seen numerous cases of that flopping entirely. I mean, Ubisoft did a game on blockchain last year. I think it was called Quartz. And that was such a massive fail in their community, because they just took the wrong approach. And it's easy to fail when it's perceived as just pure grab for money, just like an additional monetization option. It's very easy to fail with the right branding of your Web3 entrance.
Brian, can I ask a question to the audience?
Yes, go ahead.
So just to, understand a bit of easy facts, so any guesses how many mobile phone we were using in 2000? In millions? Any guess how many mobile phone we were using in year 2000? Any number? 500,000, 500,000. Anyone else? So okay, so I'll just say, so around 2000, we were using something around 200 million mobile phones, 300 million mobile phone. And then if you look at the graph, it was really going, steady for the next, up to 2003, 4, and then it went up. So what happened that right now in today's date, we're using over 7 billion mobile phones. So going from, 400 million subscriptions to mobile phone to going to a few billion, it was like a time period when people were just adjusting, what's actually feasible and what's not feasible. So what she's saying right now, and what I was asking for the balance. So the society and the crypto market and the Web3 and, are fully decentralized, semi-decentralized, or regulated company. We all are trying to figure out sort of solutions which actually going to fit, and then you are going to expand. And then once we will find the momentum, then probably, we have. So any idea how many in Asia, let's say, how many crypto users we have as of August?
6 million.
6 million.
100 million.
Any other guess for like in Asia or the worldwide? So in worldwide, we have 300 million crypto users right now.
Okay.
And just in Asia, we have 160 million. We have 28 million in North America, and then we have 32 million in Europe. So it's like a quite serious number. And you know, so I'm gonna go out of Web3 and gonna talk about the trends, not the Web3 trends. So what they say in the market, anything to become mainstream, you need to have minimum 5% of market adoption. Once anything become like a white shoes, the black mic, anything to become market adoption, it has to cross 5%. And right now we are at 4% in crypto.
Okay, so that's the critical mass. Now just staying with that, what do you think is the gateway drug to get mass adoption into Web3? Do you think it's people having their own digital wallet and just knowing how to connect it to a new Web3 infrastructure on the internet? Or what is that one thing that, say, your mum or something like that needs to have to get them into the Web3 world?
So if you could please allow me just to put 3 points, not
Yeah.
one. So the point number 1 would be, you know, I would call it an infrastructure, like a technology is tooling. So we are still missing a lot of toolings, where all of you like developers going to play a big role because it's not easy. Second is market adoption, which means the user need to have sort of intention to participate in those kind of, you know. And the third is, which we tend to forget in decentralization, which is society adoption. Like you cannot say, I'm going to make a $5 billion or $5 million, 5x revenue, and I'm not gonna pay taxes. No, we still belong to the same society. We're not living on the Mars. So sooner or later, you know, we have to face the reality. So the reality says that we're gonna need 3 things, you know, the 3 limitations. First, the infrastructure, second is market, and third is society. When I say society, I put everything like a system, your company should accept, you know, your coffee guy should accept. Market means like we as a people should like to use those products. And the first one is, of course, the infrastructure. So these are the 3 points from my side.
Right. Does anybody else want to come in on that?
Yeah, in my opinion, 3 points all full agree. If I were to give it just one for market and like really widespread adoption, we need the separation of Web3 and the UX. I mean, the users have to not know from the very beginning that they're using Web3 products. It has to be as seamless as you go to your, I don't know, bank account or phone to your bank, do a transfer, wire, or whatever. They don't need to know anything that is happening under the ground. They should have the possibility to read more, of course. Everything has to be transparent. But as long as they know they are interacting with like crypto, that has super bad name, unfortunately, or even Web3, which is also not the most popular topic right now everywhere, unless we have this like separation, we will not going to have like a widespread adoption, like a true, like my mom is not going to use any crypto for sure.
Yeah, does anybody else want to come in on widespread adoption?
I would add one thing. So the benefits of ownership needs to be bigger than the cost of actually having that, because right now it costs a lot of effort to actually to have that ownership, of your assets, of your data. It's just like it's a lot of effort, it's a lot of stress. You don't really know what you're doing. It's a lot of extra steps. So once the benefits of actually having that will be bigger than the cost, we can talk about mass adoption.
Yeah, that's a round of applause if anybody wants to come in there. But yeah, I think what Summit was saying, did you want to come in there, Retro, on that?
Yeah, if you don't mind. I think an important example to look at too is Yahoo's origins. It was a hobby project by a couple people to organize some useful links, and then from there the mass adoption happened because it was a useful product. Whether they knew they were using a very early search engine that had limited searches, the real thing that Yahoo, I think, enabled was the literacy, which is kind of the word that we're all dancing around. When you have literacy of a product, you have full ownership of using it. whether it's in certain areas or if it's you know, more of the developers here that really want to own building it from start to finish. So when you shift that to like a user's perspective, making it easy, making it simple, but also making it almost not obvious that you're using crypto is another part of it. So when you know, look at some of the recent history of like the Terra collapse and like people developing that literacy through unfortunately negative events, you gain more knowledge of the good products, the bad products, and your ability to understand what we're actually talking about grows for the average person that isn't involved in this to a day-to-day career or hobby.
Right, and that brings in what Marcin was saying about seamless. So you're literate, but you seamlessly, you don't even know how you were literate, you just sort of got to know how to use it.
Yeah, you're introduced to it, and then you have that genuine interest that says, well, this is how I'm using it every day in my life. Well, what actually is this? And then it's not a push of marketing, it's a pull of information from the user, and then that genuine curiosity really builds from there.
Yeah, so as we are based in Europe right now, I guess, how many of us using Revolut? Yeah, quite a lot. So a very good example, you know, is Revolut here. Okay, I do not belong to Revolut. I use Revolut just like you as a customer. So when you use Revolut, your point here is you go to Revolut, then you say, yes, you would like to invest in stocks. The same, you can go in your app and say, yes, I would like to invest in crypto. All you do from your local currency, you just press the button and you just buy. You need not to know anything about custodian, technology, anything. You click on a crypto, you see the performance, you read about them, and you just buy. And you want to sell, you click and you just sell. Simple as that. Nothing changes. Of course, there are going to be a lot of people who are pro people who would say you get better pricing on direct exchanges, or you have like more options. No, in terms of user experience, it is super simple. So, and I have introduced crypto trading to a lot of people from Revolut. So how Revolut does it, Revolut does not hold your cryptocurrency, they use Fireblocks, which is another technology company from, I guess, from UK. And they have made it super simple for Revolut to integrate Wile API, and then Revolut takes no responsibility of technical infrastructure, and a local person simply can get used to of crypto investments very easily, without even thinking that I'm having a public key, private key, nodes, and they do not need to know all of these kind of things. So I think Revolut partnership with Fireblock and giving a very seamless user interaction to crypto industry is like amazing example.
I mean, it does have some limitations. I mean, you can't really interact with anything on Web3 via Revolut. I mean, it's just the exposure to price.
It's just exposure. Like, this is one of the use case. Like, if somebody would like to have a products of Web3 as an investment, like you're looking at, okay, let's be honest, I'm from investment banking. I've spent 14 years over there. I meet a lot of people who say, I believe in crypto, but most of the people are actually investing. Yeah, so it's like you say, you love coffee, but do you drink it? No, I just buy and sell. So you just invest in crypto, right? So similarly, like a lot of people who have a similar use case like of buying and selling crypto, dude, you just can invest using Revolut. And now you want to make it complicated by going to exchange. So nothing against Coinbase, but I made an example yesterday. So if you have a USDT in Coinbase, and at Coinbase, which is like a direct, trading, you own your wallet, and if you need to convert a USDT to USD, then bring it to your bank account in Europe by a card transfer or a bank transfer, it will cost you almost up to 8.18%. I just made a transaction yesterday. So you could say, okay, on Revolut, you're not really interacting. You are not directly, you're getting a bad rate or something, but I press one button, it comes to my account. But in order for getting a Coinbase money to my European bank account, I had to first sell USDT, and then I had to pay Coinbase fees. Then I'm taking USD to my bank account, and I had to pay another. And on $100, it cost me almost $8.18 to bring it. So
I love that you bring that up. So beat me after the panel. So we're going to tell you how to make it work cheaper, faster, and in a better way with Ramp Network. Off-Ramp coming next month, by the way. the next topic. But I think what you're mentioning here is super important, that usability. We did for the conference, so Martin and I were the organizers of the conference, and we did the bold choice of actually getting the tickets on as NFTs. You all went through that process, and I mean, there's some benefits associated with that, but it's still not there yet. It was such a complex process to actually get that up and running, and we really wanted to go for that full crypto experience, to actually get more people to buy some crypto, get them familiar with one of the L2 layers, one of the layer 2s that we use for the ticket buying process. But that was complex shit. I mean, we're still not there yet, and there's a lot that needs to be improved for the everyday user to be able to just interact with that in a simple manner.
One thing, also to that, before you go deeper. Have you ever heard of the term like layers of abstraction? And this is literally what we are doing over here. So we are adding like an abstraction layer to something that is happening like really on the low level. Then we add a layer of abstraction to make it easier, then make it easier, make it easier, make it easier, right? And this is what Revolut did, right? It abstracted away the whole private key, the whole like process of like Web3 crypto, you name it, whatever, which is also like a really interesting topic which we can talk about later, like the naming. But they abstracted all of that, and of course, as you were saying, we have trade-offs. Like abstraction always goes with trade-offs, less like customizability. However, on the other hand, you've got way better user experience. And here, like with Unlock, yeah, I totally agree, the process was probably like a little bit hard. However, that was a true experience. Like if someone is dedicated to Web3 and wants to dive deep into, go to your Unlock, like go to your NFT and understand how that works. Because this is literally like bare bones how Web3 interaction looks like.
And like final measure of success, we all got in. Very happy about that. I think it works.
Yeah. Sorry, just to jump in, Summit, I know you're, but just out of interest, what percentage of people purchased their ticket for the conference via Ethereum?
I think vast majority, over 80%, actually bought through DAI on optimism. So we added another layer of complexity by introducing a stable coin on a layer 2. So that wasn't an easy process, but majority of our members actually bought the tickets through crypto directly, because it's just much more beneficial than using your credit card, because you have to pay more on the credit card.
Good. Summit, you're coming in there. Go ahead.
So I think if I could divide the majority of people, we can divide them into two segments. So they are users and developers, right? So I think for people to get into abstraction or making it more complicated and understanding your NFT layers and all, I think that is more for the developers, either to build something or understand. And therefore users who are okay to interact with technology using a very simple user interface. So now I'm not going to say from my personal perspective, it's about from Consensus perspective. So at Consensus, we are building product in two segments, right? What are the direct users and what are direct developers? So we are building a lot of technology for developers so that they can build more. And then we use completely different mindset for direct users, where how people can use it. And that's where you see MetaMask, right? Once you have a MetaMask, you don't really see a lot of complications. You see like super easy swap, super easy compliance, super easy buy and sell. So that's how actually we see it from Consensus side.
So I just want to come in at something that you touched upon just a while, about 5 minutes ago, and you were speaking about how there needs to be more, if you're in, like, you don't want to be lost in the crypto bubble, you want to engage with wider society, you want to be able to, pay into wider society, improve. That's the only way to get mass adoption. So let's go a little bit further than just, maybe trading cryptocurrencies. Let's think about land deeds on blockchain, identities, educational certificates, all that sort of stuff. Now, for that to matter, for that to be legitimate, there needs to be a conversation with the legal authorities or the financial authorities in jurisdictions around the world. How is that going?
So I built anti-money laundering software, so it was all about regulations. So I am a founder for one of that software at Consensus. So in the last 3.5 years, majority of the discussions were about regulations around crypto. And then before joining Consensus, actually, So I guess we are in Poland, so most of the people are from Poland here. You probably know the bank, PKO Bank Polski, which is the largest bank in Poland. And back in 2017, they integrated a crypto solution from my previous company. 2017. If you write PKO Bank Polski space blockchain, I think the most of the article that you're going to get on Google are from PKO Bank Polski using crypto in 2017, like cryptography, right? So, and many banks and people are, like the big institutions are into it, but they are not into in the fancy language of it, you know, like it is going to change the world. No, the bank was providing already, like in today's time, Bank of New York, for example, process, I guess, 40 trillion transactions a day. Visa process, I think, 35,000 to 40,000 transactions per second. So this is nothing like to fantasize, it's nothing fancy. This is a technology which they provide. So either we can, I think in coming time, using layer 2 and a combination of ZKS, we can use, we can provide 100,000 transactions per second. So this is not gonna be something fancy, just the technology. And then, but the thing what happened, why we are talking actually the trends, because in Web 1 and Web 2, the general people had no ownership. So we got nothing to do with the technology is happening. Like Elon Musk is sending, you know, rocket to Mars, we just like it, but we do not participate in that because we do not own anything there. But in the technology now, we own it. For example, you have iPhone and you can own the iOS operating system. So owning Ethereum is pretty much like owning the operating system. So all the apps gonna come on iOS, so all the dApps gonna come on Ethereum, for example. Yeah. So just because of we have an ownership, so everybody is showing interest, but on a simplest layer, I think we can simplify this in 2 categories. You put them into users, you put them into developers. If you are into the developer segment, yes, you got to understand all the technicalities and abstractions. If you are into users, you do not need to understand all the technicalities. The developers and builders and product people like me and like all of us here, we need to think, how can we deliver service to the users where they do not have to, you know, go through all of these technical challenges.
Does anybody want to come in there and talk about the balance between the supply coming from the developer side and the demand coming from the worldwide user side? Is there an imbalance at the moment?
It's super unbalanced. I mean, if you're really into Web3, sometimes you might see these kind of memes, like for example, kind of an obese guy is standing next to the big chocolate, trying to resist it, and there's like written Web2 developers looking into what's happening in Web3, right? So they see like a lot is happening over there. A lot of them try to transition, but there's still a lot of them missing. And in my personal opinion, I'm not a developer. However, I talk like with really a lot of them on a daily basis. What I see they struggle with is to focus and bet on one project, because there are so many lucrative positions. There are so many great token airdrops and some other things. And if you are a developer, it's not like having a panel of 1 hour. In 1 hour, the most what you can do is to set up like environment, right? To create something valuable that is battle tested, and in blockchain, we have no room for failures. I mean, any failure is like almost like a crash. We've seen a lot of hacks. So this is super hard for them to keep like focused on what they want to build and stick with that one thing for many years. So also like congrats for all of you guys, like all of your companies are like battle tested, have a long history, and also like a good traction. So congrats on that.
Yeah, picking up on the Web 2, Web 3 developer narrative, I'm a part of the Sustainable Ecosystem Scaling Core Unit at MakerDAO, which basically translates to a group of people looking for the problems that will come up in the next 12 to 16 months and then try to solve them today. One of the projects that we did was Project X-Ray, which looked into the exact problem that you're talking about, which is I'm crypto curious. I'm currently a Web 2 developer. I'm very comfortable where I'm at, but I kind of want to make the jump, but there's just something missing. And the key takeaway that we discovered from there was how the ecosystem supports the labor or the workforce. So competing with centralized companies today that are able to offer very attractive retirement plans and benefits, it's difficult when you try to cross the chasm and provide those things in a native Web3 way. So a lot of the work that we're doing outside of the protocol is supporting the developers and the workforce primarily with different incentive plans and compensation models and different workforce groups of the like.
Okay, like I was sort of just thinking that really sort of answers my question. So there's a lot more demand then for developers to come in because there's a lot more work to be done. But I was kind of also thinking, what's the balance then on the users? Because you mentioned in Consensus Summit that really you're dividing the whole sphere up into two, the users and the developers. User-wise, do you see like there being more development done than the amount of users using the systems?
Okay, so, it's a difficult question for me because, when I say we divide it into two segments, users and developers, well, we are around 900 people in the company, and there's a lot happening, and I have interaction on a daily basis with, let's say, 20 people, not more than that. So I'm not going to say from company perspective, but my personal opinion on this is, I think we are missing a lot of development. We are missing a huge amount of development. And when your question was like, is it more the demand or the supply? I think we should think, in my opinion, it's about from the building side, because you cannot go to if I go to the customer and say, hey, do you like driving your car? How can I make it better? They're gonna say, put it EV, make it charging, make it fast, make it cheaper. They're not gonna tell you to invent something new. So it's always the responsibility of creators and builders like people here to build something and have a guts, have a belief system, and be ready to fail. I think we have seen a lot of failures, but we have also seen a lot of successes. And whatever the increased in the cryptocurrency or the price volatility we have seen, I think we have seen most of that because of the hype. So now that's a bad news, but that's a good news. It means there's a lot of real thing is about to come. And who's going to bring it to the market are going to be the long-term winners. Of course, there was a lot of hype 20 years ago from internet boom. I was too early back then. I did not understand technology well. But all of those companies who were bringing technology and they were bringing technology as a hype, they didn't win. But those who brought it in reality, those who brought a real, the technology and got the market adoption and society adoption, they are actually the big winners as of today's date. All of those companies. We are surrounded by them, yeah? So I think it's more from the developer side. I don't mean developer like engineer, but people who build products, who build solutions.
I think to some extent this is a chicken and egg. So when I'm talking to RAM partners, we're B2B companies, so we're selling our products to other Web3 products. And very often what I see is there's quite a lot of focus on technology, but very, very little focus on the business model, on the user experience. And I saw that very much this year actually, during ETH Denver. During the hackathon, I think half of the projects that I talked to, more than half, was the DAO tooling. And then I was walking around and say, hey, but do you have a DAO use case? How many DAO use cases we have? I think there's a few for managing data on blockchain, managing information about blockchain. MakerDAO is an awesome exemplification of a DAO done well enough. But we don't really have that many use cases for the DAOs just yet because there's a lot of obstacles in the way. So when I look at the ecosystem, something that strikes me is that very often we're actually forgetting about the user experience, and then we have the opposite end of the scale. So we're just thinking about the business model and the user experience, and there's no blockchain underneath that whatsoever. There's like a patchy solution that does not make sense in the long run, and it just sort of like, it's very difficult to find this perfect balance in between when you think about both ends of the spectrum, when you're actually using the benefits of the blockchain, but you're using them because you have a business model, that needs that blockchain features and stuff like that.
Just 1 second, Summit. Paulina, can you just describe, you were talking about DAOs and use cases, and do you think DAOs at the moment need to work with the legacy systems, jurisdictions, government finance, and things like that? They're kind of maybe lost, maybe DAOs lending to other crypto entities and things like that? Do you think they need to get out of the crypto bubble? Because as far as I'm aware, the only place you can actually register a DAO at the moment is it Wyoming? So what needs to change there? And then Summit.
Yeah, I think if they want to, if DAOs want to have adoption beyond Web3, they need to reach out. They need to solve the issues that are in front of them. Because right now, you can't really, Web2 cannot really work with DAOs. That's it. They can't really work with them. Web2 needs legal entities, they need representatives, stuff like that. All the old-fashioned stuff. And DAOs don't have that figured out. And if they want to work with Web2, they need to figure that out. The question is, do they want to work with Web2? Maybe they want to remain a Web3 native thing and just work with other Web3 companies. That's an option as well. There's a lot of value in Web3 alone, so that's an option for them as well. But that sort of changes the way we think about the DAO tooling and stuff like that. Because if we're only targeting Web3 market, that's still a small market. It's growing, but it's still a small market compared to what lies beyond that.
That's really a fascinating topic, actually, and we could talk about that for ages. Summit, you were going to come in there.
Can you please, can you do me a favor? Can you please tell me, how many of you would not like to participate in the ecosystem, but just would like to get knowledge about it? What percentage of people? Just raise your hands, for me. So probably around 2% of people just would like to learn, or 3%. How many of the people would like to develop something in crypto? Really develop either a project or product design, how many? So around, let's say, wow, 70, 80%, yeah, that's a good number. So here is the thing. So I think the answer can be maybe a little helpful here. So the problem you mentioned that, you have a product, but then you have a lot of tooling, but you do not have a use case. So understanding is, first of all, we need to discover a product. Then the product has to go through the exploration stage. After the exploration stage, it's about, again, my spiritual process that you gotta accept sometime the product after the exploration does not make sense. The exploration is not about the feasibility of the function, but the usability of the function as well. And if there is nobody to use it, then it's better to just not build it. So you discover a product, then you explore the product, and then you create the product. And then you build the POC, the design, and MVP. So there is a stage. So probably what we are lacking, we have 80% people here who would like to develop product. And I think around the crypto events, we have a lot of people who are building. I think if they come and start using this kind of analogy, we have more and more product which are actually usable. So having a validation is a very big point during the exploration. And in exploration, you're not building anything. So anybody who's from financial background, I was from financial background, I knew nothing about crypto. I was working for Bank of New York Mellon in the back office and, stock market asset management. And I learned everything by myself. It was really hard. But now, back then, if somebody would tell me, hey, go through the exploration stage, that would save a lot of time. I'm not gonna end up learning JavaScript, working on snaps, or doing anything else. I would just discover an idea, explore, communicate on Twitter, on writing email. I think people in crypto are really, I think they're not introverts. They're really happy to talk about crypto topics. So ping us, write message to any of us or anybody in your community, and get the exploration done, get the market validation done. And once it's there, then you have the right to build it. Like AML product, by the way, in 2018, we built it, but before building it, the day when we pitched the product, we already had the client.
Okay.
So that's that's why we built it.
Yeah, just talking about products and stuff like that. And one, I don't know whether it's controversial or not, but Paulina, you mentioned soulbound tokens, which is quite interesting. I think you did anyway, or somebody might have mentioned soulbound tokens, Ethereum. It's like having, your kind of mobile, LinkedIn, and everything else attached to you going forward. Now, do you think that that's going to become controversial, where people actually don't want this kind of digital footprint attached to them going forth, because obviously the blockchain is immutable, can't be changed, all these, things like that. So I'm just going to throw that into discussion. What do people think about that going forward, soulbound tokens? Do you want to talk about it, Paulina?
Not an expert on the tokens there, but I can talk about the way we think about our privacy on blockchain, and I think it's it's very obvious in the Bitcoin community. That's like they're all about that. It's like, no, it needs to be proof of work and stuff like that. It needs to be decentralized and privacy here and privacy there. But I think there's a lot of value that can be derived from that. And something that is very native to Ethereum is the experimentation. And I'm happy that we have things like that coming up, and I'm happy that we're experimenting with that because it can be risky, but it also can bring something new to the table.
About the soulbound token, there is a specific use case you can see. So there are two types of people we have here. One who do not want to, disclose their privacy and identity, and there are other who would like to. So either you do not want to or you want to. So let's assume you do not want to, because those who want to, they have no problems. Those who do not want to, what kind of use case actually you can build? So there is a concept called zero knowledge proof. Now, if you build a soulbound, let's say, a social media platform where you can monetize brand as a service or another monetization model, and you use zero knowledge proof, so people do not know you, people just know you as a wallet address. And then any content that you create, nobody knows you, people know that address as an identity who's creating all of this. That address could be having a profile picture of, I do not know, a unicorn or a sofa or a nice car. And that could be the influencer for anything, either in metaverse, cooperate with brands, make a lot of money without disclosing the bank details or anything. Why they will not disclose the bank details? Because you need to disclose your bank details to get the money into your regular bank account. So you build tooling using zero knowledge proof, where you say that I have shown you the real account number. A protocol knows that you have given real account number, but protocol doesn't know what is the account number. So using these kind of, technical architecture or product elements, you can build a social media tool for those who do not want to show the privacy. But those who are okay with that, they're okay with that.
Yeah, does anybody else come in on just problematic aspects of soulbound tokens? Okay. So actually, it's now 2022. So DeFi Summer is 2 years old at the moment. The crypto community does not want to see another Aave or Uniswap. There's lots of different things have happened since then. But what's next for DeFi? What does DeFi 2.0 look like? Marcin?
Yeah, thanks. Interesting topic when it comes to trends. So maybe I will activize for the last 5 minutes the audience. Who has ever heard of Aave? Keep your hand up, please. Who has heard of Aave? Who understands what Aave does? Okay.
Good
Who
audience.
has ever used Aave? All right, so this is kind of like a golden standard for the lending system, and let's call it DeFi, right now. So this is something that was kind of like common good in 2020, started to become, 2021 was flourishing, but right now, like, people would like to see something new. Why I'm talking about Aave? Because I would like to advertise a little bit ETHWarsaw too, because on Saturday we have Stani, the founder of Aave, coming over here, having a panel as well, which is like a pretty recognizable name in the space. But coming back to the question, when you're talking about like the future of DeFi, I would say a lot of making and breaking things, novelty, because like we don't want to have another copy of Uniswap, right? As you said, we want to have something that is increasing the usability or diminishing the costs or offering a more diversified product. So an example, like my company Redstone, we are creating the Oracle, right? So we offer various types of data. The market standard is Chainlink, which is a fantastic company that like unlocked the potential of DeFi in 2020, but it has its limitations. So we need to think, like, as you said, not like upgrading what's existing over there, but also thinking like non-standardly, like how to attack the problem like from the very other angle. So with new DeFi, I would say like what's coming next are more products in traditional finance going to be transferred into DeFi that were not available yet because of these limitations, mainly like architecture and like user experience, also like legal, compliant ones. And I would say the second thing I would see in a DeFi, let's call it 2.0, 3.0, whatever you want, would be more focused on like a widespread adoption, so easier DeFi, right? Because the reason I ask this question also is that using Aave is not easy. I remember myself using Aave for the first time. I was fairly stressed because you're using real money, right? So first transfer you do, then Ethereum gas cost was crazy. Like everything that you were doing was like, I don't know, $20, which for Pulse is like not that cheap, I would say. So yeah, so that's my standpoint. So I would say more diversity and more like better UX and widespread adoption of the DeFi products.
So, yeah, I think that's one thing that I've struck me. Better UX is definitely needed, and also things that make a little bit more economic sense. You know, gas fees are sky high and stuff like that. Paulina, you were going to come in.
I would, so by the way, Aave before was called, like, that was eFlint, right? Yes. Do you remember using eFlint? And it was ages ago. That was, that required a whole book to actually go through the process. But something that I'm really interested in seeing is finally seeing NFTs in DeFi, because I think after the NFT hype of last fall, a lot of people will have useless NFTs. That's just that. They're going to have a lot of useless NFTs there. And I think there's going to be quite a lot of demand to actually use that as collateral. And there's actually quite a few interesting challenges to be solved with that. How do you evaluate the price feed, the price of the NFT to use that as collateral? How do you make it liquid when you have to? So there's a lot of interesting things that can be developed on top of that. So I'm really looking forward to this one. And another thing, I'll tap into what you said, Martin, before. So I'm looking for the Revolut version of DeFi. Something that is simple, usable, and we see that with the leading wallets. We see that with for instance, Argent, who are providing you that ease of use, bulked with those really complex products that are super easy to use within the app. Of course, it's not super easy still. There's still a lot of work to be done there, but it's giving the right kind of vibes. It's sort of like DeFi for the newbies.
So I know you want to come in. Just pulling it, just to touch upon, you talked about NFTs for collateral. What does that look like? I'm sure it doesn't look like cartoon apes. What do you think NFTs for collateral are going to look like in DeFi 2.0?
Well, I don't know yet. I hope it's. There's a lot of things that we need to solve before that's gonna take any traction. But I do believe that as we are moving into real-world assets as collateral and makers doing a lot of things with that, we should we should use NFTs there as well. I mean, that's massive value that is right now sitting idly, and we need to make use of that, because like you've all seen the news on the trading volumes on OpenSea and marketplaces falling down like 99% since their all-time high, and we need to make use of those NFTs. We can't have that technology to be just sitting there in the background, sort of forgotten. We need to have that included, and that gives us more flexibility as to the lending products that we're building to be actually, and it's a full Web3 flow when you have your art collection that you can use as the basis for taking out a loan. I mean, you can add fractionalized NFTs to that, make it even more complex, more interesting for the crypto geeks, and just make it happen.
That's really fascinating. Sumit, you were going to come in.
Yeah, so thank you. And from DeFi perspective, I think all the companies that we have discussed today, like we mentioned a couple of names like Aave, so they have Lens protocol, pretty good. So Aave, Uniswap, Coinbase, MetaMask, all of these products have done amazing job in the last couple of years. And like Coinbase in a regulated way, MetaMask in a as a non-custodial wallet. So all of these companies did good, and I think what we're going to see next is, for me, I'm looking forward for layer 2 solutions, and that's going to bring another cheaper version of a more cost-effective version of the financial instruments and asset classes. The second thing, I'm heavily interested is in securities. When a normal, I would love to buy a security in Indonesia. Can I buy it just with a click of button? No. Can you please solve the problem? If you solve it, I'm your user. So with the digital security, is like, so it is not a myth. There are companies in US who got SEC license to issue digital security. Now, it is a very long process, and they got licenses 2.5 years. One of them is using my compliance service. But still, it is very hard to bring that product to the market. But whenever it's going to happen, a lot of people like us, without even thinking of crypto and Aave and Uniswap, think like this. We all know what's happening with US economy. We all know what's happening with Europe. In US, you probably, I think the earnings are the stable or going less. Yeah, one of the country which has a lot of, which is debt-free in Europe is probably Switzerland, but not other many countries. But then if you look at what is going to happen to the developing countries, they're going to go from $3 trillion economy to $35 trillion economy, or such as India. I'm from India, so I do have precise number in my mind. Can you buy a digital security of India? No. I'm an Indian guy. It's so difficult for me even to, by living in Europe and buying all of these things. So I think not the developer side, but now the people who are building the use cases, the user side, when they're going to build platforms in DeFi who will give you the decentralized finance access of securities offshore, onshore, with the easy access, with full security, I think that is something I'm looking forward to. Because once we have a digital security access 24 hours for different part of the world in an absolute legal way for which I'm happy to make 4% money. I'm happy to pay from my profit 20% tax. I'm happy to do this. But can you provide me this software? No. So that's something still missing. So I think if we think the DeFi summer is over and this is a very short-term thing, the long-term is really beautiful from now to next 15, 20 years.
Just on an aside there, are you looking forward to, or is this the same similar procedure with commodities as well, tokenized commodities?
Of course. I think either you can, decentralize those, tokenize those commodity, or you can make product on top of that, putting them into the asset class. For example, put all of those commodities into the index and just trade the index. Because I'm not interested in buying really a sugar. I'm not really interested in buying a gold or a coffee. I would like my $10,000 to become $10,300, right? If you're looking as an investor, if you're a trader, you use sugar, for example, let's say airplane industry, aero industry, they need to buy oil to make sure they can fly, they can use their plane to fly. So they're going to use those commodity. Yeah, so that's why. So depending on the use case, but most of the people have use case of investments. Exactly. So from investment perspective, yes, you can do it. In other ways, yeah.
What's really interesting on Redstone, literally all the assets that you said we provide, and this is one of the use cases that we want to solve. Chainlink and other oracles do not focus on these because it's expensive, and exactly what our investors believed in our value proposition is to having that kind of assets. And right now there are protocols that are building literally derivatives for commodities like sugar, milk, other that kind of assets. So this is happening, and also we have a bounty on the hackathon, so I encourage you to build something on top of Redstone too.
Exactly. So when you have, let's say you earn, I do not know, let's say $10,000, you have $7,000 sitting in your account. Instead of just living it by getting killed by inflation, it's good to invest into commodity of sugar that you know that people are going to use in the summer because a lot of ice cream is going to go to the market, a lot of cake's going to go, a lot of parties going to happen. So you just put your money into this, and while taking the money back, you should use it. You should have probably their interface like Revolut, and you should not pay a heavy fees like I mentioned. That's one of just an example. So if you pay less fees, easy interaction, I think people are happy and use their oracles and product.
Okay, so lowering the barrier of entry for a mass of people to get into commodities and securities trading through tokenization. Yeah. Retro, can I just bring you in there, because MakerDAO, what way are they looking at shaping DeFi 2.0?
We have invested heavily into the real-world finance legal structures that were mentioned previously. So what we're starting to see right now are more companies using this open source knowledge to come in and allow your average consumer or homeowner to reinvest using the assets that they have off-chain. So from there, there'll be a lot of innovation that isn't necessarily driven by our internal DAO team, but from the ecosystem around it. And that's always been a part of the Maker ethos, by investing in other organizations to support them to go out and further push the limits of the DAI product. So what MakerDAO is expecting to see for DeFi Summer 2.0, if you will, I think really encapsulates the conversation that we were having today, which is more people are going to be interacting with specifically makers, products, and services and may not even know it, because the intermediaries that they'll be interfacing with will be choosing a more competitive and solution that's aligned with their business ethos as well.
Okay. Well, I think we need to open up the floor for a few questions, or do we have time?
We've got about 5 minutes for questions right now, and then we'll need to wrap up.
Okay.
So, any questions here so far from the audience? Do my little sprint over here.
Yeah, hello. Hopefully you can hear me right. Okay, yeah. So first of all, thank you for your presence here, because it's really a pleasure to be hearing you guys. And actually, I have 2 questions, if it's okay. So not really comfortable ones, so sorry for that. One being related to the regulation side of things. What's your approach here in terms of regulations? Will they concern which type of cryptocurrencies would they concern first? Will they be stable coins or any other cryptos? Watching for, having as an example here some stable coins and their market caps, because they're basically 2 most valuable stable coins right now, and they're kind of competing each other. So that's my first question, and the other one is related towards the CBDCs and their potential threat to the whole crypto world as we have today. So basically, those are my 2 questions.
CBDCs.
So 2 questions, one on CBDCs and the other on regulation. Does anybody want to, CBDCs as a threat to the current crypto ecosystem?
So, thank you for the question, and I think the both goes in a similar way. My personal opinion is I think CBDC as well as the regulations are quite friendly. They are not that non-friendly. I think it's only the community or some companies might not be interacting with government, or maybe some governments are not communicating, because it's a very general question, regulations from where, right? Because Hong Kong, they announced they want to have a CBDC. Many other countries announced they want to have a CBDC, and they're going to go for it. And from regulations perspective, even when I listen the worst news in the regulations, it does not even sound worse to me. I see people say, oh, did you see on Twitter, regulators are doing this? When I read it, I'm like, no, they're not saying that. They're saying that they are stepping back to rethink about it. So they are actually pro in technology, but it's a very early stage, so they are taking their time to understand. Why do we have crypto taxation? Because in simple, they could simply ban it. If I do not want to ban it, that's why I'm coming up with a taxation on it. So let's not oppose the taxation, take it as a positive thing. It's a very good thing that people, instead of government saying, hey, nobody will use crypto, they say, okay, you're allowed to use crypto, but you're making the money, and if you're making your incomes, you got to pay taxes. So it's pretty positive news, but this is how I read it. This is my perspective, but that's what I'm sharing.
Yeah, Martin, you want to come in there on, go ahead. Or
yeah,
sorry, okay.
I mean, I would say first things first, we have to divide, in my personal opinion, the US and the rest of the world. We are using the word stablecoin, but indirectly we think of USD stablecoin, right? Like the American dollar. And one of the primary goals of the US government is to keep and grow the dominance of the USD as the global currency, right? So in the long term, for them, playing all the stable coins being referring to the USD, that they have the whole supply, the control over supply fully, is a good thing. I mean, how do you approach that? That's another topic. I mean, right now they are playing kind of a game with that. We'll see how it all will play out. Recently, the news that they released were not so negative, I would say. Like there were some positive aspects, but it's still to decide. And about CBDC, I suppose maybe people from the US would be better equipped to answer it for the US. But for example, over here in Poland and like Europe, I wouldn't expect like digital euro or digital zloty or digital other currency to come anytime soon. Because like, is there really a need for that from the centralized government? Because we have to remember, this is like from the government and also the bank, the national bank in a given country. In Poland, we have zlotys, so we have the government, and on the other hand, we have the Bank of Poland. That is like monetary and fiscal policy, right? This is like the economics. So yeah, that's my take on that. But I'm really curious to hear like how you see like the US and the stable coins.
I was gonna say save the hardest question for last. It's a very top of mind topic right now at MakerDAO. Not so much on the CBDC side, but more so of what they represent, which is again the ability for a higher power to dictate how funds are disseminated or used based on things that maybe they shouldn't be controlling. So where our perspective is right now, I would say it's currently aware of the landscape, to say the least. If you go to forum.makerdao.com, it's a very dominant conversation. There's several hours of calls a week exploring alternative solutions and really diving in to what would make DAI resilient against those systems, even if they do come out, or specifically in the US, if it's outlawed, how do we approach that and again, enable a solution that gives the financial independence back to the user. So very good question, very timely. I would have to say, do your own research, but there's a lot of it going on, and we need more people to participate to, I think, find the right answer long term.
I think unpacked stables is such a interesting idea. I'm so much looking forward. I'm checking on the forum as well, and I'm so much looking forward to seeing your results on that. That would be really, really an amazing thing to have that not tied to euro, not tied to dollar, just stable.
And you know, if we step back from the cryptocurrency and CBDC, think like that from the country perspective, because every country has their own monetary policy. And that really depends how much you export, how much you import, what are your future plans.
Not every, like the European Union has one, right? So that's also important, because Germany might be, for example, in for, but on the other hand, Italy might be against, but they have the same currency. This is also like kind of an interesting concept.
So it becomes really tough for, you know, for example, the countries in Europe, it is like a little bit of this, but if I could say something about India is, we probably will have our own, you know, monetary policy. So it is not only that because of crypto they are not in for this, or they are in for this, it's also because of internal monetary policy. And that's a very complicated topic, you know, to cater billions of people. It is not an easy task, and I have spent like around 14, 15 years in corporates, and I'm the guy, like, you know, I'm working in crypto, but I do not hate government. Actually, I like it. I like people who are taking the responsibility and doing a lot. It is not an easy job. It's a very, very difficult. We are not in their shoes. So it's very easy to tweet, you know, like, okay, how the hell can you do that? But I don't think it's that easy. I think they're doing a great job. They are trying to support. Even the big corpos, you know, they're taking a lot of initiative. Like if you look at the JP Morgan Bank, they built a public blockchain at Link Network. And on Link Network, they connected 400 biggest bank of the world. So once you have the biggest bank of the world using crypto, blockchain, their own network, and what are they doing for? They're doing it to provide us the service. So it takes time, yeah.
Do we have time for another question?
Maybe one more question. Anyone have one? Well, if not, then we definitely have time for that. But, you know, and one more question here, or we can wrap up and everyone can get to lunch. Perfect.
Yeah, it has been said that key to expand DeFi is to actually link real assets to ERC20 tokens or whatever tokens we will have. What is your bet whether this will be done by regular financial institutions that we have, like banks, brokerage houses, because when we see, okay, this is a sugar mentioned here, this sugar is quoted on different exchanges, and to these exchanges, the best access have currently established institutions. And the question is like whether they should do it in terms of regulatory framework, in terms of like trading styles and everything, or it should be, or your bet is that they will not do it, and this will be done by companies like yours, or companies that will be basically as startups in this manner.
What we're currently seeing is a mixture of people who have the experience running the old systems, coalescing around a similar perspective of bringing assets on-chain, and then those teams forming their own private companies and really working with legal firms and understanding how to build, again, just resilient systems. So today, again, fully publicly available in the forum, there's a discussion going on around a organization that's trying to bring, I believe it's Tesla stock on chain to form it into an ERC-20, and then collateralize it and then mint DAI against it. So that organization itself is pushing a couple different types of assets through that model. But again, yeah, I'm not sure about answering the question of who's better to regulate it, which I think is kind of what you're getting at. Or?
First, because like regular banks, they have much bigger capital actually to manage the position and
Sure.
keep the assets. They have all the security in the world actually to manage the assets. And if you think about like a smaller company, the question is whether if the big whales. The question is like, okay, let's say I have 100 billion balance sheet. For me to manage another billion is not a big problem because I manage, because like if you think about balance sheet of JP Morgan, it's probably like 2 trillion, one bank. And now we speak like the whole crypto industry is what, like 1 trillion now, maybe a bit less. So it's like a half of JP Morgan, the whole industry. So when we compare it, it's like when JP Morgan will decide, okay, I want to tokenize everything in the world, and this would be like 20% of my balance sheet, and this will mean 20% of the whole crypto industry. It means like this, that in 6 months they can swipe everybody. Because they have the capital, they have the balance sheet, they have infrastructure, to do all this, and now we are like R&D department of JP Morgan, I would say. No, I mean, no, it's a fair point, yeah. Just looking for an opinion, whether you would agree.
I would say like, okay, but they have also on the other hand a lot to lose, right? I mean, it's not an easy game to do all the regulatory stuff over there. And I would say Samit is also like a good example of a person who has a huge experience in like institutional banking and then went into the blockchain sphere. Not sure what are the reasons, but many times I hear because like the big organization doesn't move that fast and I have a better idea. I have the motivation. I can stay up until 3 a.m. building stuff, shipping stuff, not having like 90 people in the organization, not working at all almost, or sending 2 emails during the day and having like a huge salary, right? And this is one of the things that is happening in the DeFi space, right? So they are taking all these people that were in the organization, saw how it's looking, they have the knowledge, and then they get the investment from a lot of like VCs, like funds, and try to fight against these big banks and corporations. That's my opinion.
Thanks. So I look at it from 2 angles, like one from intentions perspective, second from capabilities perspective. So intentions perspective is like what already exists. Like what do you see? Sugar is a commodity, coffee is a commodity, oil is a commodity, and then you can use those commodities. Who has the bigger access to this? Of course, institutions have the access. So who have the more power to get into this very fast? Them, of course, they have the right to do this, they have access. So we are kind of doing an early stage research for them. Yeah, that's intention based. So whenever they have an intention to get into this market, they will come to this market. The second thing is capability-based, answer. So the second is being capable in this industry is like different. We do not know what are going to be the next commodity. We just do not know. 20 years ago, we were not going around anywhere with a cable in our bags all the time. My bag is there, I have like 5 cables. I didn't have those 22 years ago. So we do not know what is going to be the next commodity. If that next commodity is going to be too technological based, like something in crypto itself, then probably they will not be. So it's better that the new commodity should be on the new ecosystem, new marketplaces. I'm not trying to promote or anything. I do not own any NFT. I didn't buy any, but I'm just giving an example. Like OpenSea became a new marketplace. I do not know what is their future. I'm not talking about them, but I'm just saying there is a new product came, new commodity came, new marketplace came. So the new marketplace was not Amazon. The new marketplace was OpenSea. So we're going to have a new commodities in future, and for new commodities, we will see who is capable for that. And what we normally see that traditional companies are usually not investing in advance for new type of products. They rather adopt once it's already there in the place. So from intentional perspective, the institutions will come, and from capability perspective, probably the new companies. So people from here, from various hackathons, company like ours, going to create a new marketplaces and new ownership of, I think personally, for capability-based product, capability-based commodities, and for intentional, I think we might have a balance between us and institutions, because institutions are still like big fat daddies here.
I think it's important to add that those big institutions, that they have a lot of risk ahead of them when going into Web3 of any kind. And that is usually the biggest factor slowing them down in adoption, is that they risk a lot of things. Like they risk a lot of money just going into Web3. And those smaller joints have much lighter setup. They can start much faster. And in certain cases, they can have enough willpower and resources to build competitive moats around their business cases. If they can do that, they can easily outrun the institutions, because before the institutions get to that moment where they actually do that, those smaller companies will take their share of the market, will occupy that, will have working solutions. And those things are not easy on the tech level. It takes a lot of time to actually build that, get this audited, get this up and running. It's not an easy thing.
And if you look at last year in 21, $6 billion was invested into the crypto technology development. I'm not talking about invested in crypto. I'm saying in building the crypto product. So in the Web3 space. And they're going to be a $19 billion investment by 2024. So we are having almost $13 billion. I can't even imagine those numbers. I'm from India. Come on, this is too much money. And that much of money is coming to the market to build new marketplaces, new commodity, new asset classes, new technology, new transactions layer, and all around the world we're going to have all of these things. So there's a lot is coming, and I don't think the banks and traditional marketplaces will have easiness to take over that. It's not that easy, like you said. It takes a lot of time to build this, and you need a very right people. So one thing I think Daniel Washington said, doing a lot doesn't mean not getting done. So if you see a team of 50 people, does not mean that you're doing a great product. Even 7 people can make a beautiful product. 3 people can make a beautiful product. So similarly, the bank can have a lot of people, but does not mean they're actually delivering things faster than us, but they could buy, they can acquire. So you see M&A happening more rather than building it from the scratch.
Okay, well, folks, I think it's lunchtime, so can we all put our hands together for a big round of applause for Marcin, Polina, Summit, and ETHWarsaw.
And an additional round of applause for Brian, our great moderator.
Okay, thanks very much, and tune into the Crypto Mile.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Guys. Thanks so much.
So many fascinating things. Lynn and Laos, definitely securities that you can chat about. So, MakerDAO and
Raz. Okay.
Yeah, and how would you like to be introduced?
CTO of Engine.
Okay.
Martin, can I check?
Martin?
Martin, yes.
Okay. CEO. CTO. Okay.
Yeah, the technical.
Hey everyone, we're going to get started here in a couple minutes. So try and find your seats so we can get up and running. We'll get started here in the next minute or two. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. Everyone's feeling nice and full and caffeinated and fully networked out and ready to absorb some new knowledge. So now we have Marcin, who's the CTO of Engine, giving his hacker rank on hacker rant, not hacker rank, on truly unstoppable organizations. So big round of applause, please.
Thank you, guys. So let's start on discussing what would be the topic of today's presentation. What is HackerRant? See what did? We just dropped all formalities with this single word. We don't need to be politically correct anymore. So if we don't need to be formal, I need to confess that I had no idea what this word means until yesterday night. I thought opinionated means that somebody has an opinion. Actually, it means, when I checked on Google Translate, it means that somebody is like stubborn or something. But let's try to pretend that it means that it's about an opinion. Semi-technical, so it means that it would be from the perspective of developer, but I'll try to make it accessible for you. Dispute, so I will probably be talking for next 29 minutes. And state of decentralization, so it seems serious, about NFTs. Nah, just kidding. It's about DAOs. And also it applies to DeFi. Or maybe whole Ethereum. So buckle up and let's see what's the plan for the journey. We'll start with the exploration. It might be also recap for some more advanced DeFi DAO users. Then we'll try to define a problem. Then we'll try to discuss about potential solution for the problem. And we'll try to think what might be the future. Let's start with exploration phase. So, what is the DAO? How I like to define DAO is that there is some mission. There is some goal to deliver anything. It could be think like, let's collect all NFTs on the world related with wheat. But it can also be, let's try to change the world and let's try to invent new medicine. It also involves members. So DAO is people. And those members, usually they can release their own token under this organization. It means there is also a possibility to use this token for governance, so they can achieve consensus and vote. And usually there is a treasury over a DAO, so they have some financial power under control. This is the print from Valve handbook for new employees. And this is how I like to explain and compare what DAOs actually are for newcomers.
So the slide on the left shows that new employee, when he comes up with an idea, he can tell others about it, and they can work on it together and ship it. And there is nothing that can stop it, that can stop them from realizing this goal. And on the right-hand side, you can see that Valve also has like a flat organization structure, which is very similar to how DAOs are. So let's try to discuss how to create a DAO. We have our template on the left. So let's start from an idea. Let's find any idea that might gather people around. If there is an idea, then people tend to build a treasury. They tend to use some multi-sig wallet like Gnosis Safe. And usually they might release their own token for this DAO, like ERC20. It's a very simple token resembling like the uni tokens or the comp tokens of Compound. For governance, they can also set up snapshot. If they grow and they need to come and dispute about some idea to ensure they achieve consensus, they usually tend to bring up some voting platform to ensure the organization is fair and not centralized. And when they get more and more members, they tend to set up the Discord server or anything else, like any other channel of communication between them. They tend to become open for public, but also, after time, they can use some tool like Guild to establish that access to Discord is gated with the token. So usually you need to possess the ERC20 token to access the Discord and on private channels to take your chance to be involved in the conversations. And the final step to decentralize this DAO is to use some framework for Gnosis Safe, like for example, Zodiac, which is available as an extension and builds on top of Gnosis Safe. And you are able to ensure that your voting from Snapshot is connected to your Gnosis Safe, and that decisions of your DAO are able to execute votes on your treasury. And this is what I call, or what is called, progressive decentralization. Quite cool, we just learned a new term here. So let's go further and let's see what DAOs do. So there could be a protocol DAO, like DeFi protocol, for example, Uniswap. There are DAOs that are ensuring that collectors are gathering and they tend to buy different NFTs, like Flamingo. Actually, this is a very powerful DAO. They bought a lot of CryptoPunks. Also, there are DAOs related with investments and seed rounds and incubation, like MetaCartel. Additionally, there are DAOs that are focusing on providing the mercenary-like services. One of examples is Riot Guild. So they are decentralized DeFi developers available for work on different projects. Additionally, DAOs are being involved into media to ensure that freedom of speech is preserved and decentralized. One of the examples is Bankless. Yet another example of DAOs could be grants. For example, Gitcoin organization, which tends to invest into open source, put bounties for different features on open source projects and fundraise them. Additionally, there are social DAOs, like Board API Club that tends to just bring together a bunch of people with common interests. And Metaverse DAO, like building the whole world, like Decentraland, which builds you the gaming world, for example. And you are able to affect the decisions how this world will evolve in future. Additionally, there are pay-to-earn guilds, which tends to bring people who are interested in achieving something together in those worlds, like Yield Guild Games, for example. They are basically ensuring that by playing they are able to earn. And latest category is my favorite one. It's DAOs related with science. Here example is a Vita DAO, who is like related for studies of longevity. And additionally, they were also responsible for some investments and breakthrough on COVID drug tests. So, how to participate in DAO? For some DAOs, it's very easy. You can just buy a token, like Uni. And by just holding the token, you are able to take part into the governance. And you're included in the ecosystem. Actually, it's not that easy to propose something if everyone has access. So they got 3 stages of proposal that needs to went through to be able to be executed by the protocol. First phase is called temperature check. So you need to ensure that you will allocate and collect votes for around 25K of Uni, and you have 2 days for that. So it's to check if community has interest in this proposal which you are proposing. Next stage is called consensus check. You need to gather around 50K Uni votes for yes for your proposal. You have 5 days for that, and additionally, this is the stage when formal discussion starts on the proposal. The last stage is called governance proposal, which has official forum thread, and you need to like try to gather 40 million of Uni. And you have 7 days for that, and additionally, after 7 days voting, there are 2 days of time lock. So time lock is pattern where people are able to exit the protocol before the proposal is being executed. Sometimes it's much more harder to join a DAO. For Right Guild, you need to go through the whole quest line, and you need to go through the project creation and some missions, and you need to undergo a review, and there are different steps for you to fulfill. At the very end, you are able to become a full-fledged member. So, how to build a DAO, like a developer? So, as I mentioned before, there are different frameworks. Actually, Gnosis Safe is a very good starting point because it's a multi-sig wallet. It's mainly for your treasury, and there are some tools built on top of Gnosis Safe, like Zodiac. But additionally, another very popular method is to use something like Open Zeppelin Governor, which is based on Compound Governor Bravo. And this is actually what many protocols of DeFi are using, like Uniswap or Compound, the derivative of Bravo. So basically it means that you are able to execute any function, any payload, any call data on your contracts, that have access to your treasury, that have access to your smart contracts. You can programmatically define what would be the scale and resolution of your voting. You can make it either very restricted, you can just potentially tune on only a few parameters, like issuance rate or something, or it can be really, really open, and you can basically execute any payload with your contracts. You can transfer any tokens, and so on. Another popular way of creating DAOs is to use something like Aragon DAO. Aragon is using the framework for Aragon is a framework for building DAOs, and it's one of the most popular one. It's full-fledged frameworks. It also requires no coding skills, and it has a lot of modules. It's very modular, and probably most DAOs are created using Aragon. It has like different plugins for different works with working with governance, for community rage quits, and so on. And another one, which is very, very popular, is a Moloch. It can be actually used by a site called DAO House, so you can summon your new DAO, your new Moloch. And this is only just the tip of the iceberg, because Aragon and Moloch are full-fledged frameworks. They are both very modular and very popular, but it is really just small fraction of the whole DAO ecosystem. New frameworks are being invented each day, and the space grows at enormous rate from year to year. Let's just try to see what's available in this space. I will not list every project. I will try to not list like even a majority of the categories here, but I will try to give you at least some brief overview how rich is the ecosystem. So for example, you get some tools to ensure that onboarding for new users to your DAO is very, very curated. Additionally, there are tools for funding for your new DAO, like Juicebox. There are tools to help you manage your treasury, tools to work with the governance, and I gave here 2 examples. The first one is Snapshot, which you saw before. It works the way that it takes snapshot of the blockchain and the voting happens off-chain. And another is called Tally. The main difference is that it executes in the end the voting on-chain. Additionally, there is a delegation, so you are able to choose delegates who are able to vote on your behalf. There are tools for recurring payments, for mass payments, for bounties, for setting different rewards for tasks. Additionally, I listed two different tiers because first one is the classic example, like layer 3 basically allows you to set up some bounty, some task, and you are able just to fulfill it and collect the rewards. But the second, the works a little bit like decentralized Jira. So you are able to manage your projects or your tasks in decentralized way. When somebody takes the bounty, they move it to in progress and so on. Additionally, there is a token gating feature which I mentioned before. One of the examples is Guild here. So you are able to secure your content with owning of token. And of course, on-chain messaging also is possible. Reputation systems are existing. There are even achievements. Business cards for DAOs. So you are able to access payments. There are different benefits even, like healthcare or dental care available to DAO members, to decentralized companies. And even analytics, so you are able to monitor your growth of DAO. So, as we are on the same page, let's discuss what might be the problem. Does it sound familiar? I will just recap for some of you who not have been able to see it in past or heard about it. Basically, the Office of US Treasury sanctioned one of the DeFi protocols, Tornado Cash. Sanctions means they made it illegal. So, what is illegal? The use of Tornado is illegal, like deposits and withdrawals. Donation to Tornado is illegal. Contribution to Tornado is illegal, so you cannot send them money. Even visiting their website is illegal. And mining a transaction as a miner is illegal. Even using tokens which went through Tornado Cash is illegal. So let's see the scale of damage. Tornado Cash was DeFi protocol, which DNS was taken down by authorities. ISP blocked their IPs, and hosting services were taken down for them. Does it remind you something? So, additionally, it's very sad, but the centralized domain system called FLIMO also banned Tornado, the centralized system. Infura, RPC provider, also blocked Tornado. Alchemy, yet another RPC provider. RPC provider is necessity for web pages to send messages from front end to smart contracts. There are, of course, alternatives. You can set up your own node. But what's really sad is Flashbot's RPC also banned Tornado. So it means that Flashbots were very, very useful tool for sending transaction to blockchain in a secure way. Basically, they were able to help you resistant the MEV, which stands for miner extractable value. So it means that miners were able to steal some part of your funds when you were doing big trades. Let's say, for example, on ETH, let's say, for example, on Uniswap, you were doing bigger trades, you were vulnerable to miners. They were incentivized to steal some parts of your funds. They were able to sandwich you, for example. And with Flashbots, you had this protection that you sent like transaction through private mining pool. So it skipped the mempool when transaction were available for others to watch on them and try to plan some attacks. And unfortunately, they blocked. But there is a good, there is another also bad news, but also a good news. Bad news is that they only not blocked Tornado through their RPC, like their entry point, but also through their backbone, through their like backend system, like Relay that sends further messages to blockchain. Good news is that they open sourced also the Relay, so anyone can become a relayer and anyone can modify the code to not censor the transactions. Additionally, USDC, which is one of the major stablecoins, blacklisted through smart contracts Tornado addresses. So it means that in the end, they are in the hands of centralized company. And unfortunately, the design and the situation of centralized company is very similar to Tether and Wrap Bitcoin. They are also in the hands of major companies which are legally bound to US. Of course, I very like Tether and I know that they have strong opinion anti-censorship, but the truth is they are still vulnerable to the decisions of US government. And what is very, very sad, a lot of DeFi protocol front ends, so websites, started to implement something called TRM. So they start to filter out the addresses of Tornado Cash. So there is also a good news, because those DeFi protocols has also smart contracts, which are censorship resistance through the members of DAO, because they are in the hands of the DAO members who are not willing to ban or censor anything until they reach consensus. So the censorship attack is not possible when DAO is keeping it secure. Additionally, on-ramp, so getting money to blockchain, off-ramp, getting money out blockchain, and centralized exchanges banned all Tornado-related addresses. Additionally, some mining providers also banned and filtered Tornado transactions. One of the examples is Ethermine, which suddenly, the middle image shows that suddenly there is a huge drop of processing transactions from Tornado router. So if majority of miners would start to do that, that means that it would be similar to 51% attack, because more than 50% of the miners would be not willing to take into the blockchain Tornado Cash-related transactions. Also, the Discord were taken down of Tornado Cash. Snapshot voting system, the off-chain voting system were taken down. GitHub were taken down for Tornado Cash project and for developer accounts. And additionally, some part of the dev team were arrested. So guys, what if this protocol would be banned instead of Tornado Cash? Let's try to brainstorm on a solution for that. So we got bans on DNS and hosting services, but fortunately there are things like ENS, which stands for Ethereum Name Service, and additionally IPFS, which is decentralized file storage. And there are even better alternatives like Arweave that are permanent file storage. But I will just list a single one of them since it's like this. The same for ETHLimo. An alternative which is truly decentralized is ENS. One of the RPC provider which states censorship resistance is Manifold RPC. And when we have open source code for Flashbots, we are open to have forks of Relay. So what to use if we can't use something like USDC? There are on-chain alternatives, which are stable coins more decentralized, like DAI, governed by MakerDAO. And what if there is an issue with frontends that, for example, Aave frontend or Uniswap frontend blocks suspicious addresses and the users cannot use the Tornado? Or in this case, Uniswap, for example, like other protocols are blocking Uniswap. So my answer is, let's decentralize the frontend. It's not a novelty. Liquidity protocol is already heavily working around that. It's called the frontend of operators, and it means that there is decentralization of frontend. So users are incentivized to decentralized frontend. And they are able to provide many different frontends for your protocol. So it's impossible to take down a single one of them. Let's go further. There are alternatives for communication, like dispatch. On-chain governance tools, but I actually not checked if it's really able to be fully resistant around censorship, so it's with small star here. I think there might be small risk that even if it's on-chain, it might be centralized. Maybe there are decentralized alternatives. For GitHub, there is peer-to-peer alternative called Radical, and for dev team, we have DAO. And to show you how important is the scale of DAO, before censorship of Tornado, there was 14 persons, 14 signatures involved in multi-sig of Tornado Cash. After censorship, only single member of multi-sig remained. It was DAO. So we can say that the DAO take over the protocol. And it's not the first time in history that something like that happened. So let's talk about decentralized development. We will coin for it a new term called DDEV. I will try to be swift, no worries, but I got plenty of slides. I hope we can extend like 2 minutes more. So the proposition here is to ensure that we will create a governance system that will achieve consensus on particular commit hashes of code that is going to be delivered from your version control to smart contract. It means the time lock, which is the end body in a chain of governance, will be a deployer of your code. And that we might need a decentralized CI/CD for smart contracts that would be fully resilient to censorship. What are key takeaways? This is the graph stating about the need for decentralization of execution clients and consensus clients for Ethereum 2.0, where you see how diverse are different clients. So there is like a whole dispute about it on internet. You can go through it, but the key takeaway is that we need more diversity. We also need more decentralized development pipeline. And additionally, we need front-end of operators. So let's just go to one last topic, block production. So we were speaking that miners might be not incentivized to include some censored transactions. It might be possible to tackle this issue of 51% attack after the merge. When POS come, it would be possible to slash people who do not want to include transactions related with censorship. So it means that they will be cut off with their funds and their stake would be slashed. And there is additionally a tool called user-authorized soft forks, where users are able to fork the network. And let's focus on final stage, the future. So we definitely need some chain-level protection. In POS, miners will be called validators. And the validators would be so-called block proposals because they will be proposing the blocks to the blockchain. And the whole idea is that there is a concept that they would be divided. They would be another party called block builders. So it means that one party would be building blocks and another would be only able to broadcast them to the blockchain. And this is called proposer-block segregation. Additionally, this is the graph of MEV boost, which shows you how builders and validators interact, so how proposers and builders interact. So I will just quickly go through. You can check it on internet. So let's just investigate a few scenarios. First one is, what if the builder wants to censor the network? So it means that he receives less MEV from MEV boost, less profit. So it means that there is enough for one non-censoring builder to be available to broadcast transactions to the network, so they will be not censored. And what if more builders censor? There is additional tool that proposer can give a list of required transactions to the builders that must land on chain. And this concept is called CR list, like censorship resistance list. They are all related with post-merge Ethereum. So what if proposer censors? Builder can encrypt their transactions and they can give them to proposers. So proposers would need to verify those transactions. And it's enough to give them some proof, like in zero-knowledge form, to verify without knowing the transaction. And this concept is, there are like 3 ongoing research right now on this topic, but that topic which started, that idea is called shatterized beacon chain. So that was HackerRant on truly unstoppable organizations. It's me. If you look for me on the internet, I might look like that. Additionally, if you want to get in touch, that's my handle. I'm a CTO of AngelBlock. Today, also for the next nine hours, I'm the blockchain tech leader of 10Clouds, the software house. And I will just end it with a huge steal from Game of Thrones, that what is decentralized may never die. Thank you so much.
And okay, we have time for one question. So anyone have any questions on that?
How can the people building these DAOs avoid punishment by governments?
I would say the best defense would be anonymity. And not being a US citizen, to be honest. That's the short answer. But it might happen, I mean, I will just brainstorm right now. So one of the ideas might be to have something like decentralized identities. So you might have different concept for a person in Web3 in future. It might be less strongly connected to individual person. So you might have like alternative egos and so on. But to be honest, yeah, that's all what comes to my mind right now.
All right, another big round of applause for Marcin.
Thank you so much.
I'm definitely going to be stealing what's decentralized can never die. You know, right now we're in the greatest open source revolution since Linux. So I think it's something that we don't talk about enough in the space, but you know, it's so exciting that we get to be part of this massive decentralized open source movement right now. So next up we have Chris from L2Beat giving us a talk on tips and tricks for cross-domain devs. So big round of applause, please.
Hey. So, who had good fun yesterday on Divinity? Raise your hands. Yeah. Sure, I did. So, I'm Chris, and today I'll be talking about tips and tricks and patterns and everything at once for cross-chain devs. And another question for the audience. How many people here created like a contract that talks with some other contract on a different domain? Yes, That's what I thought. Not so many people here, so we're gonna have like a background part of this talk, providing background, providing context, and so on, so you won't feel left out. But first, let me talk a little bit about myself and why I think I know a thing or two about this topic. So up until recently, I was involved in MakerDAO project, and Maker is one of the projects that realized the need and importance of the cross-chain, like multi-chain strategy very early on. So basically, you know, for some protocols out there, maybe it makes sense to just take your protocol and dump it on another chain and call it a day. But Maker is not one of these projects, and the proper multi-chain strategy was required, and that's why we were working with different roll-up teams from like very early on. Like we worked with Optimus, with Arbitrum, and other teams on basically moving Maker into these chains, these networks. So what we did is that we created a native DAI bridge that I think right now bridged around 200 million DAI across different layer 2s. And you know, while working closely with these teams, we researched deeply the topic of bridges, and also we found multiple bugs, including critical bugs in some of the implementations of the bridges out there. And these days, I'm co-founding a company called L2Bit, where we research and provide analytics for different layer 2s out there. So, as I hinted at the beginning, this is the part of the talk when I provide a gentle introduction to the cross-chain world. So, first of all, you can hear me saying word domain instead of chain. It's slightly more generic and correct term. So a domain can be a network like Ethereum mainnet. It could be a rollup like Optimus or Arbitrum. It could be Polygon, and so on and so forth. But today we're not talking about the single domain. We're talking about two domains that want to exchange some messages between each other. So in this case, imagine that we have two contracts, one on domain A and another one on domain B, and they want to send a cross-chain message to the counterpart one way and the other. So to accomplish this, you would use a message passing system. And the great thing about rollups is that they are really like bridges. They are like inserted into layer 1 like Ethereum. So you get like message passing system out of the box, basically. But for other solutions like Polygon, you have also similar solutions. So what are the examples of cross-chain apps? As I mentioned, like bridges are, I think, the obvious candidate that everyone has on minds when talking about cross-chain apps. So you have native token bridges, like when you move ETH to Optimism, you use native token bridge provided by Optimism team. But there are also fast withdrawal or teleporting schemes for tokens like even MakerDAO, Teleport, or Hop, or a few others. They also utilize the cross-chain message passing schemes. Another great example are governance relayers. So basically, right now you have most likely your DAO lives on layer 1, right? But if the DAO needs to control deployment of their protocol on different domain, they need to have a way to pass messages around. So, governance relayers are these sets of contracts that allow you to execute spells and governance actions across domains. Finally, we have things like DeFi aggregation protocols, for example, Aztec Connect, where users can pull funds on layer 2 and then execute only one action on layer 1 and basically save on fees. So this is a API example of a message passing of Optimism project, and basically we have two contracts here, one living on layer 1 and the other one living on layer 2, and the layer 1 part wants to communicate with the layer 2 counterpart, and to do that you use something like layer 1 cross-domain messenger, which is part of Optimist deployment on mainnet, and you execute some method like send message, and you provide an address of the contract that you want to call on the other domain. You encode the transaction data. So in this case, we encode the selector of the counterpart of one of the methods of the counterpart, and you might be required to provide some additional arguments. In this case, it's gas limit. And this message, of course, it's not synchronous. It's not like any other message that you would send inside of the domain. It can take, hours to deliver, and or even days, and we're gonna talk about it in a sec. But on the receiving part, the do something method need to do one important thing, which is validate that the method, the message that they're receiving is actually cross-chain. So to do that, you usually assert that the direct sender is one of the contracts of the message passing solution. In this case, it's called layer 2 cross-domain messenger, and then you inspect its state to figure out what was the original caller on the other domain. So we basically assert that this is a cross-chain call and that the original caller was the layer 1 counterpart. And to put even more color into that, let's talk a little bit about the design of the simplest bridge possible. So here we have two domains, layer 1, Ethereum mainnet, and layer 2, Optimist, and we want to bridge DAI tokens between these chains. To accomplish that, you would send DAI, Alice would send DAI to layer 1 DAI bridge, which would escrow on layer 1 these funds and would send a cross-chain message saying that Alice escrowed X DAI, please mint layer 2 DAI for Alice. And layer 2 counterpart of the bridge receives that message and does exactly that. So important thing is that we have another token called DAI on the counterpart too. And withdrawing is kind of similar, but the other way around. To start the process, Alice burns her DAI on layer 2, and the bridge sends a message saying that Alice burned X amount of layer 2 DAI, and please unlock layer 1 DAI for the Alice. And layer 1 bridge part eventually receives the message and withdraws a part of the escrow DAI. So basically, every single layer 2 DAI is, you can think about it, it's collateralized by layer 1 DAI stored in the escrow on layer 1. So in pseudocode, it could be implemented in a way that you have a deposit method that kicks off the process on layer 1, and then you would have finalized deposit counterpart method on layer 2, and similarly you would have withdraw and finalize withdraw methods. And this is the part where the actual talk begins. This is where we're gonna start talking about actual tips and tricks for cross-chain devs, as now you have a little bit of context. So the first things first, like you should use the right abstraction. And if you read through the docs of various domains out there, you will be pushed into one way or another. And some patterns showing the documentations are better, some are worse. What we found out is that having helper abstract classes called cross-chain enabled, for example, is the way to go. So basically you create a contract, you create this helper contract, and you dump all the things related to cross-domain messaging. So for example, in the bare minimum is basically having a modifier that you can use on your method to basically validate that this method can be called only in the cross-domain context with a from a given address from the other domain. The other important bit would be to have a send message function that would, of course, send message to the other domain. And important bit here is that the send message function method signature is kind of hard to get right, because to get in the generic sense right, like different domains will require slightly different arguments. So, for example, for Optimist, it's only gas limit, but for others, you would need to provide even more arguments. So basically, OpenZeppelin provides you with a part of this idea. So basically, you will find these modifiers in OpenZeppelin repo for different domains, but they don't provide send message kind of methods, because I think of the signature issue, and they just gave up. So my advice is to create such abstractions by yourself, by just copying snippets from the docs, or use the ones that we created at MakerDAO. And then once you have these abstractions written for different domains, you can just extend this contract in your final implementation, and basically, instead of having this ugly checks, you can just put modifier out there. Instead of reaching to the implementation details of the bridge, you can just write send cross-domain message and execute cross-domain message. Another great tip is about precomputation of contract addresses. So if you have sets of contracts that want to talk to each other, you have the inherent problem of circular dependencies, right? Like, you need to know the address of the contract of the counterpart to be able to talk to it. And the counterpart contract needs to know the address of the other counterpart contract to be able to validate messages and send new messages. So usually that's why you cannot pass these addresses simply in the constructor of these contracts, because you don't know the address of the counterpart. So one idea is to use this initialize pattern. When you remove some arguments from the constructor, you move them to initialize method, and basically you initialize your contract in like 2 stages. And this pattern sucks. It will prevent you from using immutable methods, immutable modifiers on your variables, which will make your code less efficient. And also, it's like an operational burden, because either you need to ensure that your contract wasn't ever interacted when it wasn't fully initialized, or you need to provide even more runtime checks, which again makes your code less efficient. So the tip here is that the idea here is that basically Ethereum contract addresses are fully deterministic as long as you know the address of the deployer. So basically, the address of the contract is derived from deployer address and deployer nonce. So you can calculate what will be the future address of the contract, and you can utilize this fact in your deployment scripts. And here is again like a pseudocode that just shows that first you get the future address of the layer 2 counterpart, then you deploy layer 1 counterpart using this address, and then only you deploy layer 2 counterpart, and at the end you should assert that the address that you thought will be the correct was really the one that the bridge was deployed to. Using this pattern simplifies like your code pretty much in a great way. So another very important thing is that this should be probably like the first thing that you do, is you need to get to know your message passing system, right? So different domains have different guarantees. For rollups, usually when you send the message, you can be certain that the message will get delivered. And interestingly, this wasn't a case for Arbitrum up until very recently. Like they had this concept of retriable tickets, and basically their message passing system required like 3 gas-related arguments, and if you mess them up, you could end up with a message that won't get ever delivered to the other domain, which sucks pretty much. Imagine that you deposited funds on layer 1, they are stuck in the escrow, but you never got your layer 2 tokens, right? Like, we would want to avoid that. So luckily, Arbitrum fixed that with Nitro, which was, I think, released like yesterday. But still, for Starknet, there is currently no guarantees for layer 1 to layer 2 message delivery because you cannot prove that the message will be able to execute. Similar for Polygon. When we take a look at the finality, so for optimistic rollups, the layer 1 to layer 2 messages are quite fast, like it takes only a couple of hours, a couple of minutes to deliver them usually, but layer 2 to layer 1 messages take 7 days. So you need to be aware of that. The same for Optimism and Arbitrum. For ZK rollups, it usually takes like a couple of hours. And for like something like Polygon, it's around, I think, like half an hour, depends on the checkpoint frequency. Another small tip is about explicit naming. Just like for the love of God, if you create like a contract that lives on layer 1, just call it layer 1 bridge or layer 1 something, right? The same goes for variables. Sometimes you mix layer 1 and layer 2 variables in one contract. You actually do it pretty often. Just name them explicitly. Explicit is better than implicit. Upgradability. If you ever looked at any of the MakerDAO contracts, you would quickly realize that these guys hate upgradable proxies. And you can create complicated stuff without upgradability patterns. And upgradability in general is evil. Even recently, like Nomad hack, basically it was, the gist of the hack was that the upgraded implementation didn't expect a certain storage layout. And but it happened and it got exploited. The same for Wormhole. So Wormhole paid $10 million bounty for a guy that realized that one of their proxies, the implementation of the proxies wasn't fully initialized, and it was like, it was possible to make their bridge stuck. So, you know, probably I would in general advise not to use proxies and having your code written in the way that you can hot swap the implementation. But with cross-chain stuff, it gets even worse because the messages that are being passed, that are in progress, they expect a stable API. So if the API changes when you send the message would get reverted, right? Like it would call a method that doesn't exist anymore. So you need to keep the API stable. And so how to deal with that? So one of the patterns so in general, instead of like forcing user to basically use new code, you should use opt-in upgradability. So basically you deploy new sets of contracts and you, I don't know, ask your users to start using them. With bridges, the problem is that there's an escrow, right? Like tokens are stacked, are placed in an escrow on layer 1. So if you deploy a new bridge, that would be like a new escrow and you couldn't withdraw all tokens, for example. So to avoid having that problem, you can basically extract the escrow from the bridge and have like a separate contract with a separate authentication scheme that allows some certain contracts, implementation contracts of the bridges to access the funds if needed. And if you do it like this, basically your upgrade strategy means that you deploy new implementation, you ask, I don't know, front ends to use the new one, you of course grant the permission to use escrow, and then you can close the old implementation, for example, and cut the access to the escrow. But again, closing the cross-chain smart contract should mean that you close the ability to invoke new messages, not to receive all the messages, because again, messages can be in progress and can be in progress for days. Another great point is about testing strategy. So these apps, these smart contract sets tend to be quite difficult, quite complicated. So of course you should unit test your stuff, but it gets, you know, I mentioned these checks that that should ensure that certain method is only called in the cross-chain context. So you would need to mock a little bit more contracts to accomplish that, and I can recommend a library called Smock, created by Optimist team, which allows you to create this dynamic mocks directly in JavaScript, where you can turn like basically a contract that it's like a cross-domain messenger into certain state that allows you to test weird and weird scenarios. Another point is about end-to-end tests. So by end-to-end test, I mean having a setup where you deploy your, you have a Dockerized infrastructure like layer 1 and layer 2 nodes that can talk to each other like with the working message passing system. And you basically deploy your whole thing on that Dockerized infrastructure, and you know, test stuff. Sometimes there is no Dockerized infrastructure available to use. So then in Maker we used public testnets with a custom message passing system that allowed us to skip like the 7 days finalization period for layer 2 to layer 1 messages. So you know, tests finish quicker than 7 days. Actually my final point is about monitoring. I think that in general monitoring story is kind of downplayed in blockchain industry right now, and I guess it proves my point because this is literally the last slide. But you have like off-the-shelf solutions like Open Zeppelin Defender and Tenderly, and it turns out that they are fine, but they are fine only for like a basic monitoring, like for example, notify me when a huge withdrawal just happened. Like probably it's good to know that, but you would maybe want to know to get even more insights into that. So at the end of the day, we wrote our own custom monitoring scripts. Of course, you can use things like Grafana and Prometheus to do all the heavy lifting for you regarding sending notifications, drawing graphs, and so on. But basically, if you have a custom solution, you can test like more complicated stuff. The basic thing is the bridge invariant, which means that the amount of escrowed funds on layer 1 should be always bigger than or equal to the layer 2 token supply. So basically, you ensure that all layer 2 tokens are properly collateralized by layer 1 tokens. Another thing that you can look into are like abnormal messages that are in progress. Like you can inspect these with custom scripts. Yeah, and on top of that, you can have cool dashboards with Grafana, which I think is pretty nice. And that concludes my talk. Any questions? Yes, we have a question there.
Check. Hello. I have a question about messaging between the domains, the chains. So it's like it's a distributed transaction. So how do you ensure that the transaction that is being like approved, accepted, came back? So like if you send message from A to B, how do you know that the message from B actually came to A? So you can say that, okay, pending is now finished.
So if I'm reading the question right, the question is about like basically how can you ensure the delivery of the message, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, yes. So as I mentioned, like these are first of all asynchronous calls, right? Like it's not like any other call on the transaction level on a single domain. And basically it depends on the domain that you use. As I shown on this slide, This is the liveness part, basically. Liveness meaning like something good will eventually happen. So for rollups, you can be certain that the message will eventually get delivered because it's like part of the rollup construction, which is like living on the same domain on the layer 1 domain. So it's quite easy to basically guarantee that. But there are other domains where you basically don't have that guarantee, and if you don't have that guarantee, weird stuff can happen. So, like inspecting a state of a contract that lives on a different domain, like it's a difficult topic, right? Like you can try to, I don't know, use some kind of state proving mechanism when, but again, it only works for rollups or for, solutions that have like state root embedded on the domain that you are in. But so you can read at least the state of the other domain of the other contract living somewhere else, but in general, like, it's a tough problem and you cannot, I don't know, magically teleport your smart contract on the other domain and execute stuff atomically, right? Like, yeah.
Chris, I don't want to cut you off, but we're over time. Guys, thank you. Chris, let's clap it up for Kachor. Guy's a genius. I did a panel with him earlier last month, and that was a fun time, man. Hilmar coming up. Guys, welcome Hilmar from Gelato.
Thanks, sir.
Give us a few moments. I'm going to get him set up here, and we'll pass the mics. Pavel, are you here? Anyone in the back? Pavel, can you give me the adapter?
Hey everyone, thanks for coming to today's quick talk. I will be doing sort of like a mix between starting high level, where we are right now as an industry, then moving into sort of some of the issues why we haven't reached mass adoption yet from like a user experience point of view, from our opinion. Then explaining some of the tools that we are building in order to try to enable developers to build applications that will help Web3 become the dominant technology in the space or in the world. And then I will give you guys a quick sneak peek into one of the new features or services that we have been shipping at Gelato, which is enabling projects to leverage off-chain computation to send transactions. This is basically what you will learn. You will learn about the limitations, then how to overcome them, limitations of smart contracts right now, how to overcome them, and then we'll give you like a quick sneak peek into what we've been up to. And yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. And there will also be like a small coding, a code overview. We'll dive into it. And if that's too boring, let me know. Then I will keep that rather short. Cool, let's jump into the first item of this talk. Where are we right now in terms of adoption as an industry? This chart just kind of like shows you where we have moved to over the past 3 years. And obviously it has been quite a parabolic rise in terms of not only the volume transacted or volume traded in DeFi that peaked sort of in Q2 2021, but also in the number of transactions that have been executed on public blockchains. More and more applications are launching, and more stuff is happening. And what I really like to see here is actually, even though like volumes and stuff have been downtrending a bit since that sort of high of the bull market, transactions actually kept on rising and only sort of had the small dip in Q1 2022. Probably because there's a lot of more non-financial applications now being used on especially like the cheaper side chains, layer 2s, gaming, NFTs, etc. So we are slowly but surely getting there and also diversifying in terms of not only having DeFi applications being used. And yeah, I think you all know we had a bunch of bigger brands coming into the space as well, right? We have the Metas, the Adidas, the Nikes starting to experiment with this stuff. NFTs as well, gaming and all these sorts of things. So it sort of shows that this industry is slowly getting adopted also in the mainstream space. And yeah, I think we all have that target of, okay, how can we onboard the first 1 billion users as like a space in general? And yeah, what sort of tools do we need in order to achieve that? And just to give some context in these charts, by the way, stolen from the A16Z 2022 sort of overview. And you can see that if you compare the usage of Web3 today versus the usage of the internet back in the day, we are roughly around like 1995 when it comes to active users in Web3. And there are like multiple sort of ways how you can calculate it, yearly transacting addresses with more than 0.01 ETH, etc. But we are roughly around like the 1995 sort of area, and then it took Web 2, 10 years to sort of get to the first 1 billion users. And I think given that we have like a lot of the infrastructure already in place, Web 3 as an industry can move there hopefully much faster, right? But yeah, we haven't yet, and we're still very, very early, right? And yeah, what are some of the reasons why we haven't reached that sort of goal of 1 billion users yet, right? We have been working on this already for a couple of years, so what is slowing us down? And of course, there are a lot of reasons around regulation and these sort of things, but I think from like a technical and user experience point of view, what still is very true as of today is that even though we saw improvements in UX, especially from like scalability point of view, the user experience for people interacting with applications still suck, right? And I think an easy test is just ask your mother or your grandmother and give them like Uniswap and ask them to do anything there. They will be lost and they won't be able to figure it out. Even if they get, I don't know, a week or so to do that. There's this whole onboarding process. You still have to install MetaMask, you still have to pay for your gas, you still have to resubmit stuck transactions, and there are, of course, like different chains coming up, but especially on the most prominent one, these problems are still so prominent that no one other than sort of like us or native people can use these applications. And then also these applications that are sort of based on smart contracts are still very limited in the capabilities that they have, right? First of all, these smart contracts, they're actually not smart, they're quite dumb, right? They only store logic and state. They don't really do anything by themselves. They can't self-execute, they still have to rely on like outside parties, monitoring them, executing them at the right time to actually fulfill sort of like the functionalities that they're supposed to do. And also they're sort of isolated and limited to only what's available on that particular chain. And of course you have now cross-chain messaging protocols, but there's not too much other things going on the other chains either, right? So it's like we still live in this bubble, and there's only price data, interest rate data, this kind of data, and for most people this is just not interesting, right? They need more. They want the sports outcomes. They want their games. They want everything. They want social media. They want information about their peers, right? All of these things don't exist on chain yet, or they're not that prominent. And this basically can be translated to, these smart contracts, they don't have access to outside data. And how was that solved in the past? In the past, we had projects, they sort of said, okay, I want to build these more feature-rich applications. I want to build applications that have a better UX, abstracting the complexities away from the blockchain itself. They had to build these special purpose, one-time infrastructure pieces that were super costly to operate, unscalable, especially if they wanted to expand across 8 different chains. They became their own single point of failure in their decentralized application, and then sort of all the properties that you wanted, censorship resistance, etc., sort of were alleviated again. And so, what can we do about it? Or this is sort of the question we ask ourselves: how can you overcome these limitations, and how can you provide smart contracts with more power, basically? And this is sort of what we at Gelato try to do and sort of set as our mission. We want to provide projects, and not only like dApps or protocols, but also end users or DAOs or anyone interacting with smart contracts or decentralized applications with a suite of like Web3 services that augment their smart contracts. And with augment, we mean that enable them to automate them, that make them gasless, so abstract all the complexities of blockchains, and then make them off-chain aware so they know what is going on in the outside world or wherever they want to interact with. And these are sort of like the 3 core services that we offer. First one being automate, the automation feature, basically making your smart contracts react sort of by themselves to conditions changing on their chain or on other chains. If you combine our automate product with like cross-chain messaging protocols, and already today there are a bunch of really cool projects using it for harvesting of vols, for recompounding fees, for rebasing algorithmic stablecoins, for conditional trade execution, like these dollar cost averaging strategies, limit orders on AMMs, liquidations, market operations that are automated, and even like breeding of horses or renting out NFT horses in some games. So there's like all these a bunch of sort of use cases here where you can just make your system much more, it's like a perpetual motion machine, just run by itself without needing any external impulses anymore. And then the same thing goes for gasless transaction relaying, where projects such as Nomad or Connext use these systems to allow their users to bridge assets between different chains without actually having to have any funds on the receiving chains in order to claim assets and stuff. So it's not fully gasless yet, it's not fully abstracted from users. You still have to hold some assets and pay for transactions on one chain, but I think at some point we would be able to get there to completely remove the necessity to even know what the blockchain requires under the hood to make work. And what I will go into in a bit is sort of our new product, is our off-chain computation service called Fetch, and there we just launched basically today a private beta where we enable you to go much deeper and not only access on-chain data, but off-chain compute and data. And so to the first one, to the automation system, this is sort of how you work. You put in the contract address of your contract you want to automate, you select a function that you want to automate, and then you just define when you want this to be triggered, be it in a time interval, in any sort of specific condition that you can define, or whatever you want to trigger that execution by. And then you're basically done, and you have the nodes of the Gelato network, and I will show you like an architecture overview later on. Just monitor it and start executing it. Then for the relay side, what is like a simple use case there is basically NFTs. You want to provide your community with the ability to mint NFTs and sort of show that they interacted with your application, right? For example, on Lens protocol, you want to post a post on this decentralized social media platform, but of course you don't want users to hold Matic or something every time they post something, so you want it to be gasless, and every post is an NFT. And so for these type of things, you can, if you build your smart contracts with a certain meta transaction standard in mind, you can provide a fully gasless user experience to your users by just implementing on a smart contract, importing the SDK to UI, signing a message, sending that via an HTTP request to the Gelato nodes, and then NFTs are directly minted into the wallet of the user, and they don't even have to know about gas or transaction fees or stuff. They just like click a button and that's it. And what about our new product, right? So our new product, Fetch, basically allows you to go one step further than the first Automate product goes. And what it does is it allows you to not only like define one API that your smart contract sort of calls and then receives a fulfillment of that request, and then you do something on chain with it. You can now write complete like script, off-chain scripts that you can write in assembly script, so a proper like file, and you can completely go crazy there. You can call close to like arbitrary HTTP requests, get data, do computation on it, and loop over them and compare them against each other, and then they have to return two things, whether Gelato should execute it or when Gelato should execute these transactions, and then what data they should use. And I will show you an example in a moment. If you have ever built a subgraph, if you used the graph before, it's very similar to that. So you just write a subgraph sort of file in assembly script, then you compile that assembly script down to WASM, you deploy that WASM code to IPFS or any sort of other storage system. Could even be a private one maybe at some point if you don't want to share what you did there. And then you just have to create a task on Gelato, and this is just an on-chain transaction that you do, and then you put in the IPFS hash, and then what Gelato will do, these nodes, they receive an event that means, okay, this person wants me to execute that script, and they will load that in, and then they will run it for you and execute these transactions if you have paid, or if you have like a balance in the system and you pay for these transactions, obviously. How does it work? The sort of system consists of like two parts. You got validators on the top left and executors on the top right. The validators are basically the nodes that are running the computation, and they are checking and they're checking and running the scripts and basically outputting values that they need to agree on, which should then be used as the data to be executed to execute these transactions with. If the majority of these nodes agree that this data is correct and should be used, then this transaction will be crafted and sent to the chain. If not, then nothing will happen. So they are in this sort of loop process of checking against each other whether the data is right and they agree on it. And then once they agreed on it, they sign off of it, send it to the executor node, and the nodes of the executor system are just relayers. They just get the transaction mined on 18 different chains, just very sort of in a dumb fashion. And then the transaction hits one of these chains that we are on, and we are on most chains. And then it hits our core smart contract protocol, where there are certain checks being made, like signature checks, checks about stakes, that they actually have stake in the system, these validators. And then a target contract is being called. This might be a limit order on PancakeSwap, or something in a MakerDAO protocol, or in your protocol that you want to get automated. Going into the demo, okay, I have to do this one-handed. But I think the code already should be there. Let me just increase the font size here. Let me know if is that the bottom, the row, the far back is. Can you read that? Or let me just open a file. Can you read that? Yeah. I will just increase it a bit more. All right. So if you want to. Yeah, I actually don't. Okay, I have to code it. Yeah, I just have to type in a couple of commands. Okay. Got the new setup. Hello, hello? Yeah. All right, so before we jump into the code, this is sort of, this is an example repository that I will share somewhere, I guess, after the call, and then I want basically people also to play with it over the weekend. If you want to do some fun, if you want to build some fun things, you can definitely try it out. But this is sort of how a repository looks like. It looks very similar to a subgraph file, being that you have the schema here, where you can define certain types. And what you can define in here, you can define arguments that you want to pass, or that you want Gelato to pass to your checker function. And the checker function is basically one big function that you write. And this is the function that Gelato will call on your behalf, and you can provide that function with any sort of arguments that you would like. In this case, we are passing an address of a contract that we want Gelato to call. But it could be, I don't know, just an array of your users or whatever. And then what this checker function does, before we get into it, very importantly, it has to return two things. It has to return a Boolean that indicates whether something should be executed or not. True, please execute. False, please don't execute. For example, here's don't execute, and then you can provide like a debug message that you can then see on the UI to debug your code. Maybe there's an error in there, right? And then the data that should be used to execute the transaction on. And the data is basically just an encoded function with some inputs that Gelato should call on your behalf. And in this case, it's just a very simple use case of calling a CoinGecko API and feeding it into a chain, which is sort of like a very simple Oracle use case. Probably not the most interesting one here, but you can go crazy and, I don't know, query the 1inch API, you can query the Twitter API and do some stuff that you want, right? So how this works is you can get the arguments that you defined in the schema here, like the address, and then you can do on-chain view calls. So you can call the state of a contract, for example. You can query events by calling a subgraph, for example. You can say, hey, you can even say, hey, was event A fired on Polygon? Then please execute a transaction on Phantom. You can do HTTP requests, you can do subgraph calls, and this is how you do HTTP requests, by the way. It's just like this module that you import, and you could do a GET request, and you call in this case, the CoinGecko API, then you have to sort of parse the return data here, and then you have to get to a value, which in this case is how much is ETH worth in USD, and then you put in the price feed. And what you do in order to get this live, or what are the steps to actually get this live? So what you have to do is, there are a couple of pre-made scripts that are defined in the package.json. One is the yarn code gen, which basically creates all the types. Then you have to do yarn build, which basically compiles down your assembly script to WASM, and then I already did that previously, so the only thing you will have to do is do yarn deploy, and what yarn deploy does, it actually runs the other things in the background, but it will compile that index.ts file that was written into WASM and then deploy to IPFS. And now what you have is you got this nice looking IPFS hash in here that you can then use to tell Gelato what to do with it. I think I don't have the UI open right now, but so there's a UI where you can then just go and you can input this IPFS hash, and then you can create task, which is, hey Gelato, please go in and create a task on my behalf to run the script for me and execute it. But you can also just run yarn create task, and then it will do the same. And here is this yarn create task script. Right now you have to sort of like hard code the IPFS hash here, and then you run it, and then this will basically notify Gelato to run it. I already did it, so it would fail. But yeah, so the task is already running, and I'm already updating the CoinGecko price on chain. But as I said, this could be anything. In this example, for example, we're calling the 1inch API, and we are doing limit orders. So you could just say, hey, if the 1inch API tells me that Ether is below $1,000, then please use the best price that 1inch gives you, or any other DEX aggregator, and send a transaction and execute that order for me. And here you can see how 1inch APIs are being called. Yeah, this is sort of like how the system works. And yeah, would love if anyone has the sort of time and willingness to try it out over the weekend. I will be here working and being able to help if you have any questions. It's only live on Polygon right now, so you can only test it out there. Yeah, if you need any other networks, we might be able to serve you as well. yeah, and then it's just some ideas for the hackathon. If you're hacking this weekend and you want some inputs in terms of what you should be building, here are like a couple of things that people are already doing, or with this new feature that you could be doing, like you can build your own algorithmic stable coins that rebase every 5 minutes. You can do your own compounding of, if you do like a yield farming protocol. What's quite cool is you can sort of automate chopping up different accounts. I think a cool use case with this sort of off-chain thing would be that you can somehow at some point track your balance on your bank account, and then when your balance on your bank account drops below $1,000, you automatically off-ramp like 10K worth of USDC and send it to your bank account via ramp or something. I think that's quite cool. And then yeah, gases, NFT minting, automated liquidity management in Uniswap v3 you can do with these sort of off-chain resolvers quite good. You can call any sort of APIs or sentiment data and then really go crazy in terms of what sort of strategies you want to run to do market making on Uniswap v3, for example. That's something really cool. NFT renting, you can land on NFTs and automatically get them back later on, and then all sorts of, like, if Elon Musk tweets about Dogecoin, buy Doge, something stupid like that, right? So any sort of things if you're interested in it. And yeah, so that's already it. I'm here the weekend, and so is Arya. He sits in the back right there. And if you wanna check something out or try something out, we're here to hack and help you. And yeah, thanks.
Hilmar, you have 2 minutes for questions. Do you want to do some Q&A?
Yeah, sure.
I see Kachor has a question up front. Here you go.
Thanks. So quick question, why did you choose WebAssembly for the thing? And did you consider doing something like AWS Lambda with, which also, I guess, is sandbox?
Yeah. So the cool thing, so one reason is sort of the developer experience, because I think when talking to Web3 developers, most of them know how to build and write and deploy subgraphs, and you can really easily incorporate it into the same sort of process. It's basically exactly the same, just that you can actually now write and not only read. So that's what we really liked about it, and you can push this code into like an Airweave, an IPFS on servers as well very easily and run it in different environments. So yeah, that's sort of, and we work together with like a team called Polyrep. They are sort of building the tooling around this, yeah, so there are different ways of how you could do it, but I think this one also with our decentralization roadmap and all these things being open works quite well, and so yeah, that was the reason. But there are definitely different ways of how you could do it.
Guys, give it up for Hilmar. Gelato.
Good job, dude. That's good.
I want to introduce Alex Gluchowski, the man, the myth, the legend, ZK Sync founder. Don't clap too fast. Big deal on the stage right there. I was on a Spaces with this gentleman earlier last week, so it's nice to meet you in person, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, brother. Am I tall? Do you speak Polish?
I don't speak Polish, no. But it's an honor to be here. Is that working? Okay.
Yeah, it's working. I just want to get you on the screen. Cool. And if you want this, click. Goes left and right.
Amazing. I was coding, yes. Oh, no. I'm just going to show it. Fantastic. So I can start. Hello, welcome to the talk about ZKVM, and we're going to explore the concepts of compatibility and equivalence. My name is Alex Gluchowski, I'm from ZK Sync. ZK Sync is the ZKVM solution, which is going to be the first zkVM to hit mainnet, and we have a very, very hard commitment to do it in today's 57 days where it's going to be launched. Now, the mission of ZK Sync is to accelerate the adoption of blockchains, the mainstream adoption of blockchains for personal sovereignty. In practical terms, it means accelerating the adoption of Ethereum, fully preserving the properties of Ethereum, but going really mainstream, meaning millions or billions of people. So we look at all the technological choices from this perspective. Like, this is paramount. This is what we are. We're actually not a company. We're a mission. So to achieve that, the only way we can do it is by using zkVM. Why zkVM? ZK, specifically, like not just zero knowledge proofs, but succinct recursive zero knowledge proofs, is the only technology we have today that can scale Ethereum values infinitely, that can fully preserve security of every single transaction, no matter how many users and how many transactions you're going to handle. Like nothing else we have comes, like can take this task. Now, EVM has become the de facto lingua franca of blockchain world, of the internet of value that is emerging, and this is like JavaScript of the early internet. There are so many libraries, tools, services, like infrastructure built for the EVM that it's really hard to break away from it. And we see a lot of alternative L1s adopting EVM, pivoting from the custom technologies that they were building. So like there is no way. This has become the standard. This has to remain the standard. But marrying the two, the ZK with the EVM, is a hard challenge because they're actually not, like EVM was built for the normal computer architecture, and ZK environment is very different from normal. Like the cost profile of different operations is completely different. So we can try to achieve some degree of compatibility. We can handle this challenge, and multiple teams have been working on this. We have been working on this for the past 2 years, and we made some breakthroughs, a lot of tricks, a lot of optimizations to actually make it work. There were some breakthroughs in the protocols as well. But the question is, can we only achieve broad EVM compatibility, or can we talk about EVM equivalence? And there has been this discourse where multiple teams claim that equivalence is the way forward, especially optimistic rollups were claiming that you really need to be completely equivalent with Ethereum in order to succeed. Everything else is not going to be possible. So let's examine these two concepts. And if we look closely at them, we will realize that it's actually a spectrum. It's not a binary choice. You can have different degrees of compatibility. You can be 100% compatible, or you can be somewhere in between. And Vitalik Buterin recently wrote a really good blog post breaking down this spectrum into multiple, what he called types of EVM compatibilities that have varying degrees of performance and the degree of compatibility itself. So I'm gonna walk you through these types and give you, I want to give you some intuition about the, like what is the difference, where is the performance differences coming from, how they matter, and yeah, what it actually means and where we place ZK Sync. So let's go from bottom up. It's going to be easier because we're going to examine each of the concepts in separation. So type 4 is where we are going to be compatible with EVM at source code level, meaning we can take any code written for the EVM, deploy it on this virtual environment, and it will just work. To higher or lesser degree, but like broadly the code will work. This is not trivial already. This already requires a lot of work. So for example, Cairo would be very difficult to make fully type 4 compatible because you need to design the interfaces in a certain way. You need to design certain paradigms, like how do you revert transactions? How do you process transactions? Like how can you enforce transactions coming from layer 1? How can you enforce the standards between like the calling conventions, etc. So like this is already hard. But Nonetheless, it gives you the maximum possible performance. Like you can actually go as fast as you can. Like the performance of this approach would be comparable to like completely native generic purpose ZK environment virtual machine. Because you compile the code, you have access to the code, and you can just like do a lot of optimizations. You can build your ZK virtual machine in the most efficient way to be adapted for the ZK environment. So you can be like really on the high end. And when we're talking about performance, one thing to keep in mind is it always just goes down to costs. When we say performance, we really mean costs, because with zero knowledge proofs, they are really well parallelizable. You can execute, you can make the proofs in parallel. So you can always theoretically add just more hardware to be executing in parallel and then recursively combine it to achieve like any level of throughput, or like actually also like pretty low latency, no matter how like your performance under the hood looks like. But the costs can differ by orders of magnitude, and this is what we're going to see here. And the next level would be like going from type 4 to type 3 would be the ability to execute the code that is already compiled, the native Ethereum bytecode. So at type 3, we would be running the native bytecode, maybe not with 100% compatibility. Like maybe some hashes would execute differently. Maybe some precompiles would not be available or would execute in slightly different standard. So this already gives you like probably 2 orders of magnitude lesser performance than type 4. Because the interpretation of EVM bytecode is just is a massive performance penalty. The EVM is not like EVM is actually not the best virtual machine even for normal computer architecture, but like doing it in ZK just adds lots and lots of cycles that you have to perform, lots of checks, etc. So like an order or 2, probably closer to 2 orders of magnitude lesser. Now, going from type 3 to type 2.2 means that we need to support 100% compatibility with the API. So we need to support full cryptography of EVM, all the precompiles, Ketchup must be Ketchup, SHA-256 must be to SHA-256, etc. This gives you some slight performance penalty, not as much as the difference between type 3 and type 4, mainly because you will need, you will only incur this penalty for smart contracts that actually use those hashes a lot, or use those cryptography functions a lot. So, in my opinion, it's not as big, and going to type 3 would be almost the same degree of performance. Going from type 2.5 to type 2 would be almost the same in performance. The only difference would be that we would calculate the gas metering in exact the same way as we do on Ethereum. Like every opcode would do the exact same incurrence of gas. The gas remainders would be fully matching, and this gives you the maximum compatibility at application level, where all the tools, all the contracts would be running exactly the same as they run on layer 1 in their outcomes. So, and this actually has zero implication for the performance, or like very marginal implication, because adding a few arithmetic operations is extremely cheap. Like in zero knowledge proofs, adding additions, multiplications, add like 1 constraint out of like tens of thousands. Like you can completely ignore it, it's negligible. And finally, type 1 would be the full compatibility at the block root level. Like you execute a block, and then the block root hash would be exactly the same as if you run it on layer 1. So that would mean including the storage proofs in the same way as Ethereum does, like having the storage structure in the same Patricia tree style, and also doing the consensus. So now this adds some overhead, probably an order of magnitude heavier than the type 2, but not because of the consensus. Even though consensus is expensive, you only do it once per block. So like no matter like if it costs 1 cent to calculate the like 10 cents, whatever, you divide it by all the transactions, so it's going to be negligible. So the main performance overhead is coming from the storage tree. If you have to use SHA-256 or K, I think Ethereum uses Kchuck. Like it's not a nice cryptographic function. It adds a lot of penalty because every storage access, no matter read or write, would have to be incurring this massive overhead. Whereas it actually has zero implications for your application, right? So, okay, but this would give you the ability to actually prove Ethereum execution trace itself. So where do we put zk-sync in this table? We start with type 4. We took a deliberate decision to start at type 4. And the reason for this is, again, our mission is to accelerate the mass adoption. And for mass adoption, it means we need to be able to, like, we're thinking about onboarding millions and billions of new users. At those levels, costs will matter. Like, they might not matter that much for DeFi applications today. Even if you pay 10 cents, it's probably going to be much cheaper than what it costs on Ethereum. And you can scale it with larger amount of transactions, the cost is going to remain the same. But there are lots of use cases where it's not going to be sufficient. Think of microtransactions, gaming, any kind of social networks, anything that actually takes like millions of transactions per day. That's going to be too expensive and prohibitively expensive. So you really need to push the costs down to the absolute minimum, and you want to hope that the prover technology will get better, the protocols will get better, and we'll push it down even more and more and more until we go to like 0.0001 cent range. So we have to start there. We don't have a choice. But the question is, do we need to stop there? And you can take, like, if you have a sufficiently advanced hardware, you can always run an emulator and execute older systems. It's quite trivial to run like DOS emulator or like Windows 3 emulator or like mainframe emulator on a MacBook Pro. Right? So can we do the same thing here? In fact, we can. What if we just write a smart contract that interprets EVM bytecode? That goes like step by step, reads the next opcode and performs just transitions the state machine there. In fact, that would bring us, like with a powerful underlying base layer, that would bring us just to the type 3 without any significant overhead. We can write this smart contract in Solidity. Maybe we can take existing Solidity code that interprets EVM, like Optimism has some work there, Arbitrum has some work there for processing the fraud proofs, so we can just take that code. Or we can even write it in Rust, and we can compile it. And zk-sync supports LLVM compilation. Like, we have a native virtual machine for ZK, and we have compilers from both Solidity and LLVM based languages such as Rust, Golang, C++, etc. So we could write it in Rust and make it very efficient. In any case, it would make zk-sync immediately a type 3 system, and it's a very isolated, very small project without affecting the security of the overall system. Now, can we go beyond that? Sure, we can add all the precompiles, and it's actually not that complicated to support full compatibility with the API. In fact, we will support Kchuck and SHA-256 from day one. We already have them on testnet, and this is what we're going to launch with on mainnet in less than 2 months. So the cryptographic hashes are going to be there, and they're not that expensive. And all the other precompiles are coming by the end of year, probably, like roughly. So this would make zk-sync a type 2.5 system, also like with minimum overhead. Can we go beyond that? Well, an important thing to consider is, if you start here, you cannot go down. Have we not started from type 4, we would not be able to go the other way around. You can emulate a mainframe on the MacBook Pro, but you cannot emulate a macOS on a mainframe. Like, you need to start with a more generic and more performant system to be able to go back and do the simulation. Okay, can we go beyond? Well, sure, it would be trivial to add gas cost metrics to make them completely matchable with Ethereum. Thing is, it's irrelevant for layer 2. Same as the block root. So block root would be not really relevant because you it has zero implication for your application. From the application perspective, it's the same. But you will not be able to use alternative consensus methods. And this is kind of not nice because at L2 we have different trade-offs. We can always rely on Ethereum as the instance of the final appeal for for checkpoints of the consensus. So you could experiment with newer and better consensus algorithms. And so that's why it does make sense. And for the gas calculations, we have to remember that at layer 2s we have a very different cost profile. So the basic types of resources we consume on layer 1 and on layer 2 are very different. Bandwidth is roughly the same. You will pay for 1 byte of cold data the same as on L1, but I just realized that it's a bit wrong because that's for rollup. For Validium, it would be also extremely cheap. Storage would be much cheaper for rollup and extremely cheap for any kind of Validium system like ZK Porter that we're introducing. And computation is just going to be also a lot cheaper. So if the cost profile is so different, why would we want to meter gas in exact the same way as this old legacy system? It doesn't really make sense. It only makes sense if we were to actually prove Ethereum itself. But again, this is a a broader question. Does Ethereum wants to be proven at layer 1 level in exact the same way as it's always been done? If the future is anyway with kind of type 4 systems, because you want to reach the maximum scalability at the end. You want to scale Ethereum. Anyone who is a fan of Ethereum wants Ethereum to work on billions of for billions of users. Right? And it's just not going to be no matter how well our provers are progressing, you will always be able to do more if you are a type 4 system. If you are optimized for ZK, no matter how cheap the type 1 system will be, type 4 will be 100 times, 1,000 times cheaper. So you will be able to process more transactions, you will be able to support more use cases, etc. So I think it's we can go this direction. It would be possible to add these things, but I think it's rather for Ethereum community to consider whether or not Ethereum should just become more ZK friendly over time. But I will leave this question open. We can discuss it. Anyway, yeah, that's it. So ZK Sync will start at type 4, will go up to the type 2.4 system. I invite you all to start building on it. Go to v2.zksync.io. We have testnet running for over half a year, very smoothly, and see you soon on the mainnet. And I'm really happy to take any questions now. Thank you.
Gregory's got a question.
Hello. Could you tell what would be the limitations in developer tools, starting from type 4 to going to type 1? What will work in case we're using Forge, traces? What will be missing from developers' experience building on different types of the ZK rollups?
That's a fantastic question. So the question is what are the limitations and differences in developer tools? In fact, type 4 will be the major difference comes from transitioning from type 4 to type 3. At type 4, all the tools that work at source code level will work. So it means most of the things except debuggers and tracers will be exactly the same. You can use code analysis, you can use all the services. You can use like the graph, chain link, whatever APIs, like external things can be that you might need. You can use all the libraries. You can use even the assembly. You can write like in Yule assembly, incorporate it in your Solidity code. It will compile. It will work exactly as expected. Debuggers and low-level tracing will not be compatible. That's why whoever is building type 4 system, like we are doing with zk-sync, must account for this and must work closely with the debugger and like, you know, this low-level toolings that show tracers and debuggers. And we need to incorporate just cooperate with them and make sure that they support the systems natively. And then, we're obviously doing this. So like if you're going to be using Remix, it will be just working with zk-sync. For you, as a developer, you will not see a difference. So that is the one major break. And the other major break comes at type 2 system. Because if you had type 2, you theoretically could run geth and execute, you know, like just let geth do the consensus for you and then execute the block by doing the block trace. So this is, I think Scroll is trying to do this. I think it will backfire on them because of what I just said about the gas metering. Like you will be shooting yourself in the foot because you will be imposing a very different cost profile that is incompatible with the true cost profile on layer 2s. Like you will be imposing cost profile of layer 1 on a system where like storage and bandwidth and calculation, etc., like has a very different profile. But theoretically you could do that. But then also, I don't think that standardizing on geth is a good idea. Geth is far from optimal, as like people from Aragon would always point out. You actually want to build a new system. Like if we're building something that is very scalable, you want to go and you want to optimize the read writes, the storage operations, like maybe do transaction processing in parallel, and that requires that you break away from geth and build a new client completely from scratch. And this is what we're doing as well. More questions? Sure.
I'm coming. What's your name, buddy? Oh yeah, you were yesterday.
Yeah, thanks, Alex, for the talk. Firstly, we're not gonna do the opcode metering the same way Ethereum does it, because our argument is that it's impossible without introducing DDoS vectors. And my question was a really important question, by the way. Which EVM, Zeek EVM, was the first one?
Well, the question, like the right question is not which one the first one, which will be the first to launch on mainnet. And I guess we'll see that in 2 months. But we came up with the term, yeah, it's just a fun.
Thank you.
Fun game.
I think we have time for one more. I'm not sure the time. Give me a second. Oh, we got 5 minutes, so we can do like 5 more questions. Who has a question? If not, we will wrap up.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, good job, man. We got a panel up next. The panel is going to be covering security. So if you like to be secure, stick around for the panel. We're gonna have lights, camera, action. Lights are on. We're gonna have Yuri from Certora, Kacper from Quantstamp, Piotr from Halburn, Damian from composable security. Monik from TrueFi will be moderating. This should be a good hour. I'm excited for this one. Check. Just need to put it by your mouth.
One, two.
Like 10-minute warning when there's like 10 minutes. Check. So I will pass it over to Monik, but we have a security discussion panel for the next hour. Clap it up, guys.
Hello, hello. It's great to see all of you today. So we're about to start. Let me start by introducing our panelists. But I want to say we're going to cover today an extremely important topic. And let me tell you, I think it is heavily undervalued. Very heavily undervalued. We have not enough companies, we have not enough startups, we have not enough people working in security. So if that's something you're thinking about, then you should definitely consider going deeper. And today, I'm with our wonderful guests. So first on my left is Kacper Bąk from QuantSamp. So give a nice round of applause for Kacper for joining us today. And next we have Uri Kirstein from Certora. I hope I read your last name right. I was practicing just before.
Yeah, it was good.
Thank you. I'm terrible with that. And we have next we have Damian Rusinek from Composable Security. And last but not least, we have Piotr Cielas from Halborn. And today we're talking about how not to get wrecked. So the first general question to all of you guys, and we're gonna dive much deeper into it in a moment, but how we can make sure that as a developer, or as a DApp developer, protocol developer, blockchain developer, that our code is safe. Is there something like safe code at all? and I'm willing to take the volunteer to talk first.
All right, so let me start. Well, basically, the code, all code is secure until it's hacked, right? So the simple answer is like almost no code is 100% secure, and also it's not because there are bugs, but there are some assumptions. So you make some assumptions that, you know, any kind of assumptions, the security assumptions. And under those assumptions, your code may be secure, except the bugs, but still it's not 100% secure, right?
Sure. So to answer your question, like how can you make sure? Well, you cannot make sure, but you can mitigate. You can do your best to work on code quality, and there are multiple approaches to it. So of course you can start with sticking to best practices when writing the code. You can get it reviewed often. You should be very explicit about your requirements, about your assumptions. It's good to have that written down and go over, let somebody else go over that. So it doesn't mean that you go and ask for a formal audit, nothing like that. You can ask your friends who have some experience with development to help you with that. You can also work on a very, I don't want to say extensive, but high quality test suite. And high quality doesn't mean that you have a lot of tests, but you consider a lot of different scenarios, both positive and negative scenarios. Good documentation. So these are, you know, just quite a few things that you can more or less easily do on your own to work on good code quality and make sure it's ready for a review by a third party.
All right, so good tasks, review from friends, and
well, best practices, you know, applying like well-known patterns, using well-tested libraries. So there is a lot of stuff you can do on your own.
Would you like to add something?
So like, I guess the question is really good because like, what makes how do we make sure code is secure? And it's not only about the code, but there are like multiple sort of supporting questions. Who has access to the code? Where the code is stored? What is the software development life cycle? You know, who can update it? Who manages it? What's the retention policy? So those are all the factors that you know, play into the security not only of the code, because code is, you know, something we implement an idea with, and you know, first of all you get the idea and you have someone or, you know, multiple someones implementing that idea. So like all those steps, like code is a final sort of product, and you know, there's a lot of stages you know, along the way that, like, you know, it's like a basic system architecture. So a system is as secure as, you know, insecure is its, you know, weakest component. So like, you know, you have to really pay attention to every little detail in the entire life cycle to, you know, and it's still gonna be, you know, best effort, because like there's no, you know, non-breakable, you know, encryption algorithm except for, you know, one-time pad, and everything else is just, you know, best effort. You know, you need a computer the size of universe to crack, you know, say RSA, but you know, it's good enough, and I think that's, you know, ultimately what security is, you know, about. Just, you know, doing the best you can to protect the assets and the users.
Woody, would you like to add before?
In general, I agree with the sentiment. I think that assuming that your code is safe or thinking it's safe is very, very dangerous. You should be humble. Your code probably is not correct. It's just a matter if you have found all the bugs, if the bugs are high severity or not. Usually, the way to make sure that your code is as secure as you can is just add many different layers. So your code starts with some bugs scattered in it, and each layer will filter out some of the bugs. Some will probably still be left at the end, even if you've tried to do everything that you can, which is why you should always be vigilant and look for suspicious behaviors and try to, say, implement new tools and get more opinions. And every time you're trying to add a new component, maybe try and do some of the steps and methods you've tried to do to mitigate bugs, doing them again. It never hurts. And yeah, be humble, be paranoid even.
So if I may add, because we moved to the question how to make your code secure, right? So basically, I would say that you have to start your security journey as soon as possible, even before the code. So as you mentioned, when you've got the idea, that's the moment when you should start thinking about security. So basically, first, what you usually do when you're doing a project, you must know your users. So that's what's usually covered. But what's also important to write it down. So you write down all the roles. You describe briefly what all roles can do or cannot do, because this is going to be a great input to the unit tests, to the formal verification, fuzzing. It will be easier for you later when you are like doing the heavy security. And then before you start implementing, you're doing the, how I call it, know your enemy part. So it's like threat modeling. You are taking all those roles, but not only those, you also take miners, validators, yourself as the team, as a potential threat actor, and you think of the goals that you might want to achieve as an attacker, and then you think about the way how you could try to achieve it. You still don't have the code, so you cannot verify it yet, but that's even better, because you don't want to verify it now. You are doing the brainstorming. You are thinking about possible bugs that you may later implement, right? The security bugs. And then this is the great input for next stages. Also, we have comments. Comments are, in general, very important. You should comment all your code, but also we can put some invariants in your comments. And I'm not talking about some specific formats for invariants, but like simple words. Because later, when you start to implement the code, you're gonna change your mindset to the developer. And you usually, as a developer, think about the optimistic path. So you are trying to check whether the code works as intended. But those comments later, when you have the code and start doing security review, fuzzing, formal verification, you've got great input for that. So you can easily give input to the auditors, like formal provers, etc.
So that's interesting what you said, right? I think there is a book called Philosophy of Software Design, and then they say there is a strategic and tactical level of programming, right? And strategic is when you do all the designs and so on, and tactical when you focus on developing, and the common mistake is keeping on the strategic part of it. So the importance of including security in strategic parts of software development. Okay. So you guys all are either from auditing companies or formal verification companies. How much of that process, right? You described all process with all the different tools and different things you need to do at different stages. How much of that belongs to the developer? How much of that belongs to auditing company?
Right. So I guess like the goal is to as much as possible to be done by developers. So for example, we are joining the companies, the projects, as soon as we can, and we are trying to teach those teams to do the threat modeling themselves, because you do not have to like do the huge workshop to do it. Whenever there is a developer and he's building a function, he can just switch his mindset to attacker and think of possible attacker scenarios. And write it down, later write unit tests for that, whatever, right? There are many other possibilities to use this information, right? Of course, some, like tooling, you do not build tools to later make it by developers. That's why you build tools, to automate it. So of course, tools will cover the part that's automatable, and also auditors or security reviewers, it's also quite hard to cover by developers, but it's good to have some security champion in your team. So a developer that's focused on security.
So like most of the actual work, I would say it's on the team that makes the product. But there is some work also on the part of the auditing company, let's say. So for example, you would like your client to be as prepared for the audit or for the review, you know, as well as they could be. And there are a lot of things that you can ask them in terms of the artifacts. So, for example, good documentation, helping them with like explaining them what it means to have a good test suite, making sure that all of the artifacts are all in place, that there is a good code hygiene. So we can definitely do that. There are some efforts that, for example, like formal verification, where if you have a list of requirements stated in the words, you, as an auditing or security company, you can formalize that part, because it may be, you know, not very well known among engineers, like software engineers, how to do that. But I would say most of the effort is probably on the customer, but there is a lot that the auditing company can help with.
So that's very interesting. I'm happy to continue on this question. Just want to summarize. I don't know if everybody heard the term here. There is shift left on security, right? So security, I'm super happy that we're talking about it, is like you don't do your stuff and then send it to security audit. You need to start thinking about security very often, and that's going to be multiple different efforts across all the stages of development. Yes, and please continue.
Yeah, so one thing that I guess we should consider is Web3 development. It's not that different to you know, Web2 development or just development. And there's like a lot of good practices that are, you know, already there, that are already in place. There's a lot of things that have to be, you know, created from scratch because the technology is disrupting and all that, and we all know that very well. But like there are some really, you know, basic principles that can be easily transplanted from, you know, Web 2 to Web 3. Like a really good example is, you know, for example, say log retention. Like, I don't know if you guys are familiar with like one of the recent hacks. It was not Ethereum, it was on Solana blockchain, where basically wallets were drained because one, and that's kind of ironic because one non-custodial wallet was storing private key material in plain text in their logs. So, you know, someone got access to the server and, you know, like, I guess the total sort of loss was in like 7 or 8 million. And like, even if you go through OWASP ASVS, which is like the, you know, pretty much the basic sort of a set of rules and tips how to make your web application secure. Again, web applications have been around for over 20 years now. Like it's one of the, it's in bold that logs should never store private, like, you know, confidential data, and if they do, they should be encrypted. And like, worst of all, what you can do is, you know, just store them on one server, have no, you know, policy to protect that. And then again, you're saying you're a non-custodial, so why would you need that private key material? And like, so what I'm getting at is, you know, there's like the template, like the tools, the rules are already there, all the hints are already there, and it's not that difficult to find them. So like, if you're developing a solution on blockchain, you can like kind of ask yourself a question, how would it work in Web 2? And as a developer, try and figure out what, you know, threats, attacks would apply to that in Web 2. Just don't, you know, get the tunnel vision on, you know, the happy path and, you know, just think it's gonna be all well, because it might just as well be, but, you know, like what you're building has a lot of value potentially, and there are, you know, people out there that wanna, you know, a piece of the cake from, you know, from that value.
Well, let me try to rephrase it a little bit, because I think the message that I got might be a little bit different than the one you want to convey. Like, we need to worry about both Web 2 and Web 3 security, right? We don't need... Because Web 3 is so much different than Web 2, because we store all those billions of dollars in the smart contracts, right? So,
It is, yeah.
So just to clarify, because it's not like, it's the same as Web 2, right? Which
Yeah, no,
it's
like,
not what you wanted to say, but
that's
kind
true.
of.
There are a lot of things, that are different, and that's obviously true. Like, for example, stealing money from a bank, you have to penetrate several layers of, information, IT systems, and, in the end, there's a guy with like a handgun standing in front of a vault. Whereas in a smart contracts, in a split second, millions are gone. But like the process of, development, you're still hosting your code on GitHub. You're still building. You're probably using, you have front and back end, some database. There's always a centralized part to every blockchain project. Like one good example is most of front ends sit on AWS. Validators sit in the AWS. And what's that? That's cloud. So there's cloud pen testing, all those rules. So they still do apply. There's another surface called smart contracts, but there is a Web 2 component to all that too.
So
yeah,
guys,
the case is that many Web3 projects consist some Web2 components, right? So it's not like
Absolutely.
only Web3 security. If you are building a Web3 project, you should cover both, right? Well-known Web2 security and Web3 security, which is, I agree with you, it's not like totally new thing. A lot of can be moved from Web2 security, used from Web2 security, and actually we've done like you mentioned ASVS, right, by OWASP, and we've created something very similar to that because we also been doing a lot of in Web 2 before, and we like this format, and we created a CSVS, which is some kind of port of ASVS to Web 3 for smart contracts.
So guys, this is all beautiful. Everybody here is already sleeping. Now let's talk about real reality. This is all beautiful. We have a great team of experts in our company. They start very early and so on. Now I tell you how things look on the other side. On the other side, we're getting all this crazy amount of money poured into our startups. There is a great lack, gap in between how many security engineers do we need versus how many are available in the world, right? And a lot of Web3 developers, we have exponential growth. By definition, when you have exponential growth, half of the guys in the Web3 just joined. We just doubled, last year, number of developers, right? That means half of the guys have less than a year of experience in Web3, right? This is the reality we're facing, right? How a startup that just got $5, $10, $30 million, right? How do they go about security, starting their security stuff, given this reality?
You know what? I think it's tough. I mean, it's very tough. First of all, we are hiring. We are looking for security people, both like junior level, mid-level, senior level, and I can tell you it's very, very tough. Because even if you get the junior people and you think that they are competent, maybe they are good coders, you still need to train them. And I totally get that if you're a startup and security is not your focus, then where do we even get that? It's tough. Just there is not enough supply, I would say, which is very, very unfortunate. And even if you go to security companies, from what I know, I'm not on the business side, but from what I'm hearing, all of them, they're fully booked all the time. So it looks like this is the reality.
We can talk about that in the next question. I have some experience with that, yes.
I don't see any immediate resolution, because even if you get somebody who's very interested, and let's say they're at the starting level, you have to train them. Or if they are at the very senior level, they have experience, they will be very expensive. So you don't, you may think that it's maybe not worth it. So I think that immediately there is no easy solution to this problem.
Let me translate. We're fucked, guys. We're fucked. It's tough. There's no enough outdoors, and we should train our guys. Yeah. Uri, you want to add something to that?
The number of experts in the field of Web3 security is limited, but I think that each step in the security stack is less important than the entire process itself. Meaning you will need to consult with the experts at some point, But relating also to the previous question, there is a lot that you can do yourself. You as a developer hopefully should know your code better than anyone else. So you will start by writing tests, including unit tests and integration tests, and also checking on a test net. I'm saying this, it might sound obvious, but lots of projects don't do this because it's never a high priority until you start to think about, hey, let's get an auditor, and then it might be a bit late in the process. It's better to do it early. Yes?
But why do we, okay, we have this exponential growth in Web3. Why can't we have exponential growth in security experts?
Well, that's a very nice question. I just wanted to come back to the previous for a second, because there are two things. One thing, to solve the problem that you mentioned, like exponential growth of developers and non-exponential growth of security consultants. Two things. One, training, like doing, like I mentioned, if you train your team to do threat modeling, they will be able to build those tests, right? So they will not focus only on the optimistic path tests. They will focus more on the security scenarios. And the second thing is tooling, right? And there are tools that are hard to use, I would say. So you need some help from the companies. But still, you can learn that and later use it on your own. But there are tools that you can easily use and integrate in your CI/CD. I mean, for example, GitHub Actions, like you can use Slither. It doesn't give you the security, but it gives you the overall view on the state of security of your protocol, right? Same Solidity coverage. Again, it shows you how many branches, lines of code are covered with tests. Very often it's false positive information, but still it gives you some information that later you can use to check whether we are ready for the security consultation, or maybe we should write some more tests so that when the consultant comes, they don't tell us that you should write more security tests.
Yeah. As a friendly reminder, you can have 100% code coverage or even branch coverage while having 0 asserts in your code, right? So,
yeah, and that doesn't tell you nothing. You can have a crappy test suite that has 100%
or
coverage.
you can have a high quality code, great test, but just keep on the single edge case.
Yeah, it's always easy to optimize for a certain number. That's not the problem. But you know what? Like, just to get back to your question, like why we don't see this exponential growth in security experts? I think that maybe one of the reasons is that a lot of people, they learn how to code in college, but I don't think you have a lot of security courses in college. So perhaps this is an afterthought in a lot of cases.
Yeah, development is the first contact with the technology usually, right? So usually, not always, of course, because I have some friends that didn't follow this path, but usually you're a developer and then you are going into security. That's very, very common path, right?
Like one thing, I guess, it's that we have to realize, it's like someone has to sort of initiate the process of bringing in more security engineers to the space, and my personal opinion is it's on the existing security engineers and auditors to make it fun for people, because like even when we look back to Web 2, like we've like a lot of pen testing platforms, a lot of CTFs, like even the intelligence, Polish, military intelligence, they run a CTF every year. All the, internal sort of services. NSA, they probably have their own CTF too. And then you have Hack the Box, and all those, VulnHub, all those, platforms on which you can train while having fun. And, in Web3, there are a few, granted, but like, it's nowhere near on the level of what we see in Web 2, and like it takes quite another skill to create something like I know myself, it's much easier to create something that's vulnerable by accident than write a challenge that's vulnerable intentionally, because it's just so complex. But then again, it requires some expertise on the security side to come up with this and to get people excited about sort of a different sort of perspective on security.
So let's talk about a little bit more about auditing, right? Because that's gonna be my first complaint. It's gonna be my first complaint, you know? You talk about all this stuff here and tell us what we need to do, but we're alone. We come to the audit company at the end, and you do an audit for us, right? And maybe I'm a new startup, right? Maybe I just raise my money and have a few really talented developers build a first version, and you say, hey, you know, maybe you should write more tests or better documentation, but also you won't tell us about all the things we didn't do at the beginning. We didn't think about, you know, threat models and different things, right? So how do we solve it? What's your best advice to us, application developers? Because we would really love to learn that, you know.
But
and we would love to hire some security experts to help us build that, by the way. But that's not the service, as far as I know, that auditing companies does, and there is no security experts on the market, right?
But you actually, you answered this question yourself. You mentioned shifting left. And that's what we are trying to, you know, we are the evangelist of shifting left. Start security as soon as possible.
But do you sell such a service? Can I hire a company to come to me and help me?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mentioned. Like threat modeling is one of the first services for that. And also that's why I don't like to call these companies, like the security consultant companies, as auditing companies, because the auditing, actually it's not even auditing. If you do not have a list against which you check the code, it's not an audit, it's a security review. But audit is used by everyone, so let's stay with that. But I mean,
but that's interesting. Well, what's the difference between security review and audit then?
Just simply, if you have a list and check the code against the list, that's the audit. You are auditing against some standards, some list. If you are doing manual review of the code with maybe your own list in your head, but it's not standardized, that's a security review. So that's I like to make fun of that sometimes, because most of the audits are not audits. But yeah, let's leave this. I mean, whose fault? I'm not trying to judge us or developers, but you are coming for the audit after you finish the code, right? And of course, it's not your fault probably, because you didn't probably know that you could start earlier. You realized that after getting the report. We had reports which told our clients to completely change the architecture, because it was full of critical issues just because of the wrong architecture. If they did the threat modeling before, and they think about this particular role as an attacker, they would instantly identify this vulnerability and before writing the code, right? So they would save a lot of time, money, and yeah, these are the most important, right?
So yeah, I definitely noticed the problem that you are talking about, because we've been working with a lot of projects over the years. And most of the teams, again, they start thinking about security a bit late, and audits, they tend to be expensive. Okay, let's stick with audits, so that, because we already use this word. But yeah, they tend to be expensive. So what we are doing now, when somebody comes to us for an audit or a security review, we provide a bunch of checklists for them so that they can go over their code. And actually, it's called like audit readiness checklist. So the projects, they can go over the code without spending, any money on us, any money on the audit, so that they can have confidence that they did their best to get ready for that review. And I believe that helps both the project, because it's cheaper for them and they can do their, let's say, internal review on their own. But it also helps us, because we can then check perhaps some of the requirements that they state explicitly. We can make sure that the test suite is as good as they could make it. That they, I don't know, they do the coverage. That maybe they run some of the tools. So I believe I think that once we introduce the checklist, the quality of the incoming projects is better than it used to be. At least that's been my experience.
Yeah, I think the two best ways to make sure that correct security development is employed in a protocol is to give it good incentives. One from the VCs, which already do it, and one is from the community. And that's one of the big reasons we should have panels like this. If there is pressure from the community to have secure code development methods, then that will affect code developers the most. And there should be more demand from it, from users, more questions. Maybe you two should check if the code has been tested. Did they try and identify threats or not? I think each of you also can do a part of it and contribute to the security.
This is actually a great like idea. And even if you check as a user, as a non-technical user, if you check the audit, the report, you may not understand all those technical stuff, but you can check the response from the team. Sometimes responses are very important. So whether they treat this issue as a real issue and what changes did they implement, or maybe they said, oh, come on, the fact that we are too powerful and we can like change everything easily, instantly, without any delayed actions, it's not an issue because we are a trusted party. No, you are not. You are working in a trustless environment in Web3, which is trustless by definition, right? So this is a great source of information even for non-technical users.
So, all right, let's get to auditing companies. How do we pick one? How do we know as a developer how to distinguish a good auditing company from not so good? And I'm gonna try to be a little bit controversial here, so my apologies, but it always reminds me of this auditing companies. There's this story of this janitor on Jagiellonian University. I think we have some people from Jagiellonian University here in the crowd. So that, I don't know if it's a real story or just a legend, but there was this janitor, cleaning the floors. And, the parents of the kids that would like to get to university would be passing by and he would be stopping them and say, hey guys, I'm cleaning here floors for 20, 30 years. I know everybody. I know the dean. I know that guy. So if you pay me $2,000, I'm going to make sure that your kid gets into college, right? Guaranteed. If I fail, I will return the money. And of course, some kids would get into the college and he would keep the money. Some would not, and he would return the money, right? And from the developer, again, I'm going to be advocate for the developer community. From the developer community, it's really difficult to say there's so many different companies, so many different brands, and people say things about this brand or that brand, right? They can see this or that brand, doing audit for this on another or another software developer, right? How do I pick a company to review to do an audit for my project?
Well, I would say that how you don't pick by price. That's one thing, but
come again?
Don't pick by price, by the lowest price, because this definitely does not guarantee quality. Definitely the best, in my opinion, the best reviewers are your past customers. So we often get projects who got referrals from other projects, and then we have a kickoff call. And I know that a lot of these business/tech calls, they require people from both the technical side and from the business side. And the projects, they ask very specific questions as tell us about your experience with specific technology or maybe a specific blockchain. Tell us about the projects that you did in the past. So they ask about experience, definitely customers, referrals. Often the reports are public. You can go over the reports as a potential customer and see yourself whether you see just a bunch of informational issues or whether there is an actual merit to what they list. So I would say like these are some of the factors to consider when picking a company. You may also think about, like even the time zone, like where they are located, because like if the company is like 12 hours from you and you need to have a conversation with them, this may be a bit difficult. So that may play a role, and perhaps the past experience of the auditors and the business. And also on the kickoff call, you can see whether you get along with them, because it's like working even with your colleagues. Sometimes it's easier, sometimes it's more difficult.
And the time zone thing is very close to our hearts because we're 11 hours, well, not 11, 9 hours from San Francisco, where some of the companies are. But yeah, so what I heard is from Kacper, it's not, don't pick by price, and experience and referrals, and I think, yeah.
Reports.
And reports, read the reports, and I have a question about the reports, but I think Piotr wants to add something before that.
Because I think we didn't have enough buzzwords in the conversation, so I'm gonna just throw one now. So do your own research, and I'm gonna put the emphasis on your own, because ultimately, like, it's your product, and you care about it deeply. So you want it to be, as secure as it gets, and they're like every. Security company has its own unique way of doing business. And, just following up on what, Kacper just said is, you've like a lot of things you have to think about, how communication works, how do the reports look like. Referrals are also very important. But one other thing is you should, be on the lookout for, is the security company proactive? Are they suggesting, solutions to you? To be open, it's not like you come and say, hey, I want an audit of the program. And, there's as I guess we, keep repeating on and on, there's a lot of components. Contract is just one of them. So you might want to be open to suggestions from people that actually, know their stuff, or at least you trust them to know their stuff. So like if, just try and not get defensive on, what the reviewers are suggesting before you sign up for the service.
Yeah, also you can check whether the companies build some open source tools so that they are actually building the community, giving something to the community. And one way is to check by yourself. I mean, you can select some part of your protocol and hire 1, 2, maybe 3 companies. And then you'll see how you cooperate. Like the communication you mentioned is important, right? Because referrals, public reports are usually, you can check the expertise, right? But how you cooperate as a team, as a developers team with the security team, this is also important, right? So whether you have the same similar mindset, focus on the same things, and also whether the company focuses only on technical security issues or maybe more on business logic security issues, which is also important. And sometimes, because sometimes security issues are features and sometimes are bugs, right?
A small tip, if you're trying to read reports, try to read reports for products that are similar to yours. That way it will be easier for you to read the report because you understand it better. And probably the auditor, having experience with similar product, will understand your product better. So it's a win-win. And I want to add another thing. What do you do if it's an auditor without much reputation, without many referrals or many reports that you can view? And if that's the case, you can do a method that was tried by Trust Token. If you have employed your security stack correctly, you probably have found some bugs by code reviews or testing. Try to keep a few of them in the code when you give it to a new auditor and see how many of those bugs do they find. And that way, that gives you a good assessment, basic assessment of how good or bad they are. It's worse probably than looking at the reputation of good auditors. And also there is a downside. Don't try to put in bugs that are too complex to then take out. And also it costs money, so probably you don't want to do that with your real good auditors.
Interesting idea.
CTF style.
I wanna say it's a perfect timing, because a huge opponent of this technique is Trail of Beats, and we just have a person from Trails of Beats coming to the room the moment you started proposing this idea. But I wonder what you guys think about it. That was actually, we were getting to the question that I hope will spark this discussion. But I would love to hear what you guys think about it.
About what?
About leaving bugs for the auditor, leaving bugs in the code that was found during code review, not too difficult to fix, and see how much of them is being found by the auditor.
Well, I don't know. I think there are controversial views, because we were even discussing that within our company, and I would say like 50% of the people were for, 50% were against that idea. Like, because we were thinking, okay, if I'm a developer, like, would I do it or should I not do it? Like myself, I don't know. I don't really love this idea, but other people from my company, they loved it. So.
I can tell you, there is a whole spectrum. We had like auditors that get excited about it, and we have auditors that hate it and say, hey, we ain't gonna be working with you guys if you do that, before we even said, wait, but we didn't explain the whole thing yet, right? So it's really interesting. Yeah, I'd love to hear more opinions.
Were you asking whether I feel insulted if you left that box for me to check me? Like,
well, it seems a lot of people, when we start discussion about it, a lot of people really quickly turn that, am I being insulted, right? But that's not the intention of the practice. The intention of the practice is to get some input for decision making. Yeah. And one decision could be, hey, if I have this auditor and we injected 3 bugs in 3 different audits and 0 was found, maybe it's time to look for another auditor. But there are other decisions you can make based on it, which is like, if all the bugs were found during the audits and formal verification, fuzzing and other different tools, we feel good to go to production. But if they were not found, then we should probably keep working on the code and security before we should go to production, especially if we expect significant amount of money. If there is a proxy and we're gonna upgrade a contract and there's $1 billion there, and some of the bugs that were left in the code were not found, then it's probably not a good idea to go to the production with that, right? And I think another thing is you can do very limited amount of reasoning from that, and a lot of people think, you're gonna reason all those things. I think those are basically the only 2 things you can reason, like if you continuously see lack of injected, leftover bugs. I should not use the word injected because people think like this is artificial bug being injected, right? So if you continuously see that any part of your security process, whether it's formal verification, might be even might be very different things, right? Then maybe you should improve something in the process, right? And it might be, I don't want to tell you that it's not out of the question, changing your auditor company, right? And also, second very important input that helps you make a decision is, are we ready to go to production or not, right?
Just to answer the previous question, for me, if you don't have any other way, if you can't think of any other way to rate the company, then yeah, go for that. Because why not? Because you can, right?
How do you rate a company otherwise?
We mentioned by reports, by reputation, by references, by their community, the stuff that they do for community, some tools, open source, and so on. But this is also another way, right? Very, very easy for you to decide, right? Because if they found all, they should be fine, right? If they found none, they should be bad, right?
And I would like to say that expectation, and I want to say that aloud because I think, that's another thing people instantly think about, is like you expect security company to find all of them, and we didn't meet any one of those companies. We do formal verification with Certora, and that doesn't found all the bugs as well. And if you listen to guys and all the auditing companies, and I wonder if you agree or not, they say, hey, we don't find all the bugs because we don't have infinite budget and we don't have infinite time. We don't find all the bugs, right?
Yeah, 100% true, because it's not like if you don't find all bugs, it doesn't mean that you are like bad. There are many factors that comes to play that may be the reason for that you didn't find it. Also, for formal verification, it's very challenging to write very good rules. And sometimes the rules are written by the company, like by Certora, and sometimes they're written by the project, right? The project team. So they have to learn it, right?
Absolutely. Well, how do you even know that your rules are complete? You don't.
Yeah, exactly.
You cannot even automate that part.
So you can use a lot of the same method we have said of how can you measure if an auditor is good or not by checking if your tools are good or not. So again, you can see how many of the bugs they have found or uncovered. And maybe there is a problem with the tool or the way that you use it. And again, reputation, right? All the other methods largely apply.
Yeah, but also it's not like you are choosing between the company to do the security review, the manual security review, and against the formal verification. You should do both, right? At different stages, but you should do both, right?
Yeah, and some of the projects, I believe, at least like some of the ETH 2.0 clients, they had like 2 or 3 different security reviews from different vendors. So if a project has enough budget, and some of them they definitely do, they ask for multiple reviews.
So it's like what we sort of started off with. It's always best effort, because like we could turn the question around and we can ask, is your code actually doing what it's doing in the best possible way? Like there's probably a lot of space for optimization. There's, a lot of people got into this space without sort of formal background in software engineering. So one thing that's horrible in Web3 is, for example, algorithms. A lot of them are just inefficient and they can be improved. And then again, you try to find, answer the question whose fault it is when an algorithm that's designed badly by a team that worked on it for half a year, or security reviewer that spent 2 weeks reviewing that. So it's always it's always at times also a big factor there. So just coming back to one of the previous questions, how can we assure? How can there's a shortage of talent? They're all the businesses are booked up. So be smart. It's like when you're buying a car, you're planning way ahead. You spend 2 weeks selecting the the make and all that. So why don't apply the same principle to to your project? So just spend a lot of time researching, and you're gonna need an audit at some point. So try and plan ahead rather than coming and saying, hey guys, so we just finished our sprint, so we've got like 3 weeks till launch. Can you please review us? We're gonna give you 200,000 for that. It's great, but then again, the question is, are you really taking security, as seriously as you should? Because, like, to me, if you have a project of 3,000 lines, it's you need way more time than 3 weeks to do a proper review of that, especially if it's doing something complex. It's like a lot of rules that we know, and they work in other areas of business. They can be moved into Web3. I suppose it's because the industry is so new, immature, arguably. So it takes time for the processes to all that to sort of mature and basically
all right.
Work.
We still have 10 minutes. I want to talk about user perspective. So last question. Auditors versus companies, right? So you talk about a lot about this perfect world when we have all those different stages and everything, right? But in the end, we need to make a final decision. Are we ready to ship or not? And I made one proposal. Maybe if we feel confident, if we have those bugs that we left in the code and it was found during the whole security process, that's a good signal to go. There is also a proposal for Casper, maybe going multiple reviews. How about if I have 2 auditors They found 0 criticals. Am I ready to go? Is that a signal that I should go to production? I found 2 brands recommended to me, with great experience, and 2 different companies. They do 2 separate security audits, great audits. We read their audits in the past. Am I ready to go? They do their audit, 0 criticals, some minor things they found, we fixed them. Are we ready to go?
I don't think I don't think you can answer that in the binary way and have because as we said at the very beginning. First of all, you cannot be sure. It is it is a best effort business here.
But I do have to make this decision, right?
Okay.
And I have pressure from the market, from my investors, and so on, right? So I understand there is no perfect, but what are the considerations?
Okay, so first of all, when it comes to pressure from the market, I noticed that typically we don't have problems with projects postponing their date. Typically, if we ask them to work a little bit more on the security side, there is no problem with that. At least that's been my experience. And it also depends on your project. So, for example, I think that ETH 2.0 clients, they were treating security very, very, with a very high priority. So they did have some requirements specified formally. They did have test nets. We also set up our own network, that included all of their components, so we could tinker with them, and the community could also play with the components on the testnet. So that goes beyond audits, but this is something that gives you more confidence. And at the end, you have perhaps a few people who review the code, maybe a few people who played with your product, and if you feel confident enough, I think probably, that's the best you could do, right? Because what else you can do? Again, even if you go the formal verification route, which is very expensive, it doesn't guarantee that the product does exactly what you wanted it to do, because you can even miss some of the requirements, and some of the requirements actually. Because humans write the requirements, and they may even formalize them in the wrong way. So I don't think that you will get 100% guarantee.
No,
yeah.
That we established at the beginning, right? But we need to make those decisions, right? So, Uri, Damian, Piotr?
I think you shouldn't ignore issues that were not flagged as critical, because it has happened many times before that the auditor didn't know or understand the full severity of the issue. We had a real-life example with Certora. We have formally verified and audited Sushi Swap, and we found a critical issue. We found it by defining a property of the contract, so we immediately knew that it was critical. And in parallel to us, there was a competition on Code Arena for auditing it, and turned out that another auditor has found it and flagged it as low. Just because they didn't come from the exploit to the mismatch in the code. They just saw a mismatch, didn't know what it could lead to. So it was assigned a low priority. You should have a good reason to write off issues found by auditors, maybe unless they are guess or informational. You should look at them again, discuss them with your team, probably add some more tests to make sure there are no more side effects that the auditor or you didn't consider, and only then you should write it off.
First of all, treat security companies as advisors. At the end, it is your decision, right? So no company will tell you you are ready to go deploy, right? Second thing is totally what you mentioned. I mean, you mentioned only criticals, and you also mentioned that sometimes criticals are lows for other companies, but in the reports, there are also other impacts on risk, right? So you should go through them and be sure that all of them are acknowledged. So either fixed or you accept the risk, but you are aware of it. And in some cases, you should totally understand what the consultant, the auditor, had in mind writing down this issue, right? So because sometimes maybe if they talked with that guy, they would end up with okay, this is critical, right? Not low.
It happens a lot, actually. Many times we tell to our customers, hey, this is a real issue. They say, oh, no, we know about this. This is fine. And then we show them again, like a concrete case, and say, okay, you're right.
Yeah, but again, there are also notes and recommendations. There are not vulnerabilities itself, that they do not pose the risk, but they may, if you, for example, add something later to your code, right? And the third thing, very important, is that it's not the end of your security journey. You're in the middle. Now you should monitor your code, your protocol. That's why you use events, right? You can use, like, not maybe security-related events, but some of those events are very important from the security perspective. Monitor them, right? Another thing, how do you react to some issues? For example, you have an issue with too powerful owner. So imagine that you have a protocol where you as the owner can do a lot, like change the rules of the game. So the auditor tells you you should do it by a governance contract, some DAO maybe, but you say, come on, we cannot make DAO that fast, right? It's not that easy. We had that panel yesterday, right? So maybe you could do some temporal solution, like delayed execution of this operation to allow people to exit your protocol before the change is executed, right? And of course, this is also not very good idea for all changes. Like we had this compound issue. So it's frozen for 7 days because they just implemented this delayed execution, right? So there is no like one solution for all issues. Like for each security issue, one solution that's always the good one. So understanding of all the issues that were identified by different companies is the key here, I would say.
So the thing is, there's a lot of relativity to the entire process. So, like one good example is one auditor, labels issue as low, the other marks it as critical, and someone else marks it as medium. So we just want to try and find out who's right anyway. But you know your product best, and you know what ideal you have, like a sort of a vision of where to go. And there's no like the answer to the question, deploy or not deploy. There's no perfect answer to that. Certainly there's no absolute answer to that. You have to come up with a plan. What with a checklist, right? What do you have to check on your list to deploy? Because ultimately you may have guidance from auditors, you can have advisors, but ultimately it's your responsibility to deploy the code, and you will have to face the consequences if things go wrong. So you have to be just very sort of aware of the relativity of the whole process, and just as there is no defined standard, and because code is so complex, it's next to impossible to identify all the paths. Even if you spent like half a year on that, Terra is a great example. It was working perfectly up until it stopped. So then we have there's a lot of change in the world, all the economic factors, all the market factors, all the tech factors. There's so much uncertainty that you need to have a plan basically, and stick to that plan. Be consequent.
Guys, we ran out of time.
Just one thing.
Everybody has one sentence. Final advice to the application developers. One sentence to make your application secure.
Okay, don't test in production.
Don't test in production. Kasper from Quantstamp. Uri.
Be humble of what you think your code behaves like. Be paranoid.
Start security as soon as possible and finish after you leave your project, not earlier.
Piotr.
Auditors are people too, and we're here to help you. Don't get angry when we find something.
We love you guys. Thank you very much for joining the panel. And guys, round of applause. Thank you very much.
We have Luca from Tenderly up next, Web3 Actions. Introducing Luca.
Hello everyone. My name is Luca. I'm coming from a company called Tenderly. And in next 20 minutes or so, we are going to talk about how to build a scalable Web3 backend for your dApps using something we call Web3 Actions. So the talk is split up into 3 different parts. One is just to introduce you to Tenderly and what we do. Then we are going to switch gears and talk about what actually are Web3 Actions and how to use them, when to use them. Okay, thank you. When to use them. And then we are going to put everything into context and actually go through an example of applying Web3 Actions to something that can be considered a real case. But before we start with the real part of the talk, I just want to give you 2 disclaimers. First, yes, we are going to talk about a product that we are building, so there will be some shilling about the company, but I'm trying to keep it as minimum. And another one is the talk was supposed to be a workshop, so there will be code samples and so on. And I'll try to keep them, an explanation of them as bare minimum, and if you have any questions after the talk, please reach out to me and we can discuss the examples afterwards. Cool. So Tenderly began its journey in Serbia, and we are now about 60 people strong. And our goal is to build an ecosystem for Web3 developers with all the tools to ease your pain and make your Web3 journey and deployment of your applications as easy as possible. And here are some of the tools that we already built. One of which we started with is Debugger, which allows you to debug your smart contracts line by line. Like you can plug your contracts and inspect what's happening inside of each step of it, change the variables and see how it will reflect it. And the screenshot on the right is current how it looks like. To build this product, we built our custom EVM, and we have stored all the information of networks to the system, and that allows us to build something we call simulators. Simulators allow you to simulate your transactions before even pushed to the network. You can plug and play, you can change the values and see how it will reflect in the states of the network. And one of the really common cases of our users, how they use simulators is if some exploit has happened in the past, you want to prevent it from happening in the future, you build a patch, and before you push it to the production, you want to roll back the network state and see if your change would prevent it from happening again. And that's what they do with the simulators. With all of that, we built alerts. We are not alone in the space of building alerts. There are many of the use cases. But what we do here is we rely on the underlying technology, so you don't have to build the alerts around, for example, only events. And you can go much deeper into that and say, hey, I want to alert my system if this particular address has called this, or with these parameters and so on. So you can really play and customize to your needs. And the last one listed here is actions that we are going to cover through this session. I call it, if you want, you can create a free account and test all of these for free and much more that I didn't list it here. Cool. So this is this definition of Web3 actions. I won't go through it right here, but in a nutshell, Web3 actions allow you to build custom pieces of code that is low maintenance and low setup backend for your applications. And you're going to tie them to some trigger that's going to call your actions and execute them for you. And since it's a part of your backend, it allows you to don't really care about infrastructural part or maintenance part and so on. It is on us, so you don't have to do all of the heavy lifting. We've done that for you. But this is a really high level, so let's dig deeper and see what actually goes into building a single Web3 action. The first moving part of Web3 action is actually the function that you're going to build, or your custom code. It can be built using TypeScript or JavaScript. It really depends on your preferences. And it has some autonomy that how it actually looks like. The first part, it should be exported, so our system needs to take it. Then it needs to be declared in some sense, like in this case, it has obviously the name, then it's asynchronous function, and always has two parameters, context and event. We're going to touch upon these parameters later in the talk. And obviously, the building block is your code. So what is going to happen? In this example right here, it's really simple. It's going to log something to the console, and that's it. But it can be much, much more complex. The second and the last moving part of each Web3 action is a trigger, or what is the criteria that you want to set for your Web3 action so that gets executed. It can be either on-chain or off-chain. Here you have four examples. One is the block, where, for example, we can monitor for you a mainnet and say, hey, if certain block is mined, let's execute your code. It can be like on some periodic basis, like every 4, 5, even 10 blocks and so on. It's really up to you to set up this setting. It can be periodic, so if you worked with the cron jobs, that's basically it. So you can set up, hey, let's run this Web3 action for you every 10 minutes or so. Webhook, self-explanatory, and alert. So I mentioned alerts previously in the talk, so you can tie up your Web3 actions to alerts and say, if some trigger has happened, which is the same for alert, let's execute your piece of code as well. And there actually, like this is the screenshot from our platform, so there are two ways to build Web3 actions. One is from UI, so just clickable interface for you to ease your pain of building a Web3 action. Or if you want more customizable solution, you can straight to dig into the code and implement everything yourself, which we are going to demonstrate in the example throughout this presentation. There is one more way to call your actions, which is to wait for some event in the contract, and when that event occurs, let's execute your code, and we are going to demonstrate that. So now that we know what are the building blocks and what it goes to creating a single Web3 actions, let's demonstrate how it will happen in a certain scenario. Here we have a really simple smart contract, which is if you use a Remix editor, it's automatically generated for you. But I added a small change. I added this event number stored, which returns two things: number that's stored and address, who stored that number. And it is always emitted when we call this store function. So now that we have our smart contract, let's see how to build a Web3 action or a backend for it. So the first part of building your Web3 actions is your code. What is the action function that is going to be executed based on certain event? We said that an autonomy of this function is it needs to be exported, so we have that. Then we need to define it. So in this case, it has some action function name. It's really creative. Then it's asynchronous, and it has two parameters: context and event. And it has some code. So let's explain one of these parameters, event. We talked about these triggers, what actually needs to happen so this function gets executed. And that's basically what we have here at the event. So in the first line of code, you are only basically using that event and parsing that to be as a transaction event. Transaction event is only saying, hey, let's wait for something to happen inside your contract that we are monitoring so that we get this code executed. These next couple of lines of code, if you worked with smart contracts, that's basically it, nothing new. So we are using ethers to extract information from ABI. decoding the event log and waiting for our event called name stored. Storing that result to variable called results, which we only print to the console. So it's not more complex than the previous one, but we are just utilizing some information from the contract as well. And we mentioned that the next part of building each action or Web3 action is to build a trigger, or what needs to happen to get executed or to execute this code. And since we are building this using our code part of the platform, we built simple configuration using YAML. So if you know YAML, that's the configuration how you would provide information to our platform. I won't go into details of what each of these lines means, but basically you can set up the project name that you're using, your username, and so on, and our platform will automatically connect that to your account, and that's it. So you don't have to think about more of that. The interesting pieces of this file is this function line, which connects this configuration to the file where you created this function. So any file in the system, in your folder of choice, you will change the file name and set the file, the function name that you declared. So it's up to you how you will name it. And we set up this trigger. In our case, in this case, is transaction. So if you, for example, change to execute this function when a block was mined, you will change the type to block, and that's it. That's everything that happens in our platform without your need to interact. If you choose to deploy this function like this, it will probably happen, but Tender will cry and say, hey, you're missing some additional information. We don't know which contract to follow. You don't know, you didn't provide any address, and so on. And that's what happens here. You can provide additional settings to whatever you want. In this case, we just provided to say, hey, we want to monitor network 4 with ID 4, and we want to monitor the contract with some address. And the name of the event is optional here, but you can name it to the number stored in our case. And that's only where you specify here, everything happens under hood, so you don't have to change. So for example, if you tested on the test network, in this case Ringv, and then decided to go with the mainnet, you just need to change the network number, network ID, and the address, and everything stays the same. So that's it. And in this case that we went through, the real usability of this function is questionable, since we are only printing something to the console. So it's not really a real-world case. So let's see and challenge us to do something else. Let's see how we would demonstrate this using a challenge where we want to get a number of unique IDs or unique addresses that change the number. So in our case, in the contract, we are only storing the last address. So we don't know how many times the number was changed. Obviously, we have transactions there, but there is no information in the code. And the old way how we would do that is we would deploy the contract, set some time, like it can be a week, it can be a day, really depends on your use case, and let it run. Let your users or your system send some transaction, change the number, and we would get a lot of transactions in the system. Then we would scrape the information out with code, or God forbid manually, and store that information in some sheet or some base, depending on what you choose. After you do that, it's easy to get the number of unique addresses, but the tedious part from deploying the contract to this was basically something that I don't really want to repeat for more complex cases. So let's see how we would change and solve this using Web3 actions. We have this action already in the previous slides, so all the code that we already showed stays the same, and we added 4 additional code lines. So We have some first code that says, okay, let's await context.storage and get some JSON with addresses, and we are adding new address to that and then putting JSON again to our some storage. And to be honest, I have now more questions than I had before this slide. So what is context? We didn't explain that. What is storage? And how it can be stateless in the sense of execution and then have a storage. So let's explore that. We have this context as a first parameter to each of our action functions. It allows you to interact with two additional features that tenderly provided for you when working with web-free actions. One is secrets, which changes the .env file for you. And the next one is this storage. So storage is for use cases when you need some pieces of information between the execution of the function. So, for example, in this case, we want to monitor all the addresses when our event is meted. In one of the demo cases that we have for you, for example, tic-tac-toe, you want to monitor the state of the board. So you need somehow to preserve the information between the execution of the functions. And that's why we developed this storage function, which is basically key value stored, which allows you to store small bits of information for you to have and reflect that if you want to choose to call this function again. And it's pretty simple. Like in 4 lines of code, you can store the information from the contracts from the event to our storage and then retrieve it back. This is how it's done. I purposely didn't implement the code where I would check for unique addresses. So if you want to do this on your own time after the presentation, go for it. And if you have problems, reach out to me in whatever media you use. And we can discuss on how to do it. Like just a hint, you can upgrade this piece of code, or you can write additional function to do just that. Great. And when your actions are deployed and in production, like some backend is using it, you can interact with all of them from your dashboard. So you don't have to go back in the code. You could, and sometimes you really need, if you want to have more flexibility in what you change. But all the necessary information can be checked and changed from our dashboard. Like you can go and update it, you can change the state of it, you can change the trigger. Sometimes you want it to be periodic, but sometimes you want to be on blockaways. Like it can happen constantly, and it can change, depends on your needs. And one of the great benefits of using web-free actions is it's zero downtime. So whenever you change something and deploy it, your users won't feel a thing. Like for them, everything will stay the same and run as smoothly as possible. And in these examples right here, we talked about web-free actions and how to use them. Like this backend had only one web-free actions, but it can be as many as possible or as many as needed. And in some of our use cases, we had like as many as 100 in production. Behind this QR code, you have a demo folder on the GitHub where we have built 2 free demo projects right now. One is for Oracle and the tic-tac-toe, for example, which you can explore and deploy on your own. And everything is on free tier, so you don't have to pay a thing to play with it and explore how to build a backend and contracts using our platform. And yeah, that's it. I don't have the next slide. Yeah.
What's your name? Where are you? Max?
Hello, thanks a lot for presentation. I haven't seen on the Tenderly pricing page like what actions are included in every pricing tier. Could you please elaborate on that?
Yeah, I think my colleague will be better candidate to answer the pricing point. I don't know all the pricing points there, so we can discuss about that after the presentation. Great, but thank you for the question.
What's your name, bud? Jason? Jason's got a question.
Hey, Lucas. Quick question. Is there any way to action things external to the system? So you say it's stateless. Sometimes I feel it could be really useful to, you know, hit a webhook or something on a certain condition or something like that. I don't know if that's been explored.
Yeah, that's a great question. Yes, there is. Like sometimes you want to call an external API, for example, when something happens on chain. You can do it. Like that's basically why we implemented secrets version of our Web3 actions, where you can store, for example, any API key or whatever you would generally choose to store in a .env file, and you can just call it, and yeah, that's normal. Like you can even deploy some things using Web3 actions, but that's not recommended because of the security version of it.
Okay, really interesting. And with actions, they start from when you like deploy the action, right? Sorry, can you hear me? Yeah. Is there a way to run like actions historically? Sort of, you know, let's say a contract's been running for over a year, and you want to maybe perform some sort of statistics on that through an action. Would that be a use case? So then you'd need to go through all the historical events.
I don't know about that case. I know that the Web3 actions are executed in real time when something changes. Well, now, not in the future, not in the past. So I don't know if we could connect that to simulations part of our platform. I never explored that version of our use case.
Okay, cool. I mean, super interesting anyway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Got one up here. What's your name, bud? What is it? Gregory. Gregory's got a question. Here you go, bud.
Can you, from the action, can you call a contract? So can you do something like gelato automation? Is it?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, so is it your goal to be competing with gelato and Chainlink, or it's?
Interesting question. Let's discuss that after the
okay.
call.
Yeah, I got the graphic ready. Does anyone have the time? Are you? I think I have one. It's 5. Yeah. 5 till 5. We can have a few questions. If anyone has any more questions, what's your name? Johnny's got a queue.
You also mentioned alerts during the presentation.
Alerts?
So could you elaborate a bit more about it? What in what way one can receive alerts about on-chain events?
So if I understand the question correctly, how can you connect alerts with alerts?
I mean, do you show them in app, you need to implement it, or does it have like SNS or email or something?
Okay, that's a great question. So when you build your alert, you're choosing your destination of the alert. It can be email, it can be Discord, SMS, whatever like you need for that, or you can even call like action function or Web3 action instead, and then like connect that to the front end and inform users, for example. You could do that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Questions? Questions for Luca? Guys, give it a round of applause for Luca. Crushed it. Good job, man. This one? Yeah. Luca says thank you. Okay, if, you guys probably haven't been in, I guess the people that are walking in here know this, but we're doing a lightning round talk in here for the next half hour. Are you Chris? I got Chris here. He's going to be doing something for 10 minutes, you said, Robert? Yep. 10, so? Testing, testing. All right, so we have Chris here from Uniquely. Clap it up.
So hello everyone. Today I will explain you why NFTs will be layer 2 for every physical assets. Okay, one more time. So hi everyone, my name is Chris and today I will explain you why NFTs will be layer 2 for every physical assets. I am mainly from NFT and fashion industry, so my examples will be built on fashion industry, but you can use this tech and my idea everywhere. But before that, I want to show you how different industries evolved for the past hundreds of years. So if it comes to communication, we had pigeons, letters, first phones without internet. Then now we have mails, Telegram, Discord, and slowly we are starting to using metaverse. If it comes to weaponry, it was the same. If it comes to transport, we have been walking, we had horses, cars, better cars, and now we have train, planes, and rockets, and I hope in the future we will have Hyperloop or something like that. But if it comes to fashion and physical assets like skateboards and so on, nothing really changed. We have the same piece of, I don't know how to say that kindly, but yeah, everything is the same, nothing really changed in the fashion industry. We just have a little bit better quality of materials and we have washing machines and that's all. But why nothing really changed for this past, let's say, hundreds of years? Because we didn't have technology like NFC tag, NFT, we didn't have blockchain internet, we didn't have smartphones. But right now with this, we can move this industry very hard. And I think it's time to take the physical assets for the another level, for the next level. If I am talking the next level, I have in my mind that if you have the clothes, I don't know, shoes, t-shirts, hoodies, or I don't know, skateboards, chairs, and so on, you don't have this layer 2 of technology there. You cannot see the tracking history. You cannot track the history. You don't have the proof of authenticity, proof of ownership. You cannot see how many pieces of the skateboards already we have. And you cannot use this in metaverses and so on. And even if you, let's say, resell the super rare hoodie from Supreme, then the company will not make any money on that. But with this layer 2 technology, the company will make money on it. And the trend already started of adding NFC tags and using NFT technology, but mainly in the fashion industry. but I think the fashion industry will really succeed here, so it will go also into other industries. If I am talking to... Do you like this music? But I can turn off this. So if it comes to proof of authenticity, here you can see one of my favorite hoodie, and I am scanning my hoodie and by NFC tag, and here you can see all of the data about it, like front, back, where I can wear this, like decentralized sandbox and physical form, who is the owner, like Chris, on which chain is it, the all info about this, traits, and the whole history, and also for nerds, we can see all of this data on-chain. And the funny story from NYC, someone stole this hoodie from our booth, but I decided to change the metadata there, and right now this guy can do nothing with that, and so on and so on. Right now it's impossible. If someone stole your Supreme hoodie or so on, you can do nothing with that. And yeah, maybe this trend will be only for clothing, watches, alcohol, I don't know, Pokemon cards, but maybe we will go 10 steps further, and even building will be built of NFTs, and you will be able to go, let's say, to Marriott Hotel. There will be huge NFC tag, and I will be able to beat the Marriott Hotel, and if Thunder will accept that, then I am the new owner, and I will be able to fire everyone, and so on and so on. Who knows? And yeah, in my personal opinion, things like this will help us onboard more people from Web 2 into Web 3 than gaming. Here you can see one of examples. Like I am buying t-shirt in retail store, I am paying for it, and so on and so on. And in my home, I can scan this t-shirt and I can add my personal data here and so on. I can mint NFT of this t-shirt into my wallet, and I can use this in many different spaces. And I think it will help a lot for mass adoption. And people don't even need MetaMask. They can do this by custodial wallet, and so on and so on. Yeah, now I'm adding my name here. And right now, t-shirt is attached to my names and to my wallet. And I hope you like it. And right now, I want to give the gift for first 30 people. If you want, and if you like this design, tomorrow I'm doing party with name of ETHWarsaw. We produce 230 t-shirts there. And 30 of them you can mint here from this website. Is free mint with free shipping. And yeah, you can just mint NFT. It will be, I don't know, $1 gas fee. And that's all. Thanks. And I will leave it here for 1 minute. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Wow, we have questions for Chris. Look at that. Wow, and several comments. Keep your microphone on you, brother. What are your names, ladies? Amajo and Kasha. Kasha, who wants to go first? All right, here you go.
So the first question for you, Chris, is what exactly are you solving with the t-shirt use case? And more importantly, I see a better use case for your product, which is the proof of authenticity.
Yes, so this is proof of authenticity.
Yeah, but for example, like very high-end brands like Hermes, you want to make sure that this Hermes bag you bought is original.
Yes.
Your product can do that, and then you could put in like a smart contract for the resale value, because they make more money in the second-hand sale. So like Hermes, sneakers, and all this, those are like very easy, provable use cases that you can do to make money today. But what's the use case with the t-shirt?
So we are using exactly this. We have tons of products, but also we are using this, what you already say. So there is a lot of different concepts. Web3 concept is where you are buying NFT first, minting, and then you can resell this or redeem for physical and digital assets. Second thing is just to buy physical first, physical t-shirt or sneaker first, and then you can mint it, make proof of see the proof of authenticity, also you can attach your name, surname there, so there will be proof of ownership, and it's exactly what you say.
So maybe I will just add additional question or layer. As a customer or as a merchant, I don't see a value to pay for a service like that if my t-shirt costs $10, right? And minting process probably is more expensive. So I'm just, like scalability-wise, I don't think it makes sense. Maybe like a soccer t-shirt or like, you know.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
So in my opinion, yes, you're right. If it comes to fast fashion, like Zara, the goal of Zara is just, you know, for sell t-shirt, then I will wear this 3 times and I will throw away this. But in my opinion, I didn't see fast fashion in the long run because I don't know how to say that, but give me 2 seconds. So, in my opinion, there will be the end of the fast fashion, and right now, brands will create more, you know, premium shirts and so on. I think the fast fashion is responsible for 10% of globalne ocieplenie, jak to powiedzieć? Global warming. And yeah, with our solution, brands can just prepare more premium stuff and make money on secondary market. If I am reselling my shoes or something like this, then can make, let's say, $5 per every resell and so on. I can transfer ownership from me to you and so on.
I really like your sneakers.
Thank you. I didn't sell my punk at 500K, but I love it. 5 days ago, he has a birthday.
All right, time's up. Clap it up for Chris. Guy in the white coming up next.
Yes, so might need a second or two here. It is.
You have an HDMI outlet?
What, sorry?
What?
Strange speaker.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's only a mini one, 18 adapter.
Do you have USB-C?
Yes, maybe.
Here, try this in there. No. So that was,
what does it mean?
I can't believe how many questions I'm getting around this. This is now a lightning talk, and that will happen at the top of the hour. Yeah.
I don't understand.
What's wrong?
I think this.
What did you think that was going to be?
This mean strange speaker. You know, speaker without name, and he can.
Like a surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was going to be an introduction to. Let me talk to you off stage. I need to set him up. It should, there it is. Yeah, duplicate it. Do you want to use this to scroll through?
The main thing is I want my notes on here.
Yeah, it should pop up. Press extend maybe. Bring that screen back up. I think it's like Alt. Yeah, do like duplicate. It's weird, it's not making it go away. Try to unplug it, plug it back in. Hey Chris, are you still in here? Oh, never mind, I found it.
Oh, is there a better way?
No, this is just sometimes you just need to like unplug it, plug it back in.
Yes.
This is I was gonna give to you for
Clicker.
the clicker, yeah.
That's not helpful.
Sucks. And you don't have HDMI, you said, right?
I've got a mini HDMI, micro HDMI.
I don't think I have that. There is that little adapter. This is yours, right?
Yeah.
Micro HDMI. Right. Yeah.
USB use regular USB rather than USB-C.
It's okay. First time encountering this.
I mean, it looks like it's just not even seeing it, so...
Sucks it's not registering device.
Yeah.
Do you have
I mean, it doesn't even detect the other
do you know Pastebin? Have you ever heard of that?
I can send, you mean the link to the slides? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, load up a Pastebin account. right, everyone, we got Conrad here. He's going to give a nice quick presentation. We got him all set up, and he's going to be talking about multi-chain, DeFi, and UX. So take it away, Conrad. Let me see, say something.
Hello, hello, can you hear me?
Sweet, microphone works. Take
Excellent.
it away, sir.
Excellent. Hello, everyone. So I'm going to try to be quick, because I think I've used most of my time just trying to get this set up. But I'm going to be talking about multi-chain DeFi and user experience and why it's so important and currently rubbish. So quick thing, this is who I am. My name's Conrad. I'm the CTO over at RhinoFi. You can ping me at Conrad S on Twitter or Telegram. And this is who we are at RhinoFi. You may have heard of us. We were Diversify until about a month ago. We've recently rebranded. And yeah, we at RhinoFi, what's important to us is providing the best user experience in Web3. So we recently launched our cross-chain swap feature that allows anyone to gain exposure to tokens on different chains without having to switch networks and pay for utility, pay utility tokens for gas fees and so on and so on. And we believe that this feature is the answer to some of the challenges that I'm going to present now. But as always, we love to work with the community, hear your feedback, and it's something that we're actively working to extend and improve also. So I guess these are the key points that I want to raise during this short talk. So DeFi needs a UX layer that's going to abstract the complexity of interacting with some of the protocols cross-chain. If we don't do this, and if we continue building for each other and ignoring users, then we'll stifle adoption at best, and at worst, push users over to CeFi alternatives. But let's sort of quickly summarize what we mean by DeFi and CeFi, and I pinched this from Finematics, so if somebody here made this, then thank you. You saved me a bit of time. So what is DeFi? So when I think of DeFi, I just think decentralized. There's no middle person. Anyone can use and interact with the protocol. There's no permission required. We've all heard the coder's law adage. It's great. There's no trust in people required. It's open source is promoted. Everything is composable. Products can build on each other. It promotes super fast innovation. It's really cool. And more importantly, it's transparent. You see what's going on and you can inspect things directly. Examples, obviously, DEXs, peer-to-peer decentralized lending, borrowing. And on the other side of things, CeFi. So it's kind of like a mirror of what we had in the traditional finance space before. So centralized, there's a counterparty that you need to interact with, trust and permission are needed, and almost all the times the systems are basically black boxes. They're opaque, decision-making is abstracted, you don't know what's going on there, and they require permission, and of course they're censorable. Example being centralized exchanges or custodial platforms. So a lack of transparency in particular can have disastrous results. Celsius, obviously, was a recent example. They were unable to meet their obligations as a result of a bit of a crypto bank run. This was triggered by the recent Luna explosion, or implosion, I should say. Users were still allowed to deposit their funds, but no longer able to withdraw because Celsius couldn't manage their float. And behind the scenes, they were taking user funds and investing it in various protocols in order to give the yields which they were then paying to the users. Unfortunately, one of the protocols they were in was staked ETH, and obviously that means that the Ether was locked up until the merge, which meant they couldn't access it at a time of stress, and unfortunately they became insolvent. So effectively it was a long squeeze on them. So I guess from what I just said, you can sort of summarize that CeFi bad, DeFi good, right? It's kind of not that simple. There is a steep learning curve for DeFi, and there are risks associated with self-custodial fund management and decentralized app interactions. Anyone who's tried to decode transaction data in a MetaMask pop-up to work out what exactly they're signing can probably attest to that. And less technically aware users very quickly hit roadblocks when they first try to use DeFi. So funding wallets, signing transactions with random hashes, understanding gas fees, it's a complex business. So whilst this experience might be fine for us in the room and the crypto savvy, it quickly puts off other types of users. And we believe that we need to do something over the next year for us to be ready for the next wave of users in the next cycle to encourage further adoption of crypto. And if we don't achieve this, then the simplicity of centralized alternatives will once again be the go-to for users. So let's go over the UX frictions and how they can manifest themselves, because UX is not just how the UI looks, the rounded corners and the colors that we choose, but it manifests
I'm gonna help him get set up here, one moment. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Let's try it works.
Sure. 7 slides, 4 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. Dear community, my heart is like a bit fast beating. So my slides will be only 7, and I have only 7 minutes. So it's my honor to talk about.
Did you get your photo? You got it? Do you need help? I could take a photo of you. Yeah. You got it? Hey, you crushed it. That was so fast. That was amazing. You did great. I'm sure you're sweating right now, but I'm going to kick you off stage. Best of luck this weekend. All right, yeah, there we go. This one's got more juice. All right, so it's top of the hour. We're going to officially announce that the conference is over. I'm going to play a video for you guys to kick off the hackathon. Wow, you could hear a pin drop in here right now. I think this is what the surprise was all about. Everyone's freaking out, coming up to me, asking me what the surprise is. Oh, it almost popped up. Who knows this guy? You guys seen? One person knows this guy.
Account abstraction, cryptography, privacy, decentralized governance, identity, and all of these new and different things that people are building. And thank you everyone for doing all that you do. And yeah, look forward to seeing what people build, and look forward to seeing our Ethereum ecosystem continue to become even greater over the next few years. Thank you.
Yeah! That's my guy! Hell yeah! Anyway, welcome to the hackathon, everyone. Yeah, don't sound so excited. I got something here I gotta put up. Let me just fumble around here because I don't read Polish very well. I swear I'll find it soon, though. Give me a second. Don't know, I got this. I'm a big boy. But guys, I want to open this. And then I'll introduce you. So who had a good, who went to Divinity last night? Did everyone have a good time? That was pretty cool, huh? All right, so the conference is over. Now we're going to get down to business here. And without further ado, I want to introduce the co-founders of ETHWarsaw, Jagoda and Antek. Give them a round of applause, guys. Do you want to come up on stage? Can I give you guys a microphone? All right. Do you need this? Look, you can push this.
We have two mics.
What? Yeah, get you another one.
Check.
ETHWarsaw, how is everyone doing? Glad to hear that. All good things come to an end, including ETHWarsaw conference. The good news is that we are here to launch ETHWarsaw Hackathon. First, let's sum up the conference. We couldn't have done it without you, attendees, speakers, hackers, partners, and amazing sponsors. Without further ado, we would like to kick off the hackathon. I am Jagoda, I am head of operations.
And I'm Antek, the speaker coordinator for ETHWarsaw. And I'm here to walk you through the hackathon setup, the schedule, rules, and all the info that you need to start hacking. So let's start with the hackathon agenda. For the weekend, we're kicking off the hackathon right now. The hackathon is going to end on Sunday. Sunday, 10 a.m., we have the submission deadline. So make sure to submit your projects before that time. Then we're going to have a judging session, and we're going to announce the winners at 4 p.m. After that, to celebrate your achievements, we'd like to invite you to a closing party in Paloma nad Wisłą. You can register through Eventbrite, so make sure to do that and bring your wristband with you.
Venue. The venue will be open for you 24/7 until the deadline, the submission deadline. Feel free to hack on the ground floor and first floor. The winning announcement will take place here on the main stage. We have prepared for you blankets, pillows, earplugs, and hygienic products for your comfort. Food and drink will be provided as well.
Here we go. Yeah, let's talk about the hackathon setups and the rules. First of all, what makes a submission complete? The projects need to be submitted through ethwarsaw.devpost.com. We're going to have all the links at the end of the presentation, so don't worry about that. So submit through DevPost. Make sure you list all team members. Make sure that you name the bounty that you're submitting for. Include a 3-minute video with a demo or a pitch of your project. Make sure to include a link to a GitHub repository with your code. And each project needs to be licensed using GPL v3 or a license that's compatible. Also make sure to include a wallet address for the bounty payouts. For the judging session, each bounty sponsor is going to judge the bounties that are competing for their prizes. Additionally, ETHWarsaw is going to choose 6 best projects out of all of the submitted projects. And they will have a chance to present their projects on the stage during the winner announcement ceremony. For the mentoring, each sponsor is going to have mentors for their own bounties. Additionally, ETHWarsaw is going to have mentors that can help you with any bounties. Mentoring is going to take place on Discord and at the sponsorship booths downstairs. Yeah.
I'm happy to announce that the hackathon bounty pool is $69,420 plus last minute $2,500. But we couldn't have made it without our amazing sponsors. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so directly after this presentation, we're going to have a team formation session. So any of you that have a project idea, you can pitch it on stage and recruit team members if you're looking for more people to join. Yeah, so without further ado, here is the QR code for the hackathon FAQ. It also includes the bounty list with all the bounties listed. So
if you have any questions, we'll be waiting for you on Discord.
Yeah.
And now Matt will help you out with team formatting. Thank you very much. And
good luck, guys. Good luck.
So if you take out your phone, take a picture of that, it'll link to the document that has all the frequently asked questions. I'm going to be putting this up on Twitter. It's going to be blasted through our Discord as well as our Telegram. So this is going to be everywhere. I'm probably going to pin this on our Twitter as well so that it's all the way at the top now that we're into hackathon mode. Is there anyone out there that is looking for a team or wants to present their team idea to get things kicked off here? Because officially, now that we're in hackathon mode, every minute that goes by and you guys are sitting in here, you're not hacking and not making money. So if you want to start, any ambitious people out there that want to come up and be brave and pitch their idea, I got a microphone in my hand and I can hand it to you and you can create a little team. Come on up, dude. Angel Blocks. Clap it up. Clap it up for these brave souls. You got a leader here in the hat. He's trying to rally the troops. The troops are slowly leaving their chairs. They're coming up. They're coming up. What's your name, bro? Adagio. Do you know the song Adagio for Strings by DJ Tiesto? Clap it up for Adagio being our first soul to come up here and pitch his project. Do you want to talk?
Wait, let me ask you a question. Is this where we pitch to get the team? Yeah. All right, then no.
Sick! We did it! Our first guys are done. So if you're looking for a team, I guess I'll clarify one more time. If you're here and you're looking for a team, if you already have a team, don't come up here. Am I doing this right on tech? All right, I'm doing great. So apparently somewhere in the line of communication there was an error. But I see what's up, dude? Coming down the line. Clap it up, dude. Look at this guy coming up on stage. What's your name? Earl. Earl's got to speak.
I'm looking for teammates. I already have an idea that I'm quite passionate, but I'm quite flexible to also change the idea. But I'm a developer, and I have a friend who's an artist, and he's a really good artist. And I wanted to build something that was more artistic. So there's a lot of dynamic canvases for creating art. But there's a really cool algorithm, or AI algorithm that came out that's called Stable Diffusion. And so my idea is to actually try to run an AI algorithm that can convert works of art into masterpieces. And that maybe possibly using Arweave or whatever their smart weave network is to actually facilitate that data. Essentially, the data is already there, and then the data processing is very cheap because it could actually be offloaded to the users and stuff like that. So that's the idea, is to actually build an AI transformer for art, like artwork, decentralized artworks. So
That's great. I feel like I'm at a discussion panel right now. You're crushing it.
So I'm looking for anyone who's interested to join my team. So my name is, I don't know, like, how would they best?
Didn't you say you're
my
Earl?
Discord, so I can give, or whatever, or just, talk to me.
Did I see you over there in the back, in the middle? You had glasses on? He's talking to his buddy right now. He's not even paying attention. Yeah, maybe he's not interested. Never mind. I was trying to help you out. He's leaving now, actually. Damn, I really messed that one up for you, dude.
But I can give my Discord. I'll actually post my idea on the Discord, and so then you can guys just like.
It's a good idea. Hashtag find my team or find a team. I forgot what I wrote because I did it at like 2 o'clock in the morning in the middle of the week.
So yeah, that was my pitch.
Good job. Clap it up, man. Earl, you crushed it. Give me the mic. I'll take the mic. Look, don't line up. Don't start chasing after Earl here, but I think he's got a cool idea. Art plus tech equals NFT, right? So, yeah, man, I'm just wrapping it up. Come on up, bro. I don't bite. What's your name? Coddle. It's my brother's name. What's up, Coddle? Here you go. We got Coddle here, coddle something.eth.
Okay, guys, so the idea is that we actually came to this hackathon kind of by an accident because we are basically looking for networking. I'm personally a founder of a quite big software company that does stuff in blockchain. And what I want to do here with my CTO is find a team that will solve the problem that actually this event has encountered. The problem is that you all bought tickets or received tickets for free if you're taking part in the hackathon. And they were given as NFTs on the Optimism layer 2, if I'm fully correct. What's the problem with that? I actually didn't even open my wallet to get in here because I just used the QR code they sent in an email. Why was that the case? Because I don't know how to open my MetaMask, go to that website, which I don't even remember, then log in with my wallet, which isn't even connected to my mobile MetaMask, and then find that QR code and actually scan it. That's a huge pain in the butt and not something that will gain mass adoption. What I think would be better would be an app that easily connects with the blockchain without the users even knowing it and getting their tickets for events, such like this one. And the idea for tickets as NFTs is very beneficial to the vendors because, if you like some very popular band and you buy a ticket, you can resell it for probably double or triple the price because it's so popular and there aren't many tickets. The vendors lose money because of that, because people resell their tickets and, they're not benefiting from it at all. And people get scammed because people send you fake PDFs, fake files, which don't get you in and can pretty much ruin your whole event. What if that was an NFT that lives in your wallet, is easily verifiable, and doesn't even look like an NFT? Looks like a very basic app, like Ticketmaster or Going. So, there's 2 of us. We probably can deliver it just with 2 people, but it would be easier if we have some more. And if someone wants to build a great app with us and maybe get like an internship or even a job at our company, then raise your hand, and we probably can do that.
What? Yeah, Paulina just said that's an ETHWarsaw bounty, and I love your idea. It sounds like you could change the conference game, so this is a pretty big deal, IMO, in my opinion. Not shilling coddle over here, but
we can ship it by Sunday, probably.
Say again?
We can ship that by Sunday.
Sounds great. Who wants to help them? Any takers? Yo, someone raised their hand.
There you go.
Look at that. Go talk to this bearded guy over here.
Great, guys. So we'll talk probably after I get off stage, and thank you very much.
Hell yeah, clap it up for Coddle. Looks like you got 2 leads, brother. Good for you. Dude with the chains. Crushing the chain game, if you know what I mean. Who else? Does anyone else? So now we're rolling. We got some people, we got through the first few. It was kind of awkward. Now we got these dudes coming around. What's your name, horsing around? What? Vladislav and who? Zero? Zero. Vladislav and Zero, they're horsing around, and they're going to pitch you something. Here you go.
Hey, guys. So basically, I'm a Web3 developer, junior, with entrepreneurship background. We have a couple of ideas. Oh, okay. We have a couple of ideas. We're a team. This is Zero. He's a full stack web developer, a Web3 developer. So we have a couple of ideas that we're thinking between. One of them is kind of an NFT game. It's going to be based on Conway's Game of Life, if you guys have heard about it. Basically what Conway's Game of Life is like a field of empty cells on an XY axis. And you can put, in the empty cells, you can put full cells. You can fill them up with full cells. And then there's few simple rules of how this population of cells grows. You can maybe Google it, Conway's Game of Life. And so we want to make a little game where users are giving the initial configuration of the cells on this XY axis, and then they play the Conway's Game of Life, and you can have some competition of who has the best ending combination based on Conway's Game of Life. For example, who has the most, the population with the most cells at the end. So the NFT is going to be a GIF or a short video of that population growing till the end. And we're going to have some prizes from prize pool from the minting amounts that we collected for the best ending combination. So we think that's cool because we think there's going to be a lot of nerdy math type people who are going to try to come up with really interesting models of what initial combination gives you the best ending combination, and it can get quite competitive and people can get quite into it. Conway's Game of Life is something that mathematicians really love, so we just thought it's a cool, nice little application of NFTs. So that's one of the ideas, yep.
Hello guys, I'm Ciro. I am a contractor. I work with a lot of DAOs to implement features, and one of the problems that I've noticed is that it's very easy to go from legal to illegal territory, and you could get connected to a lot of bad things, let's say. So my idea is that we would create identities that would allow you to do your work, get your payment, without actually connecting to your real self. This would be done through creating a fake wallet and then having that wallet connected to an off-ramp that would move money around in a way that's indetectable. So that way, companies or DAOs, they don't necessarily need to hire people, they need to hire roles. If that sounds interested, just let me know. It's between these two ideas. Whichever one gets the most people, I guess, is the one we're gonna do. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So we're gonna be at the back, and also I posted in the Discord, find a team.
Yes, sir.
I'm iLoop, so feel free to hit us up there as well. So, yep.
Clap it up for these two. Anyone want to raise their hands and join their team? Do you guys know Robot Chicken, the two of you? Do you know Robot Chicken, TV show? You know Robot Chicken? It's like on Adult Swim in America. It's from Robot Chicken. I thought of you guys because you said the game of life. So, coding dad's in the game of life. Do you know that? I'll try to find the audio clip for you and I'll send it to you. It's a good, nice little marketing one-liner. Just if you guys are interested in using that. Anyone else want to come up here and talk about their ideas? Have you been up here already? No? What's up, man? Come on up. Clap it up! Oh my God! We got another person. Fresh meat. What's up?
Hey.
What's your name, man?
Hey, I'm Jedi.
Jedi?
Nice yeah.
It's a pretty dope name.
I have a question.
Don't choke me with your mind tricks.
I will try.
What's your question, man?
For the registrations for the hackathon, is that like when is
over?
No. I mean, like registering the team or something like this. Do we do that on submission or?
Say again?
The registrations of teams or some formal, I don't know, registration of a project. Is that due to like at some point or at the submission deadline, or when does that happen?
Actually, don't.
I'll be happy to answer that question for you. So we set up DevPost. That's the website where you submit your projects. And when you're submitting your project, you will have an option to list all the team members. Every team member needs to register a separate account on DevPost, and then you're able to add them to your team when submitting the project.
Yeah, I saw the link. So bottom line, the deadline for submitting those teams is at the submission deadline submission, like Sunday at 10 a.m.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
It's ETHWarsaw.devpost.com.
Anyone else have an idea or wants to come up here to pitch to find team members? If you don't and you're looking, what's up? Yo, yeah? Come on up, man. What's your name?
My name's Dog. D-A-W-G. Very simple.
Dog. What's up, dog? The ceiling, not much. Just chilling. You?
I'm chilling here as well. So I have a little two-sided idea that I would like to work on. If somebody's game, cool. Otherwise, I'll just do it alone. That is dynamic NFTs. What do I mean by that? NFTs that can have variable metadata. We know it's possible. I have a use case. Funding is happening some weeks in the future. So if you would like to hack on that and save the world, we can definitely do that together. If you want to know a little bit more, just talk to me. Or if you're introverted, moonjelly.io, and then you'll get a very rough idea of what we do. But I'd like to fill you in on the details.
Sorry, I was AFK. Thank you, sir. If anyone wants to join...
Do I get your job now?
If anyone wants to join Dog in his quest to create the best dog food in the NFT land, hashtag find a team on Discord, folks. I think we got room for like one more idea. If you've been sweating in your chair and you want to come up here and give it a whirl, let me know. What's up, girl? Coming on down, clap it up for the lady. What's your name? What's your name? Anastasia. Give it a whirl. Here you go, girl.
Okay. So actually, I'm passionate about two things: smart contracts and DeFi. And I work with it for quite a while. Now I'm interested in delta neutral strategies. For those who are new for it, it's when you are bearish and bullish on the same asset at the same time, and it allows you to keep the price of your deposit on the same level and earn on the fees above. So I'm interested in making it more easier for the end user, like give you an opportunity to open these positions in one click. And I'm looking for the people who will support me in this idea. As I mentioned, I'm more about smart contracts, so I'm looking for someone who will help me with the front-end side.
Good job, Anastasia. So front-end smart contract help. Is that correct? Did I do a good job?
I'm working with smart contracts, but I'm interested in someone who is about front-end side.
Cool, so smart contracts and front-end help with Anastasia. If you guys want to find her, hashtag find a team, just make sure you post there as well. Raise your hand if you want to work with Anastasia. There you go, look at that, girl, you got a lead. Chat it up, I hope you guys create a team together. And now I have Paulina here. You want to talk?
So small update, those of you looking for the Arweave workshop, we moved them to the workshop stage. So you know, the room in the corner, and we're gonna stay here for some more of the team formation. So if you're looking for the workshops with Arweave guys, follow them to the workshop room. Sorry for the change, and back to you, back to the studio. How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great. This has been a fantastic evening. Back to the studio. So, like Paulina said, if you guys are here for the Arweave chat, discussion panel, contracts, I'm just using buzzwords right now. I actually don't remember what it was, but it was opening something workshop, I think. They moved it to the workshop room. I'm noticing a lot of people are standing up. So, see you later, alligator. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey.